Why, hello there. I know some people really like longer episodes, so I have all 6 episodes about my breakdown of the end of an era and my video about themes, all in a nice, probably 6 to 8 hour package for you to watch while you're working on your crafting or what have you. If you do like this sort of thing, do be sure to leave it playing for a while, so I know if you just click on for a second and then click right off, it'll say that people don't like this. This is something I'm trying. I may in the future do things like where I do individual episodes about an album and then I do an entire all of the tracks together type thing. So this is just something I'm trying. If it's something that you like and that you would like to see more of, comment and watch to the end, even if it takes you a couple sessions, because that will tell the computer systems that you like it. I have so much to say about the first 2 episodes about the Eras Tour documentary series, and I'm not even sure at this point if this is going to just focus on episode 1 or if it's going to be episode 1 and 2. It's going to depend how long I yap about the first one, and we'll see if it seems right to have both of them in the same video. Anyhow, I really loved a lot of things about it. I think it was really well put together. I think it was really good at evoking emotions, but also it was really good at having one moment that was a little sad, a little solemn, a little bit like the truth of some of the things about the Eras Tour that were not necessarily as happy. Obviously there were some really serious issues that were discussed in this, like Vienna needing to be canceled and what happened to those poor children that were just trying to go to a Taylor Swift dance party in the UK. But also, you don't want to have, the sadness or the mourning or the, being upset about that, dominate the whole mood of even an episode, right? Because I think in a lot of ways, that lets the people that were trying to start terror, make people afraid, it really lets them win in ways, but also just the way it very seamlessly flowed from things that were funny, things that were relatable, things that felt like a big family, there was just a really big vibe with Taylor and her dancers and her musicians and especially the people that she's worked with for a number of years, that they are a part of her extended family in a lot of ways. So in recent months, Taylor has been very open about how everything with the Eras Tour was really engineered to be able for her to have enough money to be able to purchase back her master's rights, right? And I think in a lot of ways that she has kind of downplayed, and other people have kind of downplayed, just the amount of work. Even forget getting up on that stage 3.5 hours every night, just thinking about all of the logistics, getting the people, places, and things in position, making sure all the costume changes go correctly, making sure that you just remember which city you're supposed to be in. There are so many details about touring, and especially touring with that elaborate, a lot of set pieces, a lot of costumes, a lot of people. Things can go wrong, and the fact that we there's that allegation that costumes got burned, but I don't necessarily know that it's come from any type of legitimate source, but just the fact that all of the people, places, and things for the majority of the Eras Tour stuff managed to make it from beginning to end, that is a feat, that is an achievement. But also when we've talked about the effort, the amount of work that went into the Eras Tour, we focus a lot on Taylor, and the one thing about this documentary is that Taylor wanted to make sure that she wasn't the only person that was featured, that she was repeatedly making the point that all of these other people, all of these musicians, all of these truck drivers, all of these dancers, all of these people are doing an immense amount of work, especially because load in and load out and all of those things, you got a lot of things to move around physically. They're not going to move themselves. And I really loved that she really I think the New Heights podcast was about getting other people to recognize how much work Taylor had put into Eras Tour and getting ready, and I think parts of this episode were about this, but a lot of this episode, of these 2 episodes, was about just all of the people that were the best and the brightest with their respective skill sets that were really working their butts off alongside Taylor. And I think one thing about Taylor that a lot of people want to make her out as being this petty person, as being threatened by other people, but that is not anything consistent with the view that we got of her in this. Her repeatedly stressing that she wants these other people that are on stage with her to have their moments. it was really so unusual for me to recognize and know the names of multiple dancers, but more so than that, to be waiting for their respective little points at each given night, to be waiting to see what Cam said during We Are Never Getting Back Together, to see Jan dancing in, like, especially the TTBD set. He has a lot of great dance moves, like the ladder. Like, there were so many. Natalie and Rebecca Harkness, like Papa Flo. It wasn't just the dancers, it was the dancers' family. In this, we get dancers' family as well. We get Cam and Colin's mother, Kim, and she was just lovely, and just the interactions between her and Cam were so sweet. But also another thing that I liked about this is a lot of us theorists have been stressing for a while that there is a big plan behind the Eras Tour. It is not just songs in a random order, and especially the mashups are not just random songs that she mashed together because she thought they might sound good together. Like, there was a lot of work and planning that went into, like, when we saw her with Ed Sheeran, like, they were talking through, like, the way that she was going to introduce him, like, how he was going to come out on stage. All of those things were planned, were rehearsed, were discussed, were thought about. And I hope that that really provokes a lot more people to be interested in those surprise songs, especially for the episodes, like the things that are being focused on most prominently in this docu-series. I do want to circle back to the dancers for a second because I got off track before I meant to, but another thing about the dancers and honoring them and recognizing their contribution to the tour was just like, Eras Tour was a huge resume builder for these dancers. We had one of the dancers, I believe it was Ashley Balin. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing her last name correctly or if I'm accrediting the right person, but please correct me down below if I'm wrong. I apologize. I got it in my head that her name was Ashley. Her name is Amanda. So whenever I say Ashley, I mean Amanda. I'm sorry, there were a lot of people. It was late when I was filming this. I was not necessarily at my best. My apologies to Amanda Balin. But she had basically stressed about how short a dancer's career is and how hard dancing, especially that many number of hours per night, that many nights, how hard that is on your body and how short the average dancer's career is. So when you know that, and when you see the fact that, like, Eras Tour was a job of a lifetime. It was a huge resume builder. It got a lot of name and face recognition for these dancers, especially the ones who are a little bit older and might be aging out of dance into something else. But she also gave them sizable life-changing bonuses. We don't hear the amount of money, but you can tell by the way everyone is acting that she has just given them life-altering amounts of money. And you can see by how Cam and his mother are appreciative of that. And like, you see so many ways that different people are talking about the sacrifices that they make. So every person involved made sacrifices, whether it was time away from their family, whether it was wear and tear on their bodies and like just that much work every night, whether it was other opportunities that they might wanted to have pursued in their careers. Like, Taylor recognizes the extended commitment, and not just that, but she also has seemingly kept all of these people on her payroll, even right now where she is not touring and says she's not like planning a tour for the life of a showgirl. We'll see what's next out of her tour wise, but like, it seems like definitely during this showgirl era that she's keeping a lot of these people on payroll, at least in order to do a lot of the like photo shoots for the merch and also the music video. Giving Cam especially, who stressed how much of a disadvantage he was at because so many people just look at him and see a large body and don't realize that he is an incredible dancer. He has a tremendous amount of skill, but also like, he is more than just a dancer. He has a lot of charm. He has a lot of charisma. I would like to see him like host a variety show or something of that. Like, obviously, if this is something that would be interesting to him, because I just think he's got a lot of skills, and like, even as he gets older and maybe doesn't want to dance as much, as can't dance as much, having that opportunity to go in front of the camera and having a name that is recognizable enough that he can probably get jobs doing that, and having a little bit of a cushion monetarily to be able to take chances in his career. And all of these dancers, that money that she provided them with, that likely gives them time to rest, recuperate, and consider what their goals, what their dreams are. Cam was saying the amount of opportunities that he had never considered, like he thought that he was going to graduate from, I don't know if he went to college or a special dance class, it doesn't matter. He thought he was going to graduate from that and then he was going to be a dance teacher. It never occurred to him that he could go dance on a major, massive world tour. And now that Taylor has done this, and like obviously using diverse dancers, it should be the bar, it should be the minimum, but a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people prioritize uniformity. It was something that they mentioned in the episodes of the documentary. A lot of people want uniformity, so they're not willing to consider more diverse dancers, but Taylor really stressed like wanting people in the crowd to see someone on stage that looked like them and to feel represented, and the value and the importance of that. And Taylor sets norms, like having an artist that large setting this norm that it's not uniformity that I want in my dancers, it's representation. And in a lot of ways, I think representation is better than uniformity. Like maybe it doesn't look as uniform, but why do we need things to look uniform in the first place? I cannot think of a time when I was watching Eras Tour and I'm like, wow, this dance would be so much better if all of these dancers looked the same and were the same shape and size. Like the large majority of people that aren't like heavily biased by the prevailing beliefs in the industry are not going to look at that and think that's bad. Only people that have been programmed to believe that that's bad are going to believe that it's bad. They also stress the fact that a number of her band members especially have been with her since 2007, her entire career, which I say a lot that Taylor doesn't get nearly enough credit for the like leader she is. Like having an operation like that and leading it well is hard. And the fact that so many people have stayed with her for so long, and I know some people are going to be like, well, it's just for the money. And yes, there are some people that will put up with anything for money, but it really didn't feel like an environment that was tense, that was stressful. Like it seemed like people that actually respected each other and were comfortable in their presence. And a lot of that goes back to, like I said earlier, this confidence that Taylor has in herself and in her own performance, such that she isn't threatened by other competent, confident people on stage. But being able to hear from a lot of these dancers and a lot of these musicians who were with Taylor since 2007 gives a lot of additional context, gives a lot of additional details. It really helps us to understand the scope and the scale of things more than we maybe would have otherwise realized. Having Amos comment about like those first run-throughs of the whole set list and it being 3.5 hours and him thinking, oh, you know, we're gonna have to cut songs, and then they added 3, like just giving context of like what is normal and what is different and what is this lifestyle, this life even like. It was a huge amount of strain on everybody involved, but also it was a lot of risk. And I think it's interesting because a lot of the way that we talk about Taylor, and especially the way that I talk about Taylor, is about her unwillingness to take risks with certain things. So like I've said recently that she doesn't really broadcast her whereabouts, where she's gonna be, because of safety and security reasons. But the things that she does take risks with are the things that are like career things that a lot of people in the industry don't believe that she can pull off, like the Eras Tour, like the re-recordings. These are things that when Taylor initially proposed them, started talking about them, she got laughed at. A lot of people didn't think it was possible. A lot of people didn't think it was doable. And like she has really gone over the fact that even before rehearsals started, she needed to be on a fitness regimen for 6 months to be able to get through like the rehearsals of everything. But I think often when you take these big risks like that, that is when you make something that is more profound than what it is seemingly that you are making. And this was something that, was it Amos that mentioned? I think it was Amos that said they were working on something that was more profound than music. And Taylor talked about the magic, and the second episode had magic in its title. And I think that's why Disney is like a perfect company to to put this out in the world, because yes, there are a lot of like scientific and economic and like mathematical things that can make an experience good and can make an experience important and memorable, but there are so many intangible things about the energy, about being in a crowd of that many people, about singing along to these songs that have a deep emotional place in your soul, about meeting people like you, about just unabashedly celebrating girlhood and not feeling like people are going to mock you, people are going to not understand you. So few people is that their norm, right? Like most people have some level of like, people tease you about the things that you get into a lot in your life. If you take things too seriously in other people's eyes, they are very quick to knock you off of that little podium of happiness, because people resent when you're able to be happy with things like this. Like, that's the truth of the matter. A lot of people resent us for being able to enjoy things like Taylor Swift and to get such profound benefit from it. But I've said a number of times that I think Taylor Swift's work especially, and pop music in general, is so much more than just music. It is the phrases that we sing along to as mantras, whether that be in our car alone in our room, or whether that be in a stadium with tens of thousands of other people. It is all of the friends that we are making on this journey. Like, especially in the performance Artlor space, we are constantly talking about the way that the friends that we have made in this community are some of the best, most important, most influential friends that we have had in a long time, because we come together on a lot of shared culture, shared belief in the value of found family and friendship, and like recognizing that that has so much, like, even if it doesn't have financial value, so a lot of people in the world don't value it, having friendship with other emotionally available people is one of the most valuable things you can have in your life. And I think it's so good that they are consistently bringing attention back to the magic, the intangibles, it being more profound than just music, because that stuff is real, it's important, it's valuable. And young people that are watching this, especially young musicians that are watching this, are going to internalize that. I'm very excited that each episode is going to give us at least one special guest. We've had Ed Sheeran and Florence already, and just, oh my gosh, Ed's voice with Taylor's, like them duetting together, like just casually behind the, it's so good. I so much want Taylor to do like an acoustics duets album. I just want her to sit down with a bunch of people that she's friends with and casually record some songs and not put too much production into it, and then release it in the world so we can have more little moments like that. But that scene with Ed in particular really was a good contrast between them talking about Southport and the tragedy that happened there, but also like her getting comfort from a friend of hers. Like, this is shortly after Vienna. She's talking about how the cameras were supposed to start following her at Vienna, and a lot of us had suspected that she had plans that were important for Vienna that she was disappointed that she had to cancel, and I think this really confirms it. But having Ed come in and just help her get back into the spirit, like musically, and also just seeing her like rationalize this anxiety, this panic that she's going through. I've spoken about how ever since TTPD, she has been a lot more open and a lot more like, obviously, I say performing mental health, and I don't want anyone to take it to mean that I think that the things that she's performing are fake, but like, so often we are told to internalize, shove down all of our negative mental health self-image, and definitely don't share it with the world. But seeing her like recognizing, like, she didn't say that it was an anxiety attack that she was trying to work, get past, but laying down, relaxing, listening to an audiobook, recognizing that like this feeling will diminish if I get back on stage and I, essentially get back up on the horse and I go back through my job and what I love about it again. And then it was just a really good juxtaposition of the flow of happy into sad kind of scenes that we were getting. I also thought that the use of B-roll was incredibly effective. There were a lot of things that they could have told us, but they showed us instead. And a lot of the things that we were seeing were both like in the fans, in the crowds, what the people out there were doing, but it was intermixed with things that were behind the scenes. People rehearsing, people like giggling and like having fun, people running into their quick change, like all of these different things. And it really gave a good sense of the emotional vibe, both like of the crowd and also the people behind the scenes. Like just seeing like people genuinely seemed to like their coworkers and hanging out with their coworkers, which is always nice to see. And I think one other thing that was really good at is when you are really good at something, you often make it look so easy that the people observing you think that it is easy. Taylor Swift made that 3.5 hours look very easy every night, and seeing the other side of it, seeing the rest, seeing the practice, seeing the rehearsal, seeing all of the things that she needed to do to get to that place, seeing behind the scenes all of these other people working to support her and to keep the whole everything going, it just really helped convey how big that scale was without needing, oh, so we do this for XYZ hours and we have these people doing this, that, and the other. It was a really good juxtaposition of like everything and cutting between like in front of the house and behind the house. It was a really good way of just like, I don't know, conveying the kind of hustle or haste or if vacillating emotions, is that the word that I'm looking for? Probably not, but whatever. I'm running on very little sleep because of obvious reasons with Blondie. And just in general, Eras Tour is a coordinated dance that dozens of people participate in, and that's not just the dancing on stage. It is all of the behind things. It is all staying out of each other's ways, practicing in the bathroom because you recognize that like it doesn't bother people as much, like all of these ways, and just seeing like people reflect on like how to get what they need done without necessarily negatively impacting the other people that they work with. That's always just like, it's very healthy workplace stuff to see. There's a quote that Taylor said in a voiceover: millions of stories and counter narratives all colliding in one place where we all feel safe to be demonstrative about a whole spectrum of emotion. So obviously I've been talking about how she makes people feel safe to express emotions, especially girly emotions, feminine emotions, things that often we are discouraged to do, especially in public places and spaces. There is a lot, like how many people had a video where they were crying at the Eras Tour go viral and have people just be incredibly rude? Like, people should be able to cry. That is normal. That is a normal human thing. And if you have a problem seeing people crying, or you think that people are only crying for attention, you are the person with the problem, not the person crying. But also it says so many things, millions of stories. I talk very often about the power of storytellers, about one of Taylor's greatest gifts is being a good storyteller and recognizing that all of these different people from all of these different walks of life are coming together, and they are like, they have their own story and their own thoughts and everything like that that they are bringing together. And then she said, and counter narratives, and I think that's very interesting. Especially nowadays, there is often disagreement between groups of fans about what each song is about, who each song is about. And a lot of people get very defensive of who they believe their choice is. And up until, I would say, TTPD, a lot of people felt that it was easy and we knew who all of these songs are about. And now it's really interesting to see the wrench that she threw in the works by hinting at this 10-year situationship, or hinting at relationships behind the scenes, and also hinting at things that are happening in the front maybe not being as real as things that are happening behind the scenes. Whilst fans may disagree on the internet with what songs are about, when they come together at Eras Tour, it doesn't matter what they think the songs are about. And a lot of times, like, one of the things that Taylor stressed to people at the Eras Tour was that, like, before Eras Tour, everybody had this idea of what muse and what part of Taylor's life this song was about, and Eras Tour was about making those songs about Taylor and the person listening to them more than any outside person. And I do believe that a lot of this is the prelude to her revealing Taylor Swift TM, the brand, versus who she is, the person inside, and all of that jazz. And she's already hinted at that a lot in both interviews recently and in the docuseries, I believe. And one thing that I really liked about this is how it both showed the like statistical, the like demonstrative, the calculable I'm sorry, the wording is not going to be the greatest because of the sleep not being the greatest, but y'all know what I mean, so don't judge me. I'm going to make up words. The calculable impact of the Eras Tour in terms of like the earthquakes from Swifties stomping their feet and dancing and things like that, but also in Swiftonomics, in the way that when Taylor went to these cities, tons of people flocked to those cities and tons of those people were spending money in those cities, and every city along the tour had an economic boost in a way that is very difficult to see in nowadays world. But also, Taylor didn't disproportionately overvalue that above the intangible, the not numbers, just the feelings of the moment, the feeling of being part of something big, the magic of it. Taylor didn't diminish the magic in order to boost up the economic or the physical impact that the Eras Tour had, and I think that's so important. And again, I think these are things that, as an artist that is like the biggest artist in the world right now, well, maybe not the world total, but in the English-speaking world right now, to do these things, to show these things, it is going to shape how future artists see so many things. And I also just love seeing how excited Taylor got after getting off the stage at Eras Tour, and she just like was positively giddy. And it is offensive to me that some people believe that she should put down the sparkly boots and jumpsuits and should just be a mom and 100% focus on that and not do the thing that she has loved since her childhood and get out there and perform. And it's very sad that so many people would rather see her in a subdivision with a baby on either hip next to Travis's side than on the stage at another tour in, another year or 3. Speaking of which, it has been interesting how little Travis has shown up by this point, and I definitely think that's on purpose. I think especially that advertisement that was very Travis focused is probably the large majority of what we are going to see of Travis in this, just because if you believe their schedules and their timelines, because they're not reliable very often. There was very little time spent together until after the Eras Tour, and that's another reason why the whole we're getting engaged and married just does not necessarily does not pass muster with me, especially with a woman that is 35 that has completely changed what she wants in a relationship. And but I think we got just enough Travis in the first episode that her fans will continue to watch it until I assume that he's probably going to get an episode at some point. In some juncture, he will be the special guest and they'll go over that. But it is interesting to me how similarly Taylor talks about Travis to the way Taylor talks about Cam. That's all I'm gonna say. That is all I'm gonna say. The one thing that was kind of sad about seeing the end of the Eras Tour is just seeing people okay, hug that guy. All right, you gotta go, go, go. And just recognizing so much of her life is go, go, go. And some people like that. Some people benefit from that. And I think being able to take her cats, who in a lot of ways are her family and her home, and also being able to take her blood family with her kind of diminishes the negative impact of touring. But you gotta think that especially with her parents getting older, her brother probably has something of his own life that he wants to do that doesn't involve touring. I mean, I don't know, maybe he really loves traveling around. I don't know, I'm kind of making assumptions because we don't know a lot about him. But just kind of getting stressed how much her job consumes her life. She unwinds by signing CDs, which actually, it makes a lot of sense. As somebody who used to do repetitive doodles when I was having an emotional moment and needed to wind down, it makes a lot of sense to me that signing albums would be kind of like her scribbling, doodling, but also being able to monetize it, which is always a good thing. But again, it really stresses this whole married to the hustle, married to the job. Her first love is her job, and that is one thing that this is really effectively conveying. She had some phone conversations with Travis that felt very scripted. I need to go rewatch it because a friend of mine pointed out that she was covering her mouth, and also her lips didn't look like they were moving the same way the words were coming out. So I'm curious to go back and rewatch that at some point. But both of those phone conversations felt suspiciously staged. That's all I'm gonna say. And here we are. You're probably thinking, oh, Erin is coming to the end of this. No, I want to discuss everything in episode one thing at a time. So one of the first things they discuss is like how many people that are involved with Eras Tour were told that their desire to do what they were doing for a career was a fool's errand. And like that, I really wanted to be a musician when I was a kid. I played cello a lot. I wanted to play guitar. I actually, at 41 years of age, started learning electric guitar because it was something that I felt was taken from me because of my parents' middle-class practicality, to be quite frank. But they really talk about the fact that every one of them was discouraged from pursuing their dream and told, like, if anything else will make you happy, do that thing. But if this is the only thing that will make you happy, pursue your career. And I do think that as Taylor and the people around her kind of grow and age and develop and things like that, that they are more kind of helping facilitate younger artists and things like that being able to have success in music. Like there's a whole, Jack and his sister and a couple of other people around him are working on those LGBTQ like recording studios that they're going to make available to especially people that are in like impoverished areas. I think that we're going to see a lot more of that in Taylor's future, like more, maybe not as openly. I do highly suspect that she has probably contributed behind the scenes to Jack's thing. I just think most of her charitable acts happen behind the scenes because no matter what charity she does, people are just going to use it as an excuse for her to do more. So we know that when she was visiting all of the different cities for the Eras Tour that she was donating to food banks in those cities, and in some cases was donating more than the governments of these areas were funding their own like food insecurity programs. So I know that there are a lot of things that she likely donates to that we don't know about. I also think that often having access to money and power makes it easier for you to hold the door open for people, and that there are some rooms that you only get into once you are a billionaire. Do I want billionaires to exist? No. In a world where billionaires exist, though, I want at least one in the room to have some level of empathy and concern for others. Another thing Taylor mentioned, and something that she's been talking about in a lot of interviews as well, as mentoring people and the people around her like all being prime candidates to mentor others. And I think especially like putting money into going to college for music is a very risky proposition, especially because the industry really likes young people. But encouraging more people to be mentors, encouraging the people around her to mentor other people, and also mentoring other people herself, that is another way at which she and the people around her can kind of shatter the glass ceiling, but also reach out with a hand behind you to kind of help the people behind you up the ladder. Like that should be the end goal. Making success and happiness and people's desired careers more accessible is always what should be the goal, I think. Another thing Taylor discussed is how people perceive the Eras Tour as pieces accidentally falling in place. Nope, plate tectonics. Basically, she believed that all of these separate forces came together when they were supposed to and just clicked and formed the Eras Tour, which I think is a really good way to look about it, especially because there is so much individual work that had to go in from each of the plates in this plate tectonics example. And again, it goes back to that whole concept of like when you're good at your job, things look effortless, but this wasn't effortless at all. I also liked how the first episode started with the end. We talk about bookends a lot. We talk about mirrors and inversions and all of those different like concepts, forms of imagery, symbols, literary devices, but bookends is a big one with her, but also starting at the end and working your way back forward. I think that it works really well out of continuity too, because you're kind of going back and forth between the beginning and the end in a really interesting way, seeing how everything developed, you know, in the long term. So now Taylor said that 2 years before this tour started, which would have been 2023, is when she got the idea. And a lot of us have an overarching theory that Taylor was probably working on Midnight's, TTPD, The Life of a Showgirl, and the Eras Tour all kind of at the same time or in succession, because all of these things reference each other in a way that seems like it could have only happened if it was pre-planned. And so I've spoken a number of times. I need to make the video on that. I was hoping to get it out before this aired, but I firmly believe that the meat and potatoes of Life of a Showgirl was written between 2016 and 2021, because all of the like cultural references and like pieces of slang are are from that era, and I think that she zhuzhed up some of the details for things that were a little bit more like that we could place to Travis or to Charlie XCX or whatever, and I think Ruin the Friendship is entirely new, but I think a lot of the meat and potatoes of that is old. Because I think all of these things were part of the process of Eras Tour being enormous, being this cultural moment, and Tavis is a part of that. Like, Taylor knows that people are more interested in her when they can see these torrid relationships that they perceive themselves as being able to get tawdry details from her music. Like, all of these things, those albums, this whole process, I believe, is something that she planned so that she could make Eras Tour as financially successful as possible so that she could purchase her rights back, because that has been such a big priority in her life. She spoke about how then two really bad things happened in quick succession, and obviously those are the sale of her masters to Scooter Braun and then 2020 and the events of 2020 that brought the world to a halt. And I speak very often about how a lot of times pop starlets go through things that are incredibly stressful, incredibly traumatic, and then they don't have any decompression time. They just are expected to get past it, get over it, move on. And that, I think, is incredibly unhealthy. And I think in a lot of ways that for a lot of people, 2020 was the first time that they ever could stop and could process all of the things that could happen to them and like what their response to it was, and could really start to heal instead of just compartmentalizing those things and shoving them back down. And I think that is why TTPD and Eras Tour is so open about the fact that there is, it's not named, but she's describing very clearly the impacts of living through traumatic things and having anxiety because of that and all of that jazz. But then she said something incredibly insightful, and it's really true, but it can be difficult, especially depending on where you are in your life. And I'm paraphrasing, but basically what she said was that, like, if you react properly to bad things happening to you, those things can be happening for you. And I agree, some of the best things that ever happened in my life stemmed initially from bad places. Like, there were several times in my life that my disability overcame my ability to function through it, and I lost the jobs that I had at those times. And at the time, I thought that that was really terrible, but it turns out that those jobs were what was working me to the point where I couldn't like function as a human being anymore. And I needed to get out of those environments, and I needed to start my own thing on my own, where I was my own boss and could really make sure that I'm using my energy wisely on the things that are important to me. And I think very often when you go through something really horrible negatively, and like, sure, sometimes things are awful and there is no upside, but the lessons that you learn from it and the people that you meet while you go through it can help fuel the next part of your life into something better than what you were going through. Like, I lost so many friends when I stopped working because a lot of people were just trying to maintain friendship so that if they wanted a job someday, they could work for one of the cool companies that I worked for. And like, realizing that, and then I came out as a lesbian, and 90% of the men that I knew stopped messaging me at all. That really stunk when it happened to me, and it was really hard to go through. But it really allotted a lot of space and time in my life for people that have more similarities, that understand me more, that are less work to be friends with, that are less transactional friendships. Taylor also talked about celebrating your past, and I think especially if you're a person that has had to reinvent yourself a number of times, and like a lot of times you can view those old parts of yourself as being lacking, as being lesser, but like when you learn to be nice and respect yourself and view your past self, your inner child, with compassion, and like recognize I was doing the best that I could with the knowledge and the circumstances and the access that I had at the time. Looking at your past can be really important in recognizing who you are going forward and like affirming that person and having that person be congruent with who you are and not who society wants you to be. A lot of my complaints with Tavis is that the version of Taylor that participates in Tavis is a version of Taylor that is conforming to everything that the world expects of her. Whereas when you see Taylor and when you get a glimpse at her and things like this, this, you recognize how much like a deviance or a defiance or like it's settling, it's a step down, it's a step back. It's a step into something and someone that isn't as interesting or as nuanced or as deep as the person that we've seen Taylor be in the past. But it also existed in defiance to a lot of, like, Taylor talks about, oh, Travis was everything that I wanted when I was 15. When she was 15 and when she was writing songs, they were fairy tales. She was talking about relationships that were fake. It wasn't until several albums later that she had gotten actual experience with romance and had learned the things that she needs out of a relationship. And one of them is you keep things secret to keep them safe. Taylor also was talking about thinking about all the different girls I was until I was this one, the cost benefit of reinvention. Like, yes, it is a lot of work, it is hard, but reinventing you can make you relevant with more people, with different people, can fuel you into different scenarios and different places in life. We frequently talk about like dress for the job you want, not the job that you have, and the way that people perceive you and the way that you move through the world kind of being one of the things that determines whether or not you are granted access to those spaces. But I also think it's relevant that she's talking about how that she's thinking about all of the girls she was before she was this girl, because of the fact that it really seems like a lot of her recent work has been her addressing previous versions of herself, especially her inner child and the person she was when she entered show business, when she first started being a musician and an artist and had kind of popular acclaim. That is something that myself and a number of other theorists interpret as meanings for many of her songs. So it's good to see that she was thinking about a lot of that stuff as well, because it really kind of affirms that that content is very likely in the music like we think it is. I took a note about how impressive like what we were seeing about the planning and execution of the tour is, and I honestly would watch documentaries about any individual department, any different group. Like, I want to see the musicians, I want to see the dancers, I want to see the audio people, the video people. I want to know what all of their responsibilities were, how they planned it, how it was all set up, because it's a very intricate machine, and like I can tell that. And the parts that we have seen already, and also things like we overheard Tree talking to photographers during the tour and saying like exactly what kind of photographs and what kind of footage and things like that Taylor was looking. Like, the way her brain keeps track of so many different aspects of things, not just doing that thing and making a perfect show in the moment, but also recognizing I'm going to want to preserve this forever, and I'm also going to want to preserve the making of this, and like having the framing of all of those things be so artful and so beautiful. Something I've pointed out a lot recently is that Taylor is really enjoying bringing more attention to how good she is at planning. It is like she finally feels like she can boast about herself and not have it taken in the worst possible interpretation. Like, I mean, yes, there are going to be some people that do that, but not the entire people or the entire media or anything like that. But just seeing her ability to put together things like this and to think through like the flow of the songs, what to cut, what to not cut, what imagery she wants to have on, costumes, like there are so many aspects. And sure, she is hiring people to do a lot of aspects of this. She's not coming up with her choreography on her own. She probably has somebody that's managing costumes who like she's giving a general idea to, and that person is fleshing it out. But having a vision and being able to communicate that vision clearly to others and delegate the tasks accordingly so they get done appropriately and everything is fine, that is actually more impressive than Taylor just doing it all herself. I'm sorry. Seeing the Eagle sweatshirt that she wore to the first day of rehearsals really confirms something that I've been saying for a while, which is like the erasure of Taylor Swift, the way a lot of things that were associated with Taylor in the past are now associated with Travis, whether that be the color red, she had that first, whether it be the letter T, it's been her name since birth, whether it be the Archer, it's been her astrological sign since birth, but also she was an Eagles fan, and now she won't find her in an Eagles, and I'm so curious, like, I very much suspect that this was done on purpose, because in the later footage we are going to see her in a number of pieces of Chiefs gear, but it is just another visual representation of all of the things that are in Taylor's life that used to be one way but have been slowly replaced by Travis's taint. Her crying the first day of rehearsals. I love her being so open about her emotionality and how that is an important part of what makes her a good artist too. Being in touch with your emotions, being really in touch with your emotions and feeling them deeply and being able to explain them and articulate them really well. Like, that is one of the things that makes a lyricist great, and that, I think, is one of the key strengths that Taylor has. She's not some person that is devoid of empathy entirely. I think that sometimes she comes off that way because in trying not to be that person that just cries publicly all the time and has people perceive it in a negative way, because we perceive people crying negatively even when they have very justifiably good reasons to be crying. But also, like, seeing her cry over not just negative things, but like how excited and how passionate and how like glad she is to be in the company of so many other people that are so talented and so passionate. Like, it's so good for her. And she spoke about how she likes to overserve the fans, to give them more than they need or more than they want. And and then she almost immediately afterwards says, like, you make a choice and then there's no going back. It's like, once you have committed all of the planning to this 3.5-hour thing, like, you can't go back on that. And if you can't deliver it, if you don't work out enough, if you don't practice enough, you have a Katy Perry situation where you kind of look embarrassing because you haven't gone through the choreography enough times to like know where the possible pain points are. And like, she just didn't look like Taylor and Beyonce both have like really like longer, very active movement kind of tour vibes. And when you look at them, they are both like very muscular, especially in their legs. And like, Katy just, she didn't have that muscle going into her own tour. And then the fact that there was enough demand for Taylor to fill 255 stadiums, and realistically, there still wouldn't be enough like performances, even if she did do 255 stadiums, because so many people want to see her as many times as possible. And we'll see her as many times as they can until the money runs out where they can't get tickets anymore, you know? Seeing this like lead up to the first Eras tour, it just made me like, I didn't go to Eras tour. I'm not a long concerts person. I am a don't spend more than an hour or two out of bed kind of person. And because of that, like, I have been a certain level of envious for people that got to go to Eras, obviously, but the people that got to go either the first time or the people that got to go the first TTPD set and not know what was going to happen, especially when the entire thing changed and it wasn't just shoehorning TTPD in there. And then one of the dancers, it might have been Natalie, was talking about all of the comparisons that people were making to the Beatles and MJ, which is like, I've brought up a number of times that the people that Taylor Swift is compared to are not Taylor Swift's contemporaries. Like, there are very few artists who have managed to get big and maintain a lot of bigness and also spike into the stratosphere at times. Like, there are very few people that have a career right now that are comparable to Taylor. And like I say a number of times, we are going to look back at Taylor the same way we look back at Shakespeare. This episode, they went into the Swift quakes, or the little earthquakes that were being caused by people's movements, and often on also the Swiftonomics of it. This was also an episode where they discussed the womanhood, the femininity, the friendship. It was more than a tour, it was a force that can be reckoned with. And I think those two things coming together, it really showed just how much a group that is predominantly young and like early middle-aged women have both economically and also just like emotionally. And I think that scares a lot of people. Like, so much of patriarchy is about making you ashamed of the things that are natural and normal and valuable about womanhood. We are made to feel shame about friendship with other girls, liking things too much, expressing our emotions in front of other people, when a lot of those things are some of the most important and valuable parts about girlhood. And even as a non-binary person that, like, I have a complex relationship with girlhood, it has been so healing to see girlhood through Taylor Swift and many Swifties' eyes, and to really work towards healing our inner children. So many people after TTPD really focused on inner child work and healing that part of themselves, and parts work, and so many other things that are concepts that are gone over in the album. And I think a lot of people didn't even necessarily recognize why they were having such a strong emotional reaction to it. They just leaned into it, and by processing the songs, they were able to, like, go through a sort of healing. And based on what I've heard from a lot of people about Eras Tour, I think going to Eras Tour and being around a lot of other people and celebrating all of those things with them is immensely healing as well. And I think that is what leads to things like Vienna and the Southport attack. People resent the fact that women can be happy without men, and like without relationships, without, like, there is so many benefits to female friendship. People are jealous of female friendship. The people that don't have it, the people that can't have it, they're jealous of found family, and that is very often a concept that is felt amongst queer people. These things, seeing a predominantly marginalized group of people coming together in power, in celebration, in joy, in girlhood, in peace, in joy, like, that makes a lot of people angry and a lot of people upset. And that is why, and I think that's why it's so interesting how they chose to segue into talking about Vienna, talking into Southport, you know, showing how Taylor truly felt in those moments. And I think it's good. Enough time has passed that that we're not going to, I don't think, hopefully, that we shouldn't have people saying, oh, what's Taylor have to feel bad for? Like, she didn't lose her kid or what have you. I think enough time has passed that people can recognize that those events were probably very scary and very awful for her as well. Like I said earlier, one thing that I say a lot about Ariana in Manchester is that, like, for a lot of years after that happened, she just work. And I really do hope, and it's kind of hard to tell because she's had a tremendous amount of output, but I really hope that Taylor has had some time to rest, to relax by herself, away from other people, to fully process everything that happened, both good and bad, on the tour, so that it doesn't become like stress or so it doesn't become a stressful moment that is just compartmentalized away, that can come back and strike when you least expect it. But also, when Taylor was talking about how she can't act scared because it's like, a pilot acting scared. When you act scared as the person that is commanding a crowd, that makes them scared. And so you have to be able to just lock it down for 3.5 hours. And even if you're crying immediately before you go on stage, your voice has to be flawless as soon as you get on stage, and your mascara can't be smudged, because it's so important that you don't seem anxious, you don't seem upset, you don't seem panicked or stressed about the situation, or else that will take a crowd that has spent a lot of money out of the moment at minimum. If not, will make them have anxiety, have panic on their own, overreact to something that's innocent because they're in a headspace that is perceiving everything around them as unsafe. The fact that Taylor and everyone around her recognizes that they are an escape for so many people, and I think escape is so important. Yes, there are people that dive too much into escapism and they use it to not confront the world around them or to ignore the world around them or what have you. But I think it is very important to have joy, especially during a time when a lot of people are trying to take joy from us. Joy is incredibly powerful because it keeps us going. It is morale that keeps us able to keep going forward even when things are not necessarily the greatest in the real world. And Taylor sees bringing out special guests like Ed Sheeran as part of that kind of like adding to people's joy by surprising them so they never know what to expect in a good way. And she talks a number of times about how much she loves a secret, especially when she's planned things out and she's kept things quiet for a while. She just loves having a secret. Fascinating that you're mentioning this, Taylor. Then there was the phone call with Travis and this kind of concept that her and Travis have the same job. And I get the comparisons. I get the similarities. I get the way that people might expect that that would make them compatible and understand each other's worlds. It just feels very forced to me. It just feels like this is something that is being done to sell this to the public, because I recognize that this is not, I recognize that people think it's suspicious that I like this guy. Like, that's the feeling that I get out of a lot of that. But I do think that for the people that are coming to this who love football, it is making them respect Taylor a bit more, especially because big football men respect Taylor and sees similarities. That said, I do think that there are a lot of elements, like how much work you have to do, how much dedication, how much you have to love it, and I think Cam was a great person to bring on to discuss that, since he is a dancer and his brother is an NFL player, and I do see the overlaps in like the way some things are the same, but also in a lot of senses Taylor is really deflecting and minimizing, and I hate when Taylor deflects and minimizes what she's doing, what her value is, her contributions, her skills, all of those things. Especially when she was talking about, oh, how could I perform in the Super Bowl because my gladiator boyfriend is going to be putting his life on the line. I mean, you were doing the Eras tour while he was in these same stadiums on the, okay. And I do think this is part of the performance. This is part of like how so much is being made about him, how so much of her is being minimized to seem like it fits him and what have you. But I also do think part of it is about like understanding that people are threatened by accomplished women, and that like if she deflects to her man, that she will be perceived as less threatening because they will perceive her as being controlled by this man. I also thought that this was interesting that this is the first time, at least to my knowledge, that she has ever said that she loves him on the podcast. He said he loved her a number of times. Do I believe that Travis and Taylor are likely some level of good friend, especially because they are both keeping each other safe in a lot of ways? Yes. Do I think that this is a romance of the ages and is being presented to us in a realistic fashion, and they are going to stay married for more than a couple months? No, I would not be surprised if this doesn't end up in a wedding, or if it ends in a wedding with a twist. There's somebody else involved, or it is a kind of symbolic wedding, or if there's no marriage certificate that actually gets submitted. That'll make a lot of sense. The whole entering into a contract with a man right after dealing with the consequences of a bad contract with a man, both of which that were things that were kind of like, I don't want to say rushed into, but like she was in love with this career idea, so she signed a contract that had terrible conditions for her, because most artist contracts do. And look, while men live longer if they get married, women live shorter and report less satisfaction. And personally, the second that I could figure out how to pay my bills without involving a man, and I didn't need a man for protection at work, the last thing I wanted to do was enter into a long-term contract with a man. No, I'm sorry. Amos was talking about Taylor's desire to conquer things and how it inspired him, and it's so good. I think so many people have horrible preconceived notions about Taylor because most of their opinions are formed from things like articles on Daily Mail and other kind of trash media. Seeing how the people that have known Taylor the longest, and my battery just died. Hopefully I didn't ruin anything. Seeing the people that know Taylor best talk about Taylor in such a respectful way, in a way that shows that they're inspired by her and she is inspired by them, like, I think that is really big into impacting how a lot of people who maybe don't have fully formed opinions about Taylor yet are going to view Taylor, especially if they're newer fans and haven't like just really thought about a lot of things much. So when she was talking about Rep and they started playing the music behind her and it said, "Girl, girl, girl," pow, in the captioning, I'm like, yes, I love that. I think that's very powerful, and I love that for her. I'm hoping I didn't screw my camera position up too bad. I think I kind of did, but oh well. And speaking of new Swifties, some of the interviews that were included in this first episode were interviews with newer Swifties, and I think that really encourages people that haven't been fans as long to still feel like valued parts of the community. So then we have the first performance since Vienna cancellations and how healing that is for Taylor, and how like getting through that performance, getting back up on the horse was something that was key for her. I think I agree, like if you have a bad experience with something and you like run away from that thing and let that fear fester, it can result in like severe lifelong trauma. I almost fell off a roller coaster when I was a child, and I didn't get on roller coasters for many years after that. And I think if I would have just gotten on another roller coaster and like dealt with the fear, I probably would have still continued to like roller coasters. Nowadays, I don't think they're safe enough because companies don't care about whether or not people live or die, so I would never get on them. But you know, for many years, I wouldn't have felt that way. Then we have a fan that says that like Taylor Swift doesn't feel like a real person. And we're going to circle back to this, but I want you to put a pin in that because I think that's a big common theme of a lot of things that Taylor is doing recently. Next, we saw her kind of working through what seems like an anxiety attack that was coming on by laying down, by listening to an ebook, by talking to her mother, and like seeing her like rationalize and recognize and understanding the impact that she has on so many people, and like fully understanding like how risky it can be really risky to have that many people together in a space, especially when there's a lot of people that have valid reason, well, valid in their own minds, reasons for disliking you. I don't think the large majority, like the Vienna people, had like legit beef, but they thought they did. The mental challenge of worrying about fans' well-beings and still being able to put on a show and like not psyching yourself out and like not having a full-blown like a panic attack, things of that nature. And again, I think it really normalizes people seeing even Taylor Swift has kind of panicky moments from time to time, and she needs to take a moment and relax and think about some other things. I think it's great for people that have anxiety, have panic attacks especially. She talks about how she can't relax, she's twitchy, she's fidgety. Like if you have like ever contained anxiety in your body, that is what it feels like. And I think her describing those things, those feelings, because a lot of people are not diagnosed with the mental problems that they have. And if they were, they wouldn't accept it. And I think just describing how it feels in her body and how she deals with it is so powerful for so many people who could benefit from seeing that. Ed then shows up and she says that the film crew was supposed to start following them in Vienna. She mentions that she didn't even make it to Vienna. She was on the plane on the way there when she found out, and they turned around. And she basically is like, you know, need to get through these shows to get back on the horse, but then I want 2 months just away from people. She talks about feeling hunted, and then Ed brings back the comment that we had from a fan a little while ago and says, you know, people don't see you as human. Like, they don't recognize and accept like the stress, the anxiety, the difficulty that she likely goes through every single day trying to put on the best possible performances with people, but also to keep people safe. And whilst there were a lot of hints to like different personas and like the real Taylor Swift versus the brand Taylor Swift, something that we've been discussing in this performance Artlor space for a while, but Taylor has really been leaning into a lot recently. But she says that she lives in a reality that's very unreal a lot of the times, and like the way she like handles all of these complicated feelings and then immediately just like snaps to it and is the person that she needs to be to perform, like just seeing her be able to switch so quickly from Taylor Swift, the person that's just about to have a panic attack. She had to calm herself down. She's kind of anxious going into this tour date because of what happened in Vienna and everything else that's kind of escalated in this kind of, these people want her fans to feel fear, and giving into them just lets them win, even if they didn't manage to get off the attack, you know? Then, for a long moment, we have this sign from a fan that says, "We can see you." And very often there is this belief that Taylor hates Gaylors, and I have said for a long time that Taylor made herself the sheriff of the Gaylor Park. Taylor is #1 Gaylor. Like, I'm sorry, she's writing that narrative. She showed that sign for a long moment that had the rainbow, it had the eyeball, it had the hairpin. I have talked a number of times about the meaning of hairpin drop and the number of times that Taylor has used hairpins both lyrically and as visual devices and things of that nature, and how important they are to the Sapphic community. And they cut to her and she's wearing the orange and pink bodysuit, and well, interestingly enough, I have a flag that's those same colors, and going from the "we can see you" to her in that bodysuit felt like it meant something. She had so much footage to choose from. The footage that she chose, she did so with intent, okay? I'm sorry. If she didn't want people to speculate, she wouldn't continually put little nuggets that are going to make people speculate, especially us, because they're using all of the symbols that we already recognize. And that was on screen for a good hot second, right? And after seeing the entirety of episode 1 up to this point and having it lead up to her going into like a montage of performing different songs from eras, the intro felt so epic, it felt so deserved, so earned after all of the hard work and the build-up and the emotions and the worries. It felt so earned at that moment, and it just like, it reminded me, it was like, and I think that was the intent. Like, the intent was to just quickly, hey, remember all of those times that you spent on grainy live screens watching this, or maybe watching it in person if you were really lucky? Put you back in that moment for a moment. It was so cinematic, it felt so Disney princess. The next episode really talks about magic and really kind of continues this visual conveyance of Taylor as this magical fairy tale princess, a Disney princess literally. And that montage of the Eras Tour is intercut with a lot of scenes of people behind the scenes, again getting us to understand the scope and scale of things without having to say it, just by showing us everything that's happening, little glimpses, so we get the vibe. And just, I love the way she made so many of her dancers and musicians and all of that jazz included in those clips. So it's really, yes, it is about her, but it is about everybody who contributed to that tour. Okay, so let's discuss the second episode of the Eras Tour documentary series. If this is the first time you're seeing me about this topic, I have done another video on the first episode, and before that I kind of went over a bunch of different observations that I had about both episodes, so I do highly recommend, if you haven't seen that yet, check it out. After this one, you don't necessarily need to run over there, but some of the topics build upon each other, and having both insights can be helpful, I think. So one of the things that I mentioned with the first episode is just like how much Taylor is a Disney princess, and like, yes, she's talking about magic, she's talking about all of these things that like the hard work that she has put into. And I think like as a millennial, like a lot of us grew up with Disney princesses on our mind, and especially seeing Taylor in the enchanted dress from behind, it really just strongly gave that Disney princess impression. And especially with this episode being about the magic of the Eras Tour, one of the things that I discussed in episode 1 was the fact that like Taylor was giving equal weight to the statistic, the financial, the economic, like all of those type of impacts of the Eras Tour, but also equally valuable, or even possibly more valuable, is the magic that was made in terms of like the social benefits that a lot of people got from it, the emotional benefits that a lot of people, it was cathartic for a lot of people, it was really healing for a lot of people, it allowed them to unabashedly embrace girlhood and femininity in a way that many of them hadn't experienced since they were children, or especially for people that are trans, or people that are queer and are like newly experimenting with girlhood and femininity as like a kind of presentation. It gives a safe space to do that. And one of the things that they mentioned is like what a concert could do if everyone was giving their all, if you assembled all of these people that are just like A-level incredibly talented people, everybody incredibly good at their own little discipline and what they contribute, and bring those people together and give them the freedom to just perform at their highest caliber. That makes an experience that is greater than its parts, that is greater than its financial value. Like, people are going to be talking about the Eras Tour in a very similar way that we romanticize and think back to Woodstock nowadays. But also doing so is a huge endeavor. It requires massive work by everyone involved, not just Taylor, but yes, Taylor, because many eyes are going to be on her. But it is a burden that everyone on the tour shares, and no matter what is going on, everyone there wants to blow the audience's minds. Taylor spoke about not wanting fans to leave unsatisfied or feeling like they missed out on something, and I think especially when you're making a concert that is that long, that encompasses that many eras, but also when you have so many songs and you have to leave some of them behind, it is a daunting undertaking. And especially adding the TTBD set, one of the things that she stressed is she didn't want it to feel shoehorned in. She didn't want it to feel like it was something that was just shoved in someplace it didn't belong, and that is a big reason that led to the complete reworking of Eras Tour to incorporate the TTBD set. And I think that's so fascinating, especially like how quickly it seems they were doing some of these things, like especially these special guests like with Florence, who wasn't used to doing choreography, but she came and she learned choreography, and like just, I think Mandy Moore is incredible. I want to discuss her more later. Like, just her approach to choreography makes so much sense to me as someone who has always struggled to learn things in an 8 count. We'll discuss that when it comes up. Again, Taylor was stressing that she loves having a secret. She loves being able to surprise her audience. She loves, even though it requires extra work to keep that secret, and that's something that we have been discussing for a while, that there is the very public Taylor Swift persona, the person that people believe Taylor is, but the person who Taylor actually is inside is a separate person. They have competing desires, they have competing needs, but also just the way she can make so much happen with so little time. And at the same time, it doesn't seem like these rehearsals, and obviously we're seeing a curated view of rehearsals. We are seeing what Taylor wants us to see, but in these moments when she's in these rehearsal spaces, it doesn't feel like she's putting on a performance. In those moments, she really feels like the most unguarded version of herself, like performing artistically, whether it just be practicing, whether it be shooting out ideas of like, this is what things are going to look like, this is what I want to happen, whether it be all of these different things, and people joke with each other and people laugh and people encourage each other. And when like Florence was doing everything well, you saw like everybody rush to hype her up, and like that seems to be the kind of environment that Taylor cultivates where she is. It definitely seems like the people that are around her, her dancers, the other musicians, everybody has a good time, even though they're working so hard. And like, if you get paid good money, you can tolerate a bad boss for a while. But many people can't tolerate a boss for an extended period of time, for decades of their lives. So many people are really just dedicated to the vision that is Taylor Swift and her touring act. Taylor mentioned how she basically has a little mental breakdown on stage with Who's Afraid of Little Old Me, and something that I've discussed with TTPD and with the TTPD set is the performance of poor mental health. Like, she isn't actively going through a panic situation the way she did in the first episode of this documentary, but she is demonstrating mental illness as part of her art because it is part of her experience with the world. Like, it is very profoundly difficult and stressful and traumatic to be a child celebrity. That is why so many of them fall to substance use and abuse. But I think also for a large percentage of Taylor's career, especially because of what happened with Britney Spears and with a number of other young stars who had like very public mental health issues, it seems like she always kind of dealt with everything that was going on inside her, either alone or in a fairly private manner. And we have in TTBD, you know, I was supposed to be sent away, but they forgot to come and get me. And I do wonder to what degree Taylor has struggled because of the fact that like there's so much evidence of like very genuine representation of mental health issues in her work. And I think seeing that in art makes a lot of people feel seen. A lot of people relate to that, whether they officially have a diagnosis of something wrong or what. And I think, again, because Taylor had described in such very like, this is what it feels like terms in the first episode when she's going through this kind of anxiety, like panic attack type situation, it makes it more acceptable for other people to accept and acknowledge that they have the same stuff, like, because, you know, Taylor Swift is going through it. But also it kind of is like her gingerly experimenting with like, hey, I'm not okay, in a way that doesn't provoke people to want to like put her under a conservatorship, which sadly a lot of people in the industry either have ended up under or people have tried to get them under a conservatorship. So like, it is very risky when you are a celebrity of that caliber to be open about your mental health to that degree. And I think a big part of how a lot of celebrities manage to avoid the kind of conservatorship trap is by still continuing to make money, still continuing to work through everything that you're going through. But I don't think we discuss enough the things that we expect a pop star to just go through and then the next night be able to get on the stage dancing, you know, without shedding a tear, no matter what she's feeling inside. And something that is so impressive to me is how Taylor is practicing a lot of the TTPD set to just count and her singing the lyrics. Like, she doesn't have the music because the music's not done yet, or because the music is still like, she doesn't want people to hear it, she doesn't want it to risk leaking, and just like being able to do that. And I think a big part of what makes her able to do that is how Mandy approaches songs and choreography with Taylor as not just like, this is an 8 count, like you would do with somebody who has a really big dance background, but as a like, on this lyric you're going to do this gesture, you're going to attach this movement to this word. And also I think that style can make the movements and the words feel more like directly like the moves are kind of illustrating or animating something that you're supposed to feel in that moment. She also spoke about how hurt she would be if she made all of these changes to Eras Tour and then people were like, oh, I like the old Eras Tour better. And I do think some people miss certain songs, especially Long Live, but I do think that overall she did a really good job. And like, as she pointed out, that is not an easy feat. Like, once people get attached to one thing one way, it is hard to get them to like it another way. And I do think that the only way she could have achieved that is the way she did, by completely reshaping the order of the Eras Tour. And I do wonder, because one of my theories that I mentioned in the first episode is I think that Eras Tour, Midnight, Life of a Showgirl, TTBD, I think a lot of that stuff was all happening in rapid succession at the same time at points in the like 2016 to 2021, but like mostly like the kind of 2020 2021 time period. So I do wonder, like, when she was shaping the beginning part of Eras Tour, if she wasn't already thinking about, I mean, because she was probably pretty far through TTPD at that point based on its release schedule. I don't know. It's just fun to think about. And she was so excited about all of the Swifties that got to see something that had never been seen before in Paris. And I think that's why that like surprise songs and things like that became something that both Taylor and a lot of fans started taking very seriously, because like, yes, it is great, the Eras Tour like set list every night, but also that little bit of variance, and also with Cam doing his little part in We're Never Getting Back Together, all of those little things, those little details make it a little bit different experience every time. All of the different costumes, it gets people looking, it gets people spending a lot of attention on Taylor, and in an attention economy, she is good at commanding our attention. And it is so rewarding for Taylor when a well-crafted plan comes to fruition, and because of that, that gives me even more confidence with Performance Artlor, because Performance Artlor, what we believe it to be, her having this whole storybook arc that she lives through in front of the media to tell a specific story with a specific message with the relationships in her life, because she knows that people are always most interested in the details of her relationship, not in any kind of parable she makes with fictionalized characters, not with any story that she tells about herself and just herself. Using the narrative of her life to impact others, to teach others valuable lessons, to start valuable conversations about relationships and settling and what we expect for women and what's healthy and what's not healthy and all of these things. These conversations have values for the fans to discuss. A lot of times when we're discussing things about our own lives, our own biases, our own trauma can impact how we interface with that knowledge. If we are discussing somebody else, a celebrity or what have you, and how they handle that thing in their life, how they go through it, it adds that level of separation that allows people to discuss things more neutrally. And if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, if people are willing to accept the bare minimum for this pop star who is ostensibly somebody that they love very much, what kind of standards are they setting for themselves in their own life? So much of what has happened with Tavis has been him taking over things that were hers, erasing her. We start off at the very beginning of rehearsal with her in an Eagles shirt, but we know that before the end of everything, she's going to be wearing a lot of Chiefs merch. Her personal style has changed a lot at the games to become more like a Football Wives and Girlfriends. The color red, the letter T, the Archer, all of these things that have been associated with Taylor since the beginning of her career or since her birth are things that are now associated with Travis Kelce. While meanwhile, what does he give her, and what kind of behavior is he displaying on the field? And if this connection is being made that he respects Andy Reid the way Taylor Swift respects her mother, and he treats Andy Reid like a hothead and goes off at him and shoves up against him, how is he going to treat Taylor when they're alone together? And I think these are discussions that a lot of people need to be having more, if not for Taylor's benefit and for the benefit of understanding that relationship more, but for the benefit of other people in their lives. And if there's one piece of discourse that I hate, it is him big man, she small girl. Okay, if he likes throwing you around and picking you up in the bedroom, how do you think he's going to react the first time he gets real pissed at you? A lot of people, as somebody who used to be the small girl in a lot of those situations, they very often, very quickly escalated to very dangerous situations. And not all men, but many, and especially men that are in a profession that rewards aggression and rage problems. Like, I'm just Just saying. Pulling off a performance that taught so many people lessons about relationships and having that level of secrecy would be such a huge matter of pride for Taylor. I firmly believe that. I have never been more certain of Performance Artlor, and I've been very certain of Performance Artlor for a long time. I absolutely loved the scenes of her coordinating with Florence. Like, even though Florence was uncomfortable initially, it's really clear that they quickly made her feel more comfortable, and that she was very excited about things like coming up out of the floor, and that, like, it was interesting hearing how they're both similar and how they're both different. Florence, like I have been pointing out a number of times, she pointed out the difference between like Taylor Swift TM / Florence and the Machine versus who they are as regular people, and she makes the distinction of like, I am a friend of Taylor's, like I've always known Taylor to be a cozy person, but when I was coming up out of that stage, I was like, oh, holy F, that's Taylor Swift. I think that's what she said. She may not have cussed. I think she cussed. Let me know. Correct me in the comments if she didn't cuss. And this was another time that Taylor stressed that everybody that she employs is the best in the business doing it, and seeing the way everything rapidly comes together and how well people execute on these instructions that they're getting from Mandy Moore, and seeing how well Mandy understands how to get the performance that Taylor wants out of Taylor. It's beautiful to see in action. And again, like, obviously they are curating what we are seeing of the tour and the practice and everything like that, but still, I think there's some things that are very difficult to curate, and I would be very surprised if the overall vibe of the room was substantially different when the cameras weren't rolling. I mean, I think maybe people would have joked around a little bit more, especially in more off-color ways, because that just tends to be what happens. People tell more silly jokes. But it just felt like everybody had a real level of comfort with each other, and it just feels very cozy. I understand why Florence associates coziness with Taylor. It was so interesting seeing them have to practice quietly because they're in an open air stadium, and like, people are outside waiting, buying merch and things like that. They might overhear you, and just again, that kind of doing extra work to keep a secret and keep it secret, keep it safe, which is something that I've associated with Taylor a number of times. She loves having a secret. But I really loved seeing all of the choreography and the stage work, and like seeing all of these people that have very complicated jobs and are the best at it and can make it look incredibly simple. I love watching people that are good at their jobs be good at their jobs, and there was a lot of this in the first 2 episodes. Taylor mentioned how her good friend Emma recommended Mandy Moore, and Mandy usually does more film and television, and so it makes sense to me that Taylor picked her, because Taylor is very interested in the graphics on screen and telling a story with that, but also in capturing the moment in video form forever. And I suspect that we haven't seen the last of content from Eras Tour. I would be very surprised if we didn't get some kind of live album, hopefully at the end of that would be so awesome. I would really love. You don't even have to produce them very much. Just give me all of the surprise songs and surprise song mashups. Like, since we are really understanding that everything that went into this was very planned, was very intentional, hopefully now people are going to be more willing to accept the fact that the surprise song mashups were saying things. They weren't just happy fun times that I'm gonna mash things together, surprise, that we're done. I think there's a lot more going on than a lot of people were willing to accept at the time. Then they spoke to Amanda Balin, one of the dance choreographers, and also became a dancer, and she is an older dancer. She had thought that she had retired, and one of the things that she was discussing is how hard dance is on your body, and the fact that, like, it is not a career that you do forever. It is something that you do when you are young. It is something that, it takes a toll on you, and then you move on to something else. And I think something that I stressed in the last video is how much of a focus Taylor put on all of her dancers and the other people that work for her, and that really gets them to be more household names. And this has been pretty consistent since the beginning of Eras Tour, is just how much of a deal is being made about these people. And some artists are very insecure about their talents. They don't want to be outstaged on the stage, and Taylor does not care. She just wants to put on the best possible show. She wants all of her dancers to outstage her at dancing, because she wants the best people working for her, and like that's why people like him and people like Amanda get to have like so much face time on this, but also just like such prominent roles in everything. And it's why so many of the merch things and everything in Showgirl era has been about promoting these dancers alongside her, to kind of give them access to future, like to clout, for lack of better terms, that helps them get different future opportunities, whether that be teaching or whether that be choreographing for dancers and whatever it may be. But also, Amanda was born in 1984. That is 5 years before Taylor. She believed that she was retired. The kind of unspoken statement is that like it is not just hard for the dancers to dance, it is hard for the performer as well. I mean, we saw it with Beyonce and needing her knee surgery and needing to kind of take it easy after that, and with Cowboy Carter, with Blue taking on some of the like most challenging and interesting dance segments to kind of let her rest her body. I think Eras Tour is probably the most physically demanding thing that we're going to see out of Taylor ever, unless like she just goes wild with things, which I mean, with her, I could honestly see her try and do something wild, but also it's very possible that this is the most physically demanding thing we ever see out of Taylor, and I understand her wanting to preserve that. And like one of the things that they said, I think it was about the Florence dance, was like a week ago this thing didn't exist, and just like it always boggles me how fast and how well they can pull this stuff together. They also talked about how dancers are an accessory to Taylor, and I think that you could take that in a bad way, but I don't think it's meant to be taken in a bad way. I think Taylor really understands the value for the storytelling, for the show that you're putting on, for all of that jazz, to having a bunch of dancers behind you, beside you, that are incredibly talented. And like there's just some things that you cannot convey with yourself alone. And especially with the TTPD set and how the dancers respond and react to Taylor, especially like Who's Afraid of Little Old Me, it's just so important to the overall storytelling of everything. And I also think that at times other dancers on the stage are meant to represent different versions of herself. I mean, we obviously have that with the glass closets scene with all of the different outfits, but I think at other times there are probably dancers that represent versions of her previous self or what have you. One of these years, I'm going to fully watch through it a bunch of times and decide what I actually think about that, but I have not had time yet. And also, TTPD set wasn't available. Something that you can really tell is that, like, the people that she works with communicate well with her. Like, they have a very casual kind of language, but they very quickly get each other and what they want and what they mean. And also, I just love the way that Taylor can really, like, say a couple of words and put a very specific image in mind. Like the one that she said was girl in an insane asylum / wood nymph, and that just very perfectly fits so much with TTPD, and like just so much it's incredible. And seeing that kind of like mutual respect, seeing that trust in people to do their jobs, like a lot of bad leaders micromanage and they don't communicate and they treat their employees like poo, and you don't see any of that. And something that was really key was the moment where they were talking about the choreography for Florida, and they had Florence and Taylor very separate from the rest of the dancers, and Taylor's like, well, wait, if I'm on this part of the stage and the dancers are on that part of the stage, the fans are going to be looking at me, they're not going to see the dancers. Like wanting to make sure, like, hey, these dancers are here for a reason, and their movements are so integral to the story that is being told and the art that is being produced. Oh, it's just beautiful. Taylor then discussed her feeling about dancers and how a lot of people, when they're hiring dancers, they want uniformity, so they hire exactly one type of person, and how she wanted to have a really diverse group of people because she wanted her fans to look at the stage and see somebody that they could, you know, feel represented by. And I think also it's really interesting, something that I pointed out in my Fearless Cardigan video, is that for a long time Taylor didn't use models for her merch. She just used flat lays and things like that. And then, like, right after the whole inauguration and all of the anti-DEI stuff, Taylor decided that she was going to start using models, and she's been using diverse models across all of her campaigns for merch ever since. And that includes using the dancers on a lot of Showgirl merch in the campaign for that, and also having dancers, Black women, on the cover of one of her variants. Like, that is just especially to those dancers, that is such a huge opportunity for their career. Their faces, their names are going to stick in people's minds. It's going to help them get jobs. It's going to help them have the best career possible. It really does feel like Taylor is looking out for the people that work for her as individual people that have goals and have futures and have other things that they want to do, and making it easier for those people to do those things by getting them face and name recognition, and also by giving them, in the first episode, which seems to be life-altering amounts of money. The amount of money is concealed because people are always going to say it's too little, the way they are with everything that Taylor does, but you can really see by the way the dancers all reacted and musicians all reacted in that scene that this was not just like a casual 5% raise. And to stress the importance of all of that, they then interviewed Cam, and they're talking about like his experience as a dancer in a larger body, and the way that a lot of his teachers growing up treated him really terribly about it, and how like he had never allowed himself to believe that he was ever going to be able to do something like be a dancer on a stage at like a major thing like that. But then he had gotten sent the opportunity for the casting, and it was very private. It didn't say like who or what it was about, but he had a very strong feeling that this was something that he needed to do. And even though he didn't have money, he reached out to his brother, who is an NFL player, played on the Chiefs for a while, Colin, and he asked him like, hey, I think this is really important. Can you cover my airfare to this audition? And they showed his audition, and like it's very clear, like he is so talented, but like actually getting to hear him speak and to see like how he thinks and how he feels about things, he just genuinely seems like the type of person that really deserves the attention and the spotlight that Taylor has put him on. Like the way he talks to his mother about the sacrifices that she made and the ways that those sacrifices allowed him and his brother to succeed, and like it kind of also brought together this mentality that like artists and people that are pursuing artistic careers like dance or music and athletes, there are a number of similarities, right? Like you really have to be committed to doing what you want to do early in life, and often your parents have to spend a lot of time, and to get your best opportunity is a lot of money, getting you into the schools and, you know, whatever it is, to learn the skills that are going to get you access to the kind of career that you want. And also, I thought it was interesting that he's kind of talking about, like, you know, his mother is getting older. She was in a wheelchair for part of, but she was talking about how she was going to dance at Eras Tour. And as somebody who is occasionally a wheelchair user because of my own POTS and other assorted issues, like, I really related to her. But also, I related to this concept of, like, as you get older, you kind of take over a different role in your parents' life, especially as they get sick. I live with my parents. My parents are very important to me. Like hearing Taylor talk about her mom and her dad getting sick really tears me up, because I feel very similar with my parents when they have health issues. And just like getting to that point where like they're older and they're like, you're doing more. I can't even talk about this subject, but just seeing Cam and his mother and the way he just is so emotionally like mature and available to her, and that's just so beautiful to see. And like the way that they can express their emotions and their fear, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Every single time it cut to Cam or his mother, I just started sobbing again, because it very much seems like he's a deserving person. And it really also went to show, like, when you give a massive bonus to your dancers or what have you, it has an impact on their whole family. And like it allows people whose families likely needed to sacrifice a lot so they could get where they are, it allows them to kind of pay back something in return, even if it's not like monetary, even if it's just opportunities to come view the Eras Tour and dance around. And I love them so much. I've always adored him, but like he's one of those people that the more I learn about him, the more I'm like, tell me everything. I just want to know, what do you like? What books have you read? What movies do you enjoy? You're such a fascinating individual. Then Taylor was talking about how Cam really lights up the stage and the whole vibe of the tour. And the way that she talks about Cam, it just reminds me of the way that she often talks about Travis. That's all I'm going to say here. And she then said that like she doesn't want the dancers to blend in. She wants the dancers to stand out. And I love that. And the thing that I really love is that this is coming out when the tour video is being made available. So that really gives the cue to people to look at the dancers more. I think a lot more of the storytelling is happening in the dancers' movements and when they come in and what they're wearing and all of these things more than a lot of us have even had time to think. Like, I think we are going to be dissecting Eras Tour and all of the little Easter eggs inside of it for years now, because I think it is one of the most Easter egg laden things. And I think in a future episode, Taylor is going to reference that a bit more, obviously. I hope she talks more about the visuals that are on the screen, because they are something that captivated me throughout a lot of my watching the Eras Tour streams, grainy streams. Cam was also talking about how this made him aware of everything that he had available to him now. Like, this was his Super Bowl. There are so many options that he didn't even think of for his career before, because of how downtrodden he had gotten over the way he was treated by so many people in dance. And it really just goes to show that it just takes one person really believing in you, and it can make a huge change in somebody's life. I think having the right person believe in you at the right time is something that is immense for so many people. When Taylor was writing the individual letters and stamping them with the little wax seal, I just couldn't help but think about how, like, Taylor seems to really want to ensure that her employees not only leave with like good memories of the experience, but also like good mementos, good things to like. I talk a lot about how an item can just instantly transport you, and Taylor's even talking about this in her own music, about like finding, you know, items that were an ex-lover's, and the way that that kind of added realism to something that started feeling fake in her own mind. And I think, especially if you've had like a whirlwind tour or something like that, it can feel fake in your mind after you're all done with it. It can take a while to process, like, hey, I actually did this is real. And like having just little mementos and little moments and the videos and all of that to remember by is going to be so valuable for all of these dancers and other crew members as well. I'm so curious about this tattoo that her audio guys got of the like 152 Cruel Summer performances with the Grim Reaper. I guess they're saying that the song almost killed them. I'm curious if that song, if like the audio is very challenging, or what about that made them choose that tattoo, because putting that in there just feels like a very deliberate Easter egg reference, and I'm so curious to understand it better, and I hope that we get more information maybe from those audio people directly. One of the hardest things about having a really hard job is if you have a boss that minimizes the hardness of your job, that is like, oh, you should just be able to do that easily, or why is this taking you so long? This isn't that hard. And Taylor is not that kind of boss at all. Taylor is very much the kind of boss that recognizes what her employees are doing is hard, and she really just wants to try and help support them be the best artists that they can be themselves, which I really like. And then we had the scene with the bonuses, and we didn't get the dollar value because, again, people would have reacted poorly regardless of what the dollar value was. And what was more important in that moment was how all of those people reacted, how much of a life-changing thing it was for them. And I think all of these things, casting more diverse dancers, giving big bonuses when you're having a really highly successful tour, things of that nature, when you have somebody that is the largest, one of the most famous artists doing that, they are setting a good example for other people who are seeking to get to their levels. Other people are going to take it more seriously, how much money they're giving their dancers, which dancers they're hiring, because they see Taylor doing it. Especially younger people that are just, 10 and 11, and they have their guitar and they're watching this because they someday want to be like their hero Taylor Swift. And it implants in their mind how important it is to have the right people around them, people that are very capable, people that are very diverse, that can be very representative for the audience that they intend to attract. And I think that that is going to really change how a lot of people approach the industry. It may not happen immediately, but I do think in a period 20 years from now, we're going to be looking back at Taylor as one of the big figures that changed a lot of what we are, expecting of big artists when they go on tour. Most people that are employed in the arts are somewhat starving artists, but that stereotype doesn't have to be true. That is a stereotype that was put in place so that like recording industries and other big, corporate conglomerates can get away with taking most of the profits of their artists. I know Taylor has said that she wouldn't want to do it when she's still performing because if she did it, she would want to put her whole focus into it. But I think Taylor having her own label where people got their masters by default and people were paid fairly and they didn't have to tour themselves to death. Like the reason so many old artists are constantly on tour is because their medical expenses are high and their income and their earnings from their music residuals is low. And I discussed earlier how Taylor mentioned that she struggles when choreography is like an 8 counts, and she does best when you associate the choreography with the lyrics and the songs and things of that nature. And I think that very often people can have this idea that there's only one right way to learn things. There's only one right way to learn dance choreography. If you don't know the counts, what are you even doing? And I think that showing that people can execute, and also like Taylor was pretty renowned for being a not great dancer, and she kind of owns that, and she kind of owns the fact like she wanted to be better at choreography, and she picked somebody who was really good at adjusting to and working with her style so that she could learn things in her way. And I think that that's just, again, it kind of goes along with everything that Cam said. Like, so often the industry, artistry is viewed as this, there is exactly one right way to do something and all other ways are seen inadequate. And there's only one right type of person who can be this, that, or the other in artistry. And if you're not that type of person, you're SOL. I think all of this has really shown that even if you initially struggle with some things, that if you keep trying and if you learn different ways, that you can learn things. A lot of times we feel that if we don't learn these things by the time we're in our teens, we can't learn these things, especially music and playing instruments. I was told basically that if you want to be any good at an instrument, you had to learn by 13 because it's so much more challenging to learn after that. I am learning electric guitar at 42. I started at 41. I have brain issues, I have hand issues, I have back issues, I have wrist issues, but I have a good teacher and she really works with me to work to my strengths and cater to my strengths and to orient things about that and to kind of compensate for the areas that I'm not as strong. So after everything with Cam and his mother and how like just beautiful their relationship is and how much I love them so much, we have Florence, the performance of Florida and just the way she emerges from the stage. And you can see that she's nervous before, which it's so beautifully human. It's seeing so much beautiful humanity out of these people that are ethereal visions. Like when she popped out on stage, it was just, and she speaks of the person and the persona and like, I just like flipping that persona on, and it's so fascinating watching them like as they come out of the stage, just being on it in a second. It's so fascinating to me. The persona is huge. The person is soft. When we are alone, when we're with our family, when we're just friends, it is cozy, it is comfortable, it is very witchy. That's not what they said, but that's the vibe that I get from a lot of it. But then they click on that persona and they're the public figure again. When we're together, we're silly and goofy. The crowd, the love and the vibes, the joy and shameless femininity. That's a bit of a paraphrase of what I didn't even jot down whether it was Taylor or Florence, but I could see it coming from either. And just like, again, the way they were hyping each other up and like just, there are so many opportunities where people could feel threatened, where people could feel insecure, where people could do things that are not necessarily beneficial for everyone involved, but they just keep hyping each other up, and it's so great to see, and it is such a great example to represent for so many people. Then we see Cam's mother both dancing to Love Story and also recording his little part in We Are Never Getting Back Together, and just seeing how excited she is for him, seeing how much she loves him is just like, It's so beautiful. And I think especially like a lot of people believe that like coming out of the closet, things of that nature is always going to be something that causes you to like lose your parents or to have like a strained relationship with them. And yeah, that happens to a good number of people, but also a good number of people are accepted and loved and supported as well. And like, it's just setting such a great example. Like, I think so many people are going to see these episodes, and just the examples that are being set and then what is being defined as normal in this space is going to have an impact. It is going to change people's opinions about things. Florence talked about being inside versus being outside of a cultural moment, of how like before, like she had attended Eras Tour like as a visitor, as a guest, as a fan, but then like stepping into it, becoming part of it, like this big cultural moment, how big it felt. And everything around Eras Tour, I can't remember if I said it in this video or the last, I believe is going to be our generation's Woodstock, a time and a place and an experience that a lot of people think about, talk about, look back on for years. We already reflect very fondly on things like Reputation Tour, and I think that this is even bigger, even better. It is even better preserved. Like, the quality of footage is incredible. I really hope we get some albums of the music, especially the surprise songs. And then at the end, after all was said and done, Taylor said, I really hope they got what they've been waiting for, what they've been saving their money up for. And just like the pride and satisfaction that was like evident in her as she's leaving Eras Tour. And just, you know, she spoke about how she used to like be worried that her fans were leaving and they didn't have the best experience. She was watching them leave, hoping that they had a good experience. And with Eras Tour, she just knew everybody had a good experience. And like, I think Taylor recognized but still managed to be very humble during this huge cultural moment. And I can't wait to see what's next. I'm so excited to talk about episode 3 of End of an Era. So in this episode, a lot of it was focused around the kind of break between the European tour and the last leg of the US tour. It focused a lot on how all of the cast and crew really spent time with their families, how they relaxed and unwinded. It really showed us the sacrifices that all of these people make to be there, before then showing us the kind of process that everybody went through to get back up to speed after that couple of months off. And again, I am really loving these episodes. I'm really loving how much she is focusing on people that a lot of people wouldn't focus on. Like, I can't think of a large number of like documentaries or things like that where artists have focused not only on all of the like cast and crew around them. Like, that level is kind of to be understood. I apologize, there's a plane going on over right now, but I have too much to talk about to stop right now. Regardless, seeing everybody's family, seeing things that Taylor made for their kids, like, so much of this just really goes to show the extended sphere of Taylor's direct influence, right? Because I've said a number of times before that when you're a big artist like Taylor Swift, you're not just making decisions for yourself. You are making decisions for the hundreds, if not thousands, of people that have a job directly working for you, whether that be the people at the label, the people that you're hiring as musicians, the people that are coming on tour with you, all of your PR, all of the just like business and organizing. Taylor probably has like house managers and people who manage the vault of her old costumes and where it's all loaned out to. There are so many people that are dependent on Taylor, and it's not just the people that work for her. It is all of those families that are dependent on the income that comes from them working with Taylor, right? So it's really making a lot of the like direct and indirect influence, a lot of people we wouldn't necessarily think about, kind of getting their time in the light to reveal what is not just going on behind Taylor, but also what every artist that size has a huge army of people that are just helping them, supporting them, doing whatever it takes to make them the best artists they can possibly be. Often when we think of artists, we don't necessarily think of like leadership and being able to like delegate responsibilities to a team as being a massive skill that an artist needs to succeed, but you really get to see in a lot of ways how Taylor is a boss to so many people, how she's a leader to so many people, how her ideas and how her leadership and how her example spreads both directly and indirectly smooth with the people that she works with. We also got to see Taylor do try-ons, including the fabled gold rep outfit, and that was really interesting to see, especially like the will it or won't it of it fitting. And I have questions about that. We're going to discuss that all later. Episode was called Kismet. Kismet is like destiny or fate. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but we're going to use simple stuff for here. And it starts out with showing scenes of Taylor when she was very young. And I thought it was very fascinating that the whole of this episode was about her career, her touring act, the things that she did for work. It's clear that that is what she sees as destiny. And I know that a lot of people see being in a relationship as the thing that Taylor sees destiny attached to, and I don't honestly think that's the case. And it starts out with Andrea talking about Taylor, and it's fitting because she is really the person who seems to know Taylor the best and has for the longest. When Taylor was very young and starting out, Andrea would drive her everywhere. So throughout the years, she has become more than just a mother and a manager. She's also a sounding board. She's a second opinion. There are so many ways that Andrea is important to Taylor's life. And we have heard a number of times, like Soon You'll Get Better, when she's talked about that song, she has spoken about the way that her mother's battle with cancer really made her stop and recognize just how much she needed her mother and her mother's input in her life, and just how lost she would be if she lost that. And while Andrea was discussing how Taylor has always known what she wanted to do in her life and how she has always known that that was going to involve hard work, the song Invisible String was playing. And I do think that there is like a romantic interpretation of Invisible String, but I think that there's another way to consider that song. And I think also just the concept of an invisible string, like that destiny tying you to your fans, tying you to your future career, things of that nature. Andrea also specifies she never heard Taylor talking about fame or money, and honestly, it never really seems like those were things that Taylor wanted. I mean, she came from a family that had enough money. She didn't really know scarcity to have. I mean, sure, some people come from money and still desire a lot of money, but like, also, a lot of people that come from money realize they have it and they don't think about it so much. But also, fame has seemingly been one of the most challenging aspects for Taylor to deal with. And it isn't something when you were a child making your first contract at 14 with the industry that you're going to think about. There's no way, there's nothing that can really fully prepare you for that, or at least there's nothing readily available. You really have to make connections with other people in the industry who have gone through the same things that you have in order to kind of have that sense of normalcy or stability with your life when you've kind of like gone through a kind of a whirlwind. Taylor got very big very fast, and Taylor really she was on the news before her first album release. If you weren't an adult when Taylor first started her career, you may not remember that we were following her, the news was following her around school before she even had songs released, albums out, just off of her getting the deal. And it really seems like Andrea was good at marketing her as the next big country music thing, and that really was manifested into what Taylor's life has been. I am sorry, we are probably going to have to deal with planes a bit because there's just too many going over for me to stop every time one happens. I will be here all night. So I apologize if there's plane noise. Just like it. Learn how to like it, I guess. Andrea also talks about how for Taylor, the thing that was most interesting to her was for her to sing her songs and to hear other people singing back. And I think for a lot of performers, that is a big motivator. A lot of times that is the kind of thing that you have a love affair with. You have a love affair with having this music that flows through you and that connects you to other people. Andrea spoke about how the theaters kept getting bigger and bigger, and how even through all that, they had never really considered that it would one day come to be Eras Tour and everything that Eras Tour was. And as Andrea said that, they cut and they showed Eras Tour in its full glory, and just cutting like very quickly between early scenes in Taylor's life and then where she is now. It's just remarkable to look where she came from and like how she got there and how quickly she got to a lot of feats. We see the empty stadium, we see everything getting packed up, and we see the notice that things are going to be shipped from Europe back to the US, and this represents a rare break for Taylor and for everyone. And Taylor speaks about how bone tired she is. And one of the theories that I have is that the life of a showgirl wasn't necessarily created during the dates that Taylor says it was. And honestly, just going off of how much stuff she had going on and how tired she was, I don't know how she was doing it all. I really genuinely don't. It really seems like a lot, and those planes really seem like a lot too. And I apologize, I'm gonna read out of this more, because I think that'll be easier for us all. And also just showing everything being packaged up, it really represented a lot of the work and the people that don't necessarily get a lot of thought from the average fan. Fans don't think about how much time breaking things down and shipping things from one end of the world to the other really takes in the grand scheme of things. Taylor said that it was really important for them to have this break because it allowed them to recharge energy and passion so that by the time they were back in the US, they were fired up again. It is a show that has a very intense energy, but that intense energy in big part comes from the people performing. If everyone is exhausted, especially if Taylor's exhausted, it kind of makes it a little bit harder to put on the type of performance that Taylor likes to give. And that's when it goes into a lot of those scenes where you see everything and everyone that's being sacrificed all of the time, all of the families, all of the things that all of these different people value. You see Amos and his kids at home, you see Matt the drummer with his family, you see Jesslyn and she's talking about how she loves her job, and then like she returns home and she's not necessarily sure what to do at first, because when you're on tour for that long period of time, you have a very set schedule. You have people that are like, these are your rooms, this is your bus, this is what your food is for the day. All of those things are kind of prearranged for you. You don't have to do much except, well, I mean, you have to do a lot, but everything that you have to do is just really focus on your job and being the best that you can be. And when you get back home, there's that kind of like post-show haze. And I've experienced that kind of like post-big event depression before, and I can only imagine that for performers, especially at the end of a really big show where you've kind of formed a family with everybody that you're working with, I can understand that kind of being hard on somebody's mental health as well. I really am glad that they have managed to stay working on things with Taylor so that they could kind of continue their friendships and everything they formed. Because like that was really the thing about this series that has impressed me so much thus far. Just like, yes, it does feel like a family, and very often in businesses that can be toxic, but it doesn't always have to be. We see Karina excited for break so she can practice. We see this slow shot of Tamia coming in wearing Taylor's Wango Tango rainbow outfit. We see Max missing his significant other and dog, because even the non-human family matters, and obviously Taylor, as a very much cat lover, would recognize that. She tries to take her cats with her everywhere, but I'm sure she can't do that with all of the international stops, especially with places like Australia. Kevin and Taylor Banks were also talking about how challenging it is to go back to just adulting after being on tour. Then we switched to Taylor looking at the new costumes with her stylist, Joseph Cassell. He has been working with her since she was a teenager as well. And Taylor, very deliberately, the first one she grabbed was the orange and pink one, and she said sunset, knowing well a lot of us call it something else. And agreeing that that one has to be first for obvious reasons. She's also talking about the power of nostalgia. If you were 12 during Red, you're going to remember certain things you saw and felt. It is my job to bring those feelings back. Wardrobe is one way to do that. I really think like wardrobe is a way to put yourself into a character, a way to put yourself into a frame of mind. People perceive you differently when you're dressed differently. Like I just think the Reputation set songs wouldn't necessarily work as well in Lover bodysuits or the Evermore set dress. Like there are just having the right outfit for the right occasion, the right opportunity, it can really help your creative vision, your storytelling work more effectively. But also, it can really be nostalgic. It can put us back to a previous place in time. I have loved going to Renaissance Festival. I have done some kind of like SCA historical reenactment type stuff, and it's really shocking how much like putting yourself into old-timey clothes can make you think in a different way about how those people lived their lives, because you're going through the different steps differently. And Joseph said, Eras Tour is about the fans. The reason I can do my job so well is because I'm a fan too. And he speaks of this organic way that he and Taylor work together and the secret language of sorts that they share, which I think might be a certain type of flagging. Just a thought I had. He spoke of how she'll pull an image and share it with him, and then they cut to the Fearless tour where Taylor is speaking about finding 50 outfits and sending them to him, and how she wants all of her acoustic set dresses to be like 50s vintage pieces. And I love all of the footage of baby Taylor. I'm so glad that she has all of this stuff back and that she can more effectively tell her own story now. Like, a lot of this stuff is stuff that Taylor lost access to when she lost access to her master's rights. It seems like all of the work she did under that label, whether it be working on merch, whether it be like the videos behind the scenes, it seemed like all of that stuff became Scooter Braun's once she ended up losing her master's. Joseph said that one of his goals with this tour is to be reflective and sentimental and to tie in designers that Taylor has worked with in the past. Taylor talks about, yes, her feet do ache at the end, but like, these are Louboutins. It is a privilege for these feet to ache like that. And I'm sitting there thinking like, you're definitely making a choice wearing Louboutins, wearing red bottom shoes. A lot of us think that that is linked to the red shoes, the yellow brick road, the Wizard of Oz of it all. But definitely like dance shoes, Laducas, are designed to be danced in all day. I'm hoping because these are custom made that they are a little bit more comfortable than regular Louboutins, but they're not. Those are shoes that you wear to attract, to have a certain appearance, not necessarily to be comfortable on your feet all night. So I really do hope they are in some way modified. Then, in a segment that a lot of the cosplayers are going to appreciate, we got close-ups of some of the outfits in particular, and I know that a lot of people are going to be discussing which outfits we saw and why for a while, but we saw the Andro Flag surprise song dress, the A Lot Going On at the Moment red shirt, Old Stinky, the yellow 1989 top, the blue and pink lover bodysuit. The surprise song dresses are made by Roberto Cavalli, and because they are designed to be put on under the stage in the dark, it fastens with Velcro, and it amazes me that they went through all of those 20 costume changes every single time, and like most of the dancers change at the same time too, or a lot of them do, and just the fact that nobody ended up on stage wearing something they were supposed to, or not covered, or was late to the stage, and I couldn't even be counted on to do that, to end up on stage in the right pieces at the right time. Joseph spoke of the video for 22 and how he remembered it like it was yesterday, and it's just so cool that all of these people around Taylor have so much nostalgia around the things that she's done. He pulled out Old Stinky, or the Red Reputation. I just should stop calling it that because it's absolutely cleaned to some degree. It probably doesn't stink, or if it does, it smells like vodka or vinegar or something of that nature. But he was pointing out that it was hand beaded, and the beading on that was incredible. There was so much going on last night that I forgot to mention one of my favorite things, which is this art piece that was featured in the episode when Taylor was trying on the Rep bodysuit. And it was a great example of parallax, something that we have been tracking, which is this concept, to simplify it, that things appear different when appeared from different directions. And when you look at this from the left, it says love wins. And when you look at it from the right, you just see the American flag. That is like just such a brilliant example of artistic statements being made. And also not really the type of artwork that I would expect the average straight ally to have in their place. He showed the second era of the 1989 tops, which I really love them a lot more than the original ones. I liked the original like two-piece 1989 set when it was all that we had, but once we got the new one with that panther head, and we finally got like a really good clear close-up of the panther head, I know the cosplayers are gonna love that. Joseph also talks about the lover bodysuit and meeting with Versace in Milan, and she was trying on the orange and pink lover bodysuit with the orange and pink man jacket and declaring it her favorite. The orange and pink one is famously a fan creation. It was created by Gaylor. Y'all like to like she hates us. But Taylor has spoken about how she had seen fan creations online and she had sent them to the designer to create, and that is the only thing that we can track down that a fan had made some sort of image about. about that Taylor then created. When Taylor is trying on the orange and pink lover bodysuit, she talks about how the lover bodysuit, how just it's covered in crystals and how the way the lights reflect off of it, and it's a very mirror ball moment. And like so many of those costumes, the sequins, like, yes, it is to be bright and shiny and because she likes sparkle and things of that nature, but the symbolism of like the being a mirror ball and being reflective of what people expect of her, I love how everything is pretty, but also everything's symbolic at the same time. And one of the ways that Taylor spoke about costuming specifically helping her out is the fact that when she gets a costume that is really nice, she kind of perceives that costume as being above her level, and she feels like she really needs to put in the work to be at that costume's level, which I think is also kind of her deferring, her not necessarily taking her flowers as much as she could, but I also recognize that a lot of the reasons that she defers is because she recognized that people are kind of put off when a woman actually celebrates her achievements. One of the things she said in that orange and pink bodysuit is it somehow heals me from having the stomach flu. Stomach flu we occasionally connect to her vomiting up the blurple glitter in the scene from the Anti-Hero music video, and perhaps because the glitter is on the outside, she doesn't need to have the stomach flu where she vomits up the blurple glitter. We saw another coat option for the TTBD. I am so glad she went with the coat she did. Like, yes, there were elements, it wasn't as militaristic, I can see that maybe possibly being more palatable for some people, but just the way that white military style with all of the braiding TTBD shirt or jacket looks, it was the right call, and I think everybody knew it the moment she tried it on. Joseph spoke about how he picks these things thinking about Taylor's reaction, and he doesn't necessarily think about the fans' reaction, but then he goes to the shows and he sees the crowd and he sees tons of people in these costumes that he helped, design and create, and, obviously he wasn't at the designer meeting and everything like that, but he is the one that is conveying the creative vision. Like, he does a lot of fascinating work for Taylor. I generally love the way he styles her. I know that that is a controversial statement, but I approve. He said, the commitment fans have is beyond the music. There's a connection on a deep soul level with Taylor. We then go into trying on the gold Reputation bodysuit, which was even more beautiful in this. Oh my gosh. And we got like so many clips in like high def in the rain show. Oh my gosh, it was gorgeous. The costumes generally mean a lot, but Reputation was monumental. When she was trying that on while going dun, dun, dun. I love how she was actually like moving in it the way that she had to move on stage, but also you can tell that like she wants to love it, but also that there's a problem with it. And I can only assume that she's very disappointed in this moment. I can only assume, I wonder if it was meant to be debuted earlier and the fit issues are why we didn't see it until towards the very end. Joseph spoke about how the original Rep bodysuit was made using a fabric that like they used all of it for that bodysuit, and how in order to create the new gold one, they had to recreate that fabric. And something I want to discuss in relation to both that whole situation with the fabric and also the fact that like a designer produced a finished garment where the boob cups were too low, it really has me thinking about the fact that we have lost so much in terms of clothing making and attire. Oh my God. Insanity because of the planes. There are a lot of fabrics that used to be made 15, 20, 50, 100 years ago that because a lot of people don't make clothes like that, they don't make as much anymore. There's a lot of skill lost at the designers. When you push fast fashion on everything, when designers are trying to produce everything and in a like maximize profit at the expense of the quality, like you really can tell that even the best design houses are not necessarily putting out as good of quality of goods. And like there's tons of channels on YouTube that discuss that, but seeing such a prominent artist have a prominent designer come out with a thing that doesn't fit, and it makes me wonder, like, how were these measurements conveyed? Like, did somebody just take Taylor's measurements and send them in and they didn't measure absolutely every single part? I think about the number of just like regular YouTubers who need to do something for a project. I just watched a video for Evan and Caitlin where they were making a dress out of resin, and they like 3D printed a form with Caitlin's measurements. Now, obviously, because she was wearing a corset and things didn't match up properly, if you watch that video, it didn't necessarily fit as good as possible. But I wonder, like, you would think they would just be able to do like a 3D rendering, and unless Taylor doesn't want people to have that level of, I am so curious to know what went wrong in that process to make that garment. Like, especially like as Taylor pointed out, this was not just a random dress to wear to an award show. This was something to be worn on stage while performing very athletically. And like, you might not think it's that big of a deal, but if you have something that is rubbing or chafing or like restricting your movement, it can cause a lot of damage to the skin. It can cause rashes. It can cause blisters, especially when you're doing like an intense like night after night situation, when you're photographed by tons of people. Like, if Taylor just had a lot of chafing on her underarms, there would be photos of that everywhere and people would be discussing, like, I can absolutely, we talk about in, I think this episode or the next episode, we talk about when she hurt her hand and how everybody noticed in the pictures. So it's not really an option to have a garment that fits poorly in such a way that it might rub or chafe or cause abrasions or hurt the skin or, you know, cause an unsightly wound. We then cut to Mike Meadows, her band leader, who is playing basketball with the family, and he showed the tour gift wall about how at the end of every tour, there's this big like poster, like framed poster type thing that honors and recognizes his participation in the tour. I really loved that. He mentioned that he started with Taylor in 2009 and it was a 0 to 60 for his career. He was strapped onto the rocket and he has never let go. And again, showing his family and showing the gift that Taylor gave him and discussing about how he has worked for Taylor his whole, like her whole career, is just another way of showing the full impact of her employing these people and taking good care of these people. You see his first daughter was given a like custom painted guitar by Taylor. Oh my gosh, it was so beautiful. It had flowers painted on it. It had fake strings on it, but they were like pretty like bow strings. And it said, "She loves you," with a picture of Mike's wife and his daughter. "He loves you," with a picture of Mike and his daughter. And "I love you," with a picture of Taylor and his daughter. It was so sweet. And just like things like that, it's hard to fake that level of like caring about other people. That sentimentality that I think Taylor demonstrates a number of times throughout this makes her lack of sentimentality in other circumstances really interesting. We're gonna get into that, I think, later in this episode, but maybe it's next episode. But Mike spoke about how wonderful it was to be able to carry a professional family with you as you go through phases of life, ups and downs and heartbreaks. Amos spoke of the special bond among the touring family. It was like having another family. And I think it was Mike who said, because it was a voiceover, that like they are the only ones that know what they go through. And there's a sort of bond, like a survivor's bond, that forms when you go through such a life-altering thing like that. Having those people really remind you that it was real and it happened. And like, even though it seems like something that is too cool to be real, it was real. Someone else spoke about how close they were even when they're not performing, how unusual that is, and how Taylor has seemingly handpicked this incredible group of people that has come together. And Taylor acknowledged again that most of the people she's on the road with have known her since high school, but also there are some that more recently joined her. And then we focus on Jesslyn, who was the newest backup singer who joined in Reputation. She had never done a stadium tour before when she joined Taylor's team. And when Jesslyn got sick, it was one of the first big blows to the touring family. There was a lot of uncertainty. There was a lot of her needing to fly back to LA to get tests, to figure out what needed to be done, like what the right decision was. Once Jesslyn was diagnosed with breast cancer, Andrea said, "Just take care of you and we'll be there when you're ready." And she took months off to go for her treatment. And then pretty much as soon as possible, she rejoined everybody, and everybody was really amazed at how quickly it was that she regained the tour. And Justina from Wardrobe said that Jesslyn was isolated from her family and was just eager to get back to them. We cut from discussing about Jesslyn's hard work to recover from cancer and to get back on tour to Taylor working in a gym in New York with her trainer, Kirk Myers. And at first, Taylor is really not happy to be. You can tell that she really doesn't necessarily love being at the gym, especially things like pull-ups, that she can't see the direct value between between the thing that she's doing and its ability to help her on tour. While Taylor is working out, she talks about one reason that she is so eager to get back on tour and on the stage is because she's afraid that she's starting to forget things because she's not had to do it for a bit. And that is one of the themes of this episode as well, just like how much of this have you forget? How much rehearsal do you need? Like, and it just really goes to show kind of the level of perfectionism, because like the 3 little mistakes that she made over 3.5 hours, I don't think most people would have ever noticed. I think maybe a couple people would have. She spoke about how many things that she is pulling off on Eras tour that either she hasn't pulled off on a tour before or that no one has. And like for her, the previous longest show that she had done was 2 hours and 15 minutes. And she increased that by another hour and 15 minutes for the Eras tour. And she speaks about how she's never worked out this much in her life. And I think it's really good to consider the fact that like often in order to achieve our dreams, we have to do things that aren't necessarily like progress on the dream. Like there's hard work that's kind of like associated with the dream, but not necessarily the fun part of doing the dream. And it's really like that kind of stuff that is oh my God, why can't I remember the word? That is the difference. We're just going to use a different sentence. We're just going to say it differently. That is what differentiates Taylor from people that can't necessarily achieve the same things Taylor can. Oh my gosh, we finally got there. I'm struggling physically in my body today, and of course Taylor gave me more work to do. Taylor spoke about how she was on the treadmill every day, running at the tempo of the songs while she sang the whole set list, but also just doing a whole ton of exercises designed to keep her body as strong as possible to prevent herself from getting injured, to have the stamina to do all of these things, all of that jazz. And Taylor said you don't want people to see you panting, which, you know what, I get that. I can understand not wanting people to see you all out of breath when you're supposed to be singing. She also said that each night on the Eras tour, because the stage is so long, she ran the equivalent of 8 miles. And if you're not like a sports person, I need you to understand how like insane that statistic is. When you look at athletes and how much they run over the course of a specific game, almost no professional athletes run 8 miles in a single game. Some soccer midfielders can run 9 miles in a game, but on average, most soccer players only run up to 7 miles a game. So like, there is no, this belief that Taylor is not athletic, that she's not good at athletic things, just because she doesn't like them, doesn't enjoy doing them, doesn't mean that she's not capable of them, doesn't mean she's not athletic. Like, she is not just doing that, not just running more than most average athletes in a single game, but she's also singing while she's doing it. She's engaging with the crowd. She's doing dance moves, and she's doing it in heels throughout most of the show. Like, it's insane the amount of work that woman puts in on heels. We then cut back to Max, and he's getting ready to go back on tour. He's running through the show to make sure he remembers it. We see Kevin and Taylor Banks and Taylor Swift all practicing as well. Cut to Taylor in that outfit that she did the Back in the Office TikTok too, the yellow shirt, and we see her making that TikTok with her quote-unquote most well-behaved cat, which is allegedly Olivia Benson. I will not tolerate this Benjamin Button defamation on my page. We see her filming that, and then she said, "What an idiot, my shirt's on backwards." This is something that Taylor is kind of known for, and I personally wonder if she deliberately wears things backwards to bring more attention to something, or if she accidentally wears, if she's just not paying attention when she's putting her clothes on. I don't know, it just fascinates me because that one time that she was wearing like a harness that had obvious like boob spots and she had it on her back. And then everybody's talking about the bittersweet nature of tour. Obviously, like being able to rest, being able to be in charge of your life, being able to see your family, those things good. But like being away from your touring family and the tour structure and all of the support associated with the tour, I can understand why that's hard and how that's hard for people. We get our first big Tree Payne moment, Tree Payne being Taylor's publicist, and she says, "I keep thinking today is a show day," and they kind of decide to treat today like a show day because Taylor feels like she doesn't necessarily remember a single part of it. I am very much like this too. I will get in my head about remembering something to the point where I'm convinced that I forget it, but then I try to go do it, and I'm like, oh wait, it's been in that corner of my brain all along. It's interesting how my brain can kind of compartmentalize things so much that I occasionally forget them myself. Then Tree and Andrea say, "Hey, are we ever gonna get to see the new Rep bodysuit? You know, we're kind of running out of tour dates. gotta see it soon or we're not gonna see it at all. Taylor laments the fact that it fits poorly, and earlier when she was trying it on, they had said that, they didn't have time to make a full other one, so that her team was going to try and see what they could do about it. And fortunately, her seamstress, Diana, is a genius, managed to make it fit. We have all seen Taylor in it. It looks amazing. It is so gorgeous. Those slow-mo shots of it when she's in the rain, oh, it's so beautiful. I do think it's hilarious that Taylor referred to the original fit issue as a second set of udders. I thought that was hilarious. And then people are gonna lose their mind, and oh my, did we lose our minds. We cut to an interview with Andrea Swift where she's saying that Taylor came to her and said, "Mom, I'm really worried. I'm trying to run through the tour in my mind, and when I get to certain spots, it just stops." And she said, "Don't worry about it. You're gonna get back on that stage and everything will come flooding right back." And she hoped she was right. And that kind of, the way that parents lie to their children and say things are gonna be right and then hope that that's the truth and they didn't lie to their kid. Taylor states how it is a very technical show. It is not a fly-by-their-pants show. There are very specific places that she needs to be at specific times. If she's not paying attention, she could fall off the stage, she could fall in a hole, she could walk into pyrotechnics. It's not necessarily just like getting lost in a museum or something like that where you're probably gonna be fine. If you end up at the wrong place at the wrong time, it could be very, very bad for you and the people around you. She spoke about how there's lots of production elements, lighting, screen content, pyro, moving floors, confetti, costumes, choreo. There's so many moving parts and it has to be no mistakes, perfect timing. A lot of fast cues from one end of the stage to another. I love seeing the guy that like manages the timing. I don't know what his job was. I don't think we were told what his job was or what his name was. But the guy that sends things up on stage, what is going on? Oh, there's a piece of glass just casually on my floor. That's probably not the best locale for that. Why don't you get over there with other glass things? Okay, where was I? Anyway, we see the guy who's in charge of the cues for things when the pianos get sent up and all of that jazz. I am so fascinated by his job. I would watch an entire documentary of his job. Now, because they're in Miami and because there are storm conditions, Taylor talks about the wingsuits that are worn at the very beginning and how those can be kind of challenging, especially when you're in inclement weather and when it's really windy, and we see clips of them struggling in the wind with it, and it kind of sets us up for is it going to be crazy windy? Is everything going to go okay with the wingsuits? And we know that everything went off okay, but still it's really well edited and really well done, really well put together. So there is this kind of tension oh, I hope the wingsuits are going to be okay. We see Justina from Wardrobe, who is one of Taylor's 2 dressers, and she talks about how every outfit change is a minute 15 or less, and one of them is 39 seconds with her in the rain. She has a total of 20 quick changes. There are 4 quick change booths. There's an entire underworld of the stage, and that fascinates me too. I want a map. Did we get a map of the understage behind the stage areas in the book? I don't remember seeing one, but I want one. And Taylor says that there were moments that she worried that she wasn't going to get her quick change done in time because she has to get under the stage, get on the pulley system, unzip her clothes, get in the quick change room, off on, stomp your feet 3 times. The panic of worrying that you won't be dressed in time for the song to start is something that seems to clearly fuel her through these moments, but I would be so afraid. I mean, obviously, these are getting put together and put on by people that are professionals, but it would be just my luck that my shirt would just pop off. She spoke of the time that she was running after the Evermore set and she tripped over her dress. She busted her knee, skidded on her hand, and hobbled bloody into her quick change for the Rep bodysuit, which is probably, it's got to be the hardest outfit to change into, especially when you're sweaty, I would imagine. They didn't have Band-Aids back there. They had to improvise. Taylor still wasn't late. The fans noticed a couple of days later, and Taylor was like, I am not acknowledging that until now, obviously. She did her little rehearsal run through to see how well she remembered everything, and she had 3 little mistakes. And I love the way she handled those mistakes. So many people, when they mess up, when they do something wrong, yeah, I do think she's a little bit hard on herself. I do think the level of perfection that she expects is a little crazy. But on the same token, she doesn't make it other people's problems. She isn't hard on other people. She's just okay, we're gonna go through this. Let's make sure we get here early tomorrow so we can practice the midnight rain like fall. And especially when you're doing something where you're falling 8 feet in the air and expecting people to catch you, you kind of want to make sure that you know what you're doing properly, and so that you and others around you don't get injured. Taylor is also fixated on the moon, the full moon. She is such an astro girly. I love it. Then we start to get the inklings that this is going to be a rain show. They talk about how the gusts are around 30 miles an hour outside of the bowl and 20 miles an hour inside. And the weather element, Taylor says, is at times delightful and exciting, at times frustrating, at times really horrific. If you're a Swiftie, you probably know rain shows are one of her favorite type of shows. They have had some occasions of crazy weather on tour, and as climate things happen, I think that is probably only going to get worse. They had their own weather team. I, as a weather nerd with no professional credentials, but just as a weather nerd, would love to be on Taylor Swift's weather team. While they are talking about crazy weather and the type of weather that Taylor doesn't like, they show Jan wearing the wingsuit, like being blown around, and like, especially when they're getting those things back like behind stage afterwards, that seems to be a little bit of a tricky thing when it's raining or when it's windy. For the weather that Taylor doesn't love, she listed extreme wind, lightning, because then you have to start worrying about postponement, and they have a lightning detection system. I actually have a lightning detection system for my yard since I have expensive film equipment that I sit outside. Like, I'm always afraid that I'm going to leave my camera sitting outside while it's filming birds or something like that, and a storm is going to happen and I won't realize it. So, I do love having a lightning detection system too. We see Amanda and Taylor practicing the couple of elements of choreo that she was a little bit stressed about, especially the midnight rainfall, which is ironic that that was the thing that she was having problems with when they were getting ready for what ended up being a rain show. And like I said, like, just the level of perfection that she expects from herself does seem a little excessive, and I always wonder, like, if you're trying to impress everyone else and trying to make everyone else around you happy, like, how happy can you yourself be? Because as a certified former people pleaser, I wasn't very happy when I was doing that. And also, I think that the Errors tour has a lot to do with it. Like, fans notice when she makes mistakes because they tend to be very uncommon, so like it does stick out a little bit. And like, I can get how having your mistakes framed as like the Errors tour and set to funny music could be like embarrassing, or you could have shame associated with it. But like, also the reason fans find this stuff so funny is because it's just evidence of her humanity. She seems so superhuman at times that it's nice to have a little reminder, oh, she can cut herself and bleed, because it really seems like Miss jet lag is a choice, Miss 3.5 hour stage show every night. There are some times that I'm like, okay, have you been replaced by a robot? Because how is any one human doing all these things? And the mashups, the song mashups for the surprise songs that are focused on in these episodes. Obviously, after 3 and 4, people should understand there are messages being conveyed by these songs and the way that Taylor is putting them together, and that she's putting them together this way and on purpose. And the fact that this episode, we had a long clip of "This is me trying into daylight" while she's practicing and everything like that, that is one of the most important mashups in terms of like performance Artlor / Gaylor theories. So just the amount of time that's being spent on it, the amount of focus that's being drawn to it, like the people that are going to be listening to it again. Our prevailing theory about it is that this is me trying to step into the daylight. She has used shade, not the kind that's thrown, but the kind under which a tree, whatever, safe in the shade with her lover. Shade never made anybody less gay. Coming into the daylight, coming out of the closet, all of these things heavily associated for many of us. So, and also in episode 4 being told, no, that's not about Travis, I think is going to make some more people start to look at these more, start to think about these more, start to internalize these more, especially if they didn't necessarily, like, when these all originally happened, it was just in such a rush. There were so many things happening every single day, and actually having people have the time and the space to focus and think about these things with additional context. It's just really good. And then next we have Jesslyn talking about, I think the first time she went to Taylor's birthday party after she started working on tour, and how Taylor introduced her to people by saying, like, this is Jesslyn, we sing together. And like, yes, that is the truth of what they are doing, and like that is probably the most like pure way to say it, but that is how, that's not how most people, this is my backup singer, oh, this is one of my crew, this is my employee. Like, there are so many ways most other people would have chosen to highlight the difference in hierarchy. This is my subordinate, this is somebody who works for me, this is somebody who supports me, not we sing together. It takes the focus off Taylor, and Taylor is so, for somebody that everybody thinks is narcissistic and like concerned with herself, she is so good at not making things about her, and furthermore making things about other people who deserve that attention, especially on the course of this. Just like the people that she chose to focus on and the things that she chose to focus on in their lives are just so important. And Jessalyn said, no one says that, and it just says something about who you are and how humble you are and how you like to shed a light on people and make them feel bigger than they think they are. And I needed that. It's never me, it's always we. And I think that it just makes you feel like we are the only we that will ever be on the biggest effing tour in the world. It then shows them all getting hyped up. It then shows all of the fans getting hyped up, and just like the energy of like building energy together. Like I remember working at like Best Buy and other like retail places where there would be a big morning meeting and there would be some sort of chant and how we would all be like, this is really dumb. Those things actually do work to hype you up, especially when the thing that you're getting hyped up for is actually somewhat enjoyable and not a boring retail shift. But I loved seeing the hype up moment. We then get to see Cam coming out with the wing and Jan also coming out with the wing, and them kind of like fighting against it. And I love that Cam is the wing directly behind Taylor, so when she's photographed in that suit, a lot of times he is in the pictures behind her. We see people rushing around for costume changes. We see the wingsuit guys trying to force the wingsuits back behind the stage. We see a lot of understage action and stuff that we don't usually see. And then we see her coming out in the gold Reputation bodysuit. And as Taylor emerges, first there's the usual screaming when they start to see her in the bodysuit, and you can hear the whole stadium sort of collectively realize, like, wait, that's a different one. Is that a different one? That's a different one. Like, you don't hear them saying that, but you hear like the murmur, the volume steadily, and then it just like skyrockets. And there's something she says in the next episode about Travis and that being the loudest moment. And I would like to see decibel readings on the two of them. And we're going to discuss this in next video, but if that's true, I am disappointed. I personally am going to believe that Taylor is lying and that this is the moment. We see Taylor doing her best not to smirk as she walks in the new outfit. We know that she knows what everybody's thinking in their minds, that we're gonna get Rev Taylor's version. We see the rain start, and Taylor talks about how she is aware of mysterious forces at play that she will never have any control over, but she does always seemingly get the best timing for a rain show. It made the first pictures of that new bodysuit so much better, and it just, like, her curly rain-soaked hair. I love when her hair is curly. It was such a perfect moment for that bodysuit coming out. And to have that kind of bookend moment, Taylor loves for things to come full circle. We know that she loves a good bookend. We see cut to her with her first guitar at Christmas and how exciting she is. And Taylor says, so all I can ever do is say to myself, I'm going to use every tool in my toolkit. I'm going to paint with every single brush I've got. I'm going to be as detail-oriented as possible. I'm going to try as hard as I possibly can to give these people everything they want. Then it cuts to Taylor tuning a guitar a little bit older, and she says, but sometimes there's something that happens that's amazing, that's not something you can plan for and not something you can manufacture. It cuts to sparks flying behind Amos as he's playing. You know, like, there's still gotta be some magical, beautiful mystery to life, and it cuts to Taylor spinning around singing as a young kid. And just like in general with this episode, I've loved how much she is focused on the dancers, on the other people that work for her, the background singers, the musicians, what their life is like, the people in their lives, the things that are valuable to them. Showing those people who would ordinarily just be names in a footnote in the back of an album or the back of a book about, there are so many people who barely even know the names of the people that work for them. Like, just the level of connection that is cultivated between Taylor and the people that work for her is really great to see. And like I've said earlier in earlier videos, it's not just about what Taylor is doing personally. It is about the fact that because she is doing this so visibly, and I get there are people that are like, oh, well, she's just showing off. I don't care. I don't care if this whole thing is just about her showing off that she's a good employer, because the end result of that is going to be other artists up their ante, up their game. If other artists recognize that there are musicians out there who are really actually taking care of their employees, really actually splitting the profits when they realize that they're making more money, and being like, hey, I'm going to send you huge bonus checks because we're doing really good. People that are actually committed to knowing the people that they work with and respecting those people and recognizing those people as good at their jobs. Like, there are so many things that, like, are gonna be good influences on other people, and that, I think, is the most important thing. Even if Taylor is doing this for completely selfish reasons, I think that the end result is going to be good for the industry and for music as a whole. Buckle up, my beauties. I have a lot to say about episode 4 of The End of an Era. This episode was called Thank You for the Lovely Bouquet. Episode 3 was called Kismet, Fate. Interestingly enough, this Thank You for the Lovely Bouquet, the next line after that is I'm married to the hustle. Things to keep in mind as we discuss this video or this episode. So I want to start, and I apologize, I am going to read off my iPad a little bit throughout this so I don't go completely off course and forget things. But I want to start off by discussing the promo, the trailer for this, versus the kind of reality what we're actually coming to see, because there's a lot of trickery. A lot of trickery is happening. So in the promo you hear Andrea Swift saying that Travis brings so much happiness, and the promo is kind of cut to make it seem like she is talking like he is bringing that happiness to Taylor. The full line, though, is he brings so much happiness to the fans, which is his role in this story. Well, one of the several roles that he has in this story. At the very beginning of this episode, we see Taylor recording Fortnite at the Electric Lady Studios in 2023. There are some timelines that have been thrown into question by this, but we're not going to discuss that here. But all that I'm saying is, once more, the conventional narrative timelines don't match up the way some people think that they should or do or what have you. Taylor talks about how writing music is a form of therapy for her, and I honestly, especially when we know how much music she has made and put out in the world, I am so curious how many songs she's made for people, individuals in her life that nobody has heard, how many songs she's just made for herself just to get thoughts and feelings out of her head. I can only imagine that she has a huge number of songs that we have never heard, especially since songwriting is a form of her therapy, and especially keeping that in mind, the kind of edict that certain fans have for her to put down the music and go get under that man and pop out a baby is, I mean, all of that. I don't like any of that sentiment, but especially when you constantly hear about how much Taylor's job and everything means to her and how much her music means to her, the fact that a lot of her fans were very eager for Eras Tour to be done because then they're like, oh, now you can get married and have babies is telling. It's very telling. She then continues on to say that every record represents something totally different, and while she's saying this, we are seeing her recording different songs, different outfits, and we're kind of getting a little bit more of the scale of like how long it took her to record TTPD. And she says TTPD is like this purge of everything bad I felt for 2 years. It was a really rough time of my life, and the songs reflect that. And this is very important, especially when we get to a conversation that she has with Andrea later in this episode where she's discussing the surprise song. So put a peg in this. Feeling like I'm not a person, I'm just this big conglomerate that no one sees as a real human being, especially not the men I date. And in the whole process, just being like, nothing works. There is no one for me in the world. We then see Taylor talking to Andrea, and Taylor's conversations with Andrea confused a lot of people that I know, so I want to discuss the role that Andrea has in this episode. And in other places as well, I think too, but especially in this episode, right? So the first time that we see Andrea makes a comment on how large the dressing room is. And Taylor responds by saying like, yeah, this is meant to be a changing room for 53 athletes. Like when it's converted over to just a room for one person, it does seem big. And because Taylor has been doing stadium tours since 2011, and because Andrea has been with her that whole time, we know that Andrea has a lot of experience with Taylor, and Taylor being in NFL stadiums, and Taylor being in an NFL dressing room. She's been in a number of them before. Like, we have footage of her in these dressing rooms, so it's not like we can have any plausible deniability that she doesn't know what's going on. The reason that she is mentioning that, though, is because a lot of fans are going to have questions. They're going to have things that they don't necessarily understand. They're going to make assumptions, possibly bad faith assumptions, based on what they see if it's not in some way explained to them. And when you're doing a documentary, like, constantly explaining everything in kind of a over-expositionary way, it's just not great. Having a person who is actually a part of the thing, who acts as the audience insert, who pretends that they don't know what's going on or pretends that they don't understand things and asks questions about those things because the fans are going to have those questions. The fans are going to wonder those things. Or maybe Taylor has seen the fans react in similar ways in the past, which is something that comes into play when they're discussing the surprise song a little bit later in this episode. And I think her starting with pointing out something as obvious as the size of the dressing room is something that tells people who are looking at this deeper, more analytically, more critically, that that is the role that she's fulfilling, so that they can put the other questions that she asks, the other conversations that they have, into that proper context. Like nearly every other woman, Taylor gets treated poorly when she attempts to boast about her achievements. Very often she is boasting about her achievements indirectly. In a lot of these episodes, she is bragging and she's appreciating the things that a lot of her dancers and her musicians are achieving, and also they are things that Taylor is achieving, and she's kind of hoping that fans will make the connection, like it's not just these people that are doing this thing and it's good, but it's also Taylor. That good energy reflects on her as well. But like, it's just really frustrating that we are still in an era where a really successful woman can't go on a victory lap. Like when a man does something like a Super Bowl or whatever, they throw an entire parade. If Taylor threw an Eras Tour parade for herself, do you have any idea what people would say? We have the segment where she talks about how her cousins taking the pictures in front of a locker was the first time she ever heard the name Travis Kelce. And I think this is really good context, right? Because everyone wants to act, or especially at the beginning of their relationship, everyone wanted to act that Travis Kelce was at Taylor's level, that they are both A-list household name type people. That's not remotely close to the truth. Most people who were not into football, and especially were not into Kansas City football, were not necessarily super acquainted with Travis before he started dating Taylor. And I think it's both an acknowledgement of the fact that, like, who the heck is this guy? But also, imagine if a guy that you had never heard of gets on his podcast talking about how butthurt he was that you wouldn't accept his friendship bracelet. Like, take a step back from the very romantic portrait that has been painted here, and we are going to apply a lot of critical thinking. And I've made it very clear what my standpoint is in the title of this. So if you have clicked on this video willingly to come down and make some comment, nasty comment in my comments, thank you for wasting your time giving my engagement to consume content that you knew you wouldn't like. It's not the life choice that I would make, but you're more than welcome to boost my video that way. I'm just saying, we really need to take more critical of a look of everything around Travis and Taylor. And like, I have been pretty confident since the beginning that a lot of things, if not everything, was very PR heavy, very PR oriented. Quite frankly, my perspective is that based on the information that we have been allowed to have about this relationship, which Taylor controls, right? Taylor controls when she is seen with Travis, how she is seen with Travis, the pictures that come out, the interviews that come out, what she says on her own post about their engagement, right? So Either this is really toxic from the perspective that we have been given, for the window that we have been given into this relationship, or that it is not real and she is trying to make some sort of artistic statement or something along those lines, which is a theory that many of us have that's called performance Artlor. And it varies from person to person what exactly that means, but a lot of us view the relationship with Travis as being kind of insurance to keep her a little bit safer while she tours from people like stalkers. It gives her that safety and security. People are always more interested in the things that she has to say about her relationships than they are in the things that she says about herself and her relationship with the industry. People are like very, very interested in her relationships in a way that they do not seem wholly interested in Taylor. But also Taylor has spoken about how the people that matter the most, you keep them secret to keep them safe. She has said this for a number of years. She has spoken very frequently about the media and its impact on her relationships, and how, especially in the early stages at the beginning, that she has to be very careful and very fragile. This was from the get-go just right out there. And you have this person who comes in this very, like, weird, kind of off-putting way. Like, when Travis initially when Travis initially tried to shoot his shot at Taylor, a lot of the fans were like, oh, this boy that we're never heard of is being, like, saying he's butthurt. There's no way this is gonna work. But because they believe this is some romantic narrative, as soon as she showed up at that game, everybody's like, oh, wait, she likes him, so we're on board with this. But anyway, I'm kind of getting distracted from this episode and just talking about them in general. I'm going to talk about that more in the context of this episode. So Taylor then leaves Andrea to tell the story of her and Travis. And this is where I'm going to need people to apply a couple more minutes of critical thinking skills here, right? First off, just in general, Taylor does not talk much about Travis unless other people bring him up. And throughout the course of this relationship, the bare minimum traces of information have been kind of petering out over the course of it. We have this situation where, like, we're constantly told, oh, they don't have a lot of time together now, but as soon as this is done in his life, he's going to join her on tour, and then that never happens. And when he's supposedly supposed to join her on tour, he's just drinking with his buddies back home. Taylor does not ever seem truly excited to be talking about her engagement or her fiance in the way that most women that I met who have been in a relationship that they were truly into were. Like, I can understand that, yes, a lot of these interviews, a lot of these conversations, that she wants to be very open about her career and the things that matter most to her and her music, but, like, also I expect some level of excitement or joy, or, like, when you like somebody, you often like talking about them, especially telling the story of how you met. And I do think that this is ultimately part of why Andrea is telling this narrative, because the more Taylor says about Travis, the more Taylor shows their relationship, the less real it feels, and the less I'm convinced that this is something legitimate that's happening. And I also think that this is why she's asking about him later on in regards to the surprise song, because she, as the audience insert, recognizes that that is what so many people in the audience thought, oh, this is about Travi. And every time this narrative is told, there become more holes in this story. And I think back to how this originally started, with her showing up to the game, yes, but them going in his car, in his getaway car, whenever she connects him to something previous in her work, it is something that is not positive, is not good, is not romantic. And the songs that she has devoted to him that are new songs are songs that on the surface seem like they might be romantic, but they're not actually when you take a second and analyze the lyrics on a little bit deeper of a level. And as Andrea tells a story of how they met, we see that initial mention on New Heights of how he wanted to meet up with Taylor before the show, but she doesn't talk before the show because she's saving her voice. Not only do we see her talking before the show, in every episode of this, like, clear, obvious lie that is being pointed out in the same episodes that is talking about, but also we know that she spoke to all of those parents in London and was crying right before the show. Like, she clearly doesn't have that degree of a protocol revolving around her voice. This is something that, like, does not make sense compared to the evidence we've been given. And before you say, well, she just talked to those parents because of what they went through, like, we know that she's spoken to other people before the Eras Tour because other people have said they've spoken to her before the Eras Tour, right? And Travis is telling the story about this friendship bracelet that he made and took to the freaking concert with him because he wanted to give it to her and he didn't get the opportunity to give it to her. And I need you to put yourself in Taylor's position, right? First, my whole thing with this friendship bracelet is like, if this is an important artifact of your relationship that is ending in an engagement and presumably a wedding, wouldn't you want to keep that? And then I started doing some research to figure out, like, what has she ever said about that? She really hasn't said much at all about the friendship bracelet. Travis said, though, that because he was butthurt about not being able to give it to her, he threw it in the trash. Like, again and again, this man is a man-child. Like, so much of the conversation that happens on his podcast just reveals how he is not at the same maturity level as Taylor on any level. Put a pin in Travis is a man-child with emotional control issues, because I promise you, we're getting back to that before we finish this episode. Now, I have spoken a ton about all of the things that were previously symbols of Taylor, signs of Taylor, things that were associated with Taylor. The color red, the letter T, the archer, things that she's had either since her date of birth or since very early in her career, that now, ever since Travis is in the picture, whenever she pulls those things out, everybody's like, oh, that's clearly a sign of Travi. And now I'm very frequently seeing friendship bracelets and discussions of it brought back to Travi, even though this, again, something that was Taylor's first, is most predominantly associated with her. I call this the erasure of Taylor Swift, the way that even her fans, people that say that they're mega fans, are constantly erasing her and not caring about her because they're so excited about Travi, and how much Taylor has changed herself to suit Travi, and how Travi hasn't really done that much at all, it doesn't seem. And even though, based on the stories that we've been told, Taylor is doing all of this stuff, learning all of these things, adapting in all of these ways for him and his life and his friends, how often do we see him around her friends? Very, very, very minimal. We don't even really see her around her friends much anymore. She's learned football. He made a sourdough once, but when they talked about it, he didn't seem convinced that that happened, so that's probably just another story that they're making up. Travis claims that he loves her music, and they both claim that he sings along to the lyrics, but there's only one, maybe two songs we've ever seen him sing along to, and when she said the pun loving him was bread, he was confused, even though that is a song that associates her with the color red, and I think that personally was a sign of the fact that, A, he doesn't listen to her music that much, he's not an expert, he's not a mega fan, the way anybody that deserves to marry Taylor really should be, but also, he doesn't know about Red, the album that is associated with the color that has been stolen by him. And throughout this, they're making it so very clear that before this friendship bracelet brouhaha, they didn't know Travis from Adam. And a lot of these headlines, articles that have been written about their relationship have been about how little time they have together because of his schedule and her schedule. And like, he is very well accounted for a lot of times because of the practices and things like that. And very often, like, especially when Eras Tour was going on, it was hard for it to be possible for them to have had any real time together because of his schedule and where he was all of this time. And even when he did have free time, he was very often spending that time drinking with his boys and not with her. So the fact that this man that she didn't even know who the heck he was 20 months ago or whatever has not got to spend much time with through her relationship, that she's then going to rush to marry him? It's a decision that only makes sense if you're like Catholic or Mormon. The narrative that she is telling, this narrative where she has changed a ton for this man that she has barely known and hasn't spent much time with, that she is going to marry him, it is a very scary narrative from somebody who is in my 40s, who has been in a number of relationships in my life, who has seen a number of my friends been in relationships in my life. If your mid-30s friends ever change drastically for for a partner, especially for a man, either they're being manipulated or they're going through some kind of psychological episode. Because especially if you have dated a decent bit, you usually know what you need and why you need it. And the fact that like privacy and secrecy was one of these things that she has said for years, even before Joe, it wasn't just a Joe thing, that was something that she needed. Fans are totally okay with her throwing that out and going into this public relationship with this man who the bar is on the basement floor with what he's done for her. Like, oh, he sent her flowers. He sent her a teeny bouquet of flowers. Yay, bare minimum. Find me a gift that he has sent her that shows that he actually knows her. You won't. And also, like, this isn't giving man who is ready to settle down either. Like, he's still partying a really large amount for a man that is in his 30s. Red flag. He's still living with his best friend, Ross, or Rosé as he is named, and both Travis and Rosé had matching gold roses that they were wearing, / for a while the one that Rosé had was in his pants. That is more romantic than anything he has done with Taylor up to this point. This is not a man that is primed for marriage. This should be an opportunity for us to discuss the fact that, like, if you are somebody who is looking for a relationship and this is the circumstance that you find yourself in, or if your friends are in relationships like this, that you should be like, hey, I don't know if this is the move, buddy. I think we're rushing. I think you don't know this person. I don't think this person is into you the same way you think. I don't think this person is ready to settle down. And so because Taylor and Andrea didn't know this guy from Adam, they reached out to her cousin Robin, who I guess knows more about the Chiefs and the players. And Robin said, OMG, he's the sweetest guy, even though his whole career, but especially this season, he's been very aggressive on the field. And this is coming out the very same week that there's a video going around on Twitter that was ostensibly about how passionate Travis was, but a lot of people were like, this isn't passion, this is just aggression, this is rage, this is an anger management problem that likely also stems into his off-field behavior and needs to be addressed, and represents a physical risk to Taylor's well-being. Like, he is called out for aggressive play even by NFL fans. And a couple times now, Taylor has made this parallel that Taylor is to Andrea Swift as Travis is to Andy Reid, suggesting that he respects Andy Reid the same way that she respects her mother. But I have never seen her shove her mother around or cuss her mother out from right up in her face and just get aggro and, me big man, me a big man feelings. Me big angry. And the thing is, on average, men respect other men more than they respect women, even their partner. And if he is going to do this kind of behavior to a man that he ostensibly respects this much, again, how is he going to behave when he is alone with Taylor? If that man is doing those kind of things when millions of people are watching, I promise you he's doing worse when there's no eyes and no cameras around. And he really loves his mom, people say, but his mom liked jokes by a freaking comedian, which she was not funny, so I don't know why she can call herself a comedian. They were basically talking about how Taylor's a breeder, and it's not the first time that the Kelsey family has referred to women or having children as breeding or breeders. It's very much giving Donna Kelsey has been cast in the role of mother-in-law from hell, but also just going back to this narrative that we're being told about how Andrea was the person and Andrea reached out to her cousin Robin. Again, like so many other times, the story is changing. The last time we were told this story, we were told that she went to Scott, and that Scott was friends with Andy Reid, and that Andy gave a vouch to Scott about Travis. They can't even keep the lies straight at this point. And when Andrea originally told Taylor, oh, I think you should call this guy, Taylor said, I'm a non-athlete. What would we talk about? Not that far in the documentary after we discussed, I run 8 miles a night at Eras Tour in heels. He doesn't run that much when he's in the gym, I bet. And Andrea like, I know you're not going to react well to this, but there's a guy. He's really cute. You got to start doing something different. Sorry, I have a hairball from that man and his... He came to your show. He brought something from your world. Yes, a world that he has rapidly erased and replaced. Again, not mad at Andrea. I don't believe this is what Andrea actually believes. Andrea is acting as a fan insert, but also... I don't love it.
On our first date, he literally had to explain football. It's like high-speed, violent, angry chess.
Football has been a part of Taylor's story since the very beginning. Football is something that her and her father bonded off of. So many of these lies are lies that only fit if you have been a fan for a rather short period of time, because so much of her, like, she's referenced football in music before, especially the Eagles shirt. She has talked about how she used to watch the Eagles games on Sunday with her father. If Taylor would have run with this idea that she knew the basics of football, but she didn't know a lot of the specifics, she didn't know the high level stuff, that would be believable. But this idea that she knew literally nothing about football, when she not only watched it a ton as a kid growing up, the Eagles, Travis Tavis erasing that narrative with her family and replacing that, but also she did a lot of singing at national anthems when she was a kid and she was coming up. Like, she has spent a decent amount of time at football games or around football games. But at this point in Taylor's career and at this point of this relationship, I think Taylor is bringing more and more attention to the contradictions, especially really easy, obvious contradictions like, how did you guys start getting together? What did the beginning of that look like? Okay, we've been told two completely different narratives at this juncture, and I really think a lot of these contradictions are the point. The story is changing, it's morphing, it's altering over time, such that people become more aware of the contradictions and they dig. If people realize things on their own based on evidence they are given, they are more receptive to things like being told that they have been lied to than if they're just told and it comes out of nowhere. Like, there are a lot of fans that feel like they know Taylor, like they know every aspect of her life, every detail. And a lot of those fans are going to be dismayed if they realize that the truth of Tavis isn't what it looks like. Taylor says, I became obsessed with him and I had to learn football. Now I know who's on the injured reserve, who's in limited practice today for the 49ers. And like, okay, when I wanted to start playing fantasy football, I knew all of those things too. But also, this like, I'm obsessed with a man, that usually, like, when you're obsessed with somebody, that is not a sentiment that is coming from a logical and rational foundation. That is, I have this emotional feeling that I am putting myself aside to run and make everything about this other person. And I don't think that Taylor is playing dumb about football just to kind of highlight the contradictions. I think it's also because she's using football as this parallel, this kind of like masculinized version of her job. She keeps comparing, ostensibly to make it about like how her and Travis seem very different and they manage to come together on common ground, but also like the way that a huge sacrifice is made, the way that these people start out very young and they really have to devote a lot of hours and they really have to prioritize football or music or what have you, and that a lot of times parents can be harmful and can be a part of the thing that is making everything more difficult, and a lot of times there are abusive figures in it. Like, the conversation around football and around high-achieving men is so much more charitable and respectful of those men than the conversation around women that are succeeding in any field, but especially women who are succeeding in a traditionally feminine field. There are gender roles and gender norms associated with either. There is also a tremendous push to conceal your queerness in both, despite the fact that, like, if you know, there's tons of queer people in NFL. There's tons of queer people in sports. There's even more queer people in media. Queer people have always and will always make our media. But even as Taylor is achieving the biggest things in her life, the conversation constantly comes back to, when are you getting married? When are you having babies? While meanwhile, Travis is allowed to succeed. He's allowed to have a Super Bowl. If he prioritizes drinking for a week solid with his buddies, oh, he deserves that. He's celebrating. He worked hard. But if Taylor even really brings too much attention to the fact that she's worked hard, people are like, oh, she's just bragging, she's boasting. But it's not just Taylor. Like, Taylor is one of the most obvious examples of this. But any woman that is succeeding, especially a woman that's succeeding in a traditionally feminine career field, is going to have a harder time and is going to be perceived differently and is going to have to move through the world in a different way than a man who is succeeding at football. And this is something that she has really tried to bring more and more attention to ever since she wrote the song The Man. And a lot of times in her work, she is referring to herself as the man, the chairman, the something of a cursed man. Like, there are a number of times that she, James as another good example of how she has framed herself in the masculine in order to shift the perspective of how things are perceived. Even though football players and musicians make a lot of sacrifices, especially with their body and with physical injuries and stuff like that, football is taken more serious as a career than the concept of being a pop star. Even as Taylor's achievements should cause her to soar above Travis, people always want to bring her back down to earth with talk of, but when are you getting married? But when are you going to have this man's babies? But when are you going to be barefoot and pregnant on the sidelines? Our societal view of women and what they should aspire to, what they should want, what they should desire is such that likely the thing in life that she has gotten and will get the most affirmation and support for is that 10-word 6-photo post where she announced that she was engaged. Anyhow, taking it back into this, we then go forward to New Orleans and we kind of talk about how the Eras Tour and everything, the festivities around it, are prepped from New Orleans, who is about to host the Super Bowl. These are from Travis. Aw, I love that he doesn't even have to sign them anymore, but I don't know, that just kind of seems lazy to me. Isn't it kind of sweet when he signs his name or a nickname or something? I don't know, it's just a very mediocre bouquet anyway. We then cut to Amanda, who is talking about how, because it's towards the end of the tour, they're letting some of the swings have different opportunities. Swings are dancers that are designed to fill in specific roles, and we kind of discuss how, like, cool it is, how impressive, how amazing it is that dancers can just, like, okay, you're in a different position, you're doing a different dance, and they can just adjust and be able to do that with far less prep than I would need, that's for certain. Amanda Balin, who is one of the dancers and the co-choreographer, she mentions how Ready For It is for the female dancers, but Wiley, one of the male dancers, would really love to do it. It's his type of song, he loves swishing his hair around, and it's very much his style and his vibe. He speaks about how he loves being different characters on stage, which is, characters and personas and performance. I love how much we're discussing all of these things. Wiley says that Ready For It is a monumental number, and I love seeing the people that work closest with Taylor actually giving Taylor's work the flowers that it deserves, the credit that it deserves. They're not acting like they're embarrassed to work on pop music the way some people do in some situations. And then again, we are reminded that this is traditionally a dance number that the women do. And I think this is interesting for two reasons. First off, it makes people wonder why. Like, there's absolutely a reason why you choose the dancers that you do for the sections that you put them in when you are choreographing a dance. It is going to make people look at Ready For It and be like, okay, why is it that the women are all on stage right now? But also, by talking about this number being all women, it makes people look at the other dance numbers and who's dancing on them and what it looks like and all of that jazz as well. One of the things about Wiley doing the Ready For It dance is the fact that he needs to fit into a costume, and he tries on Amanda's costume, and much like Fate, it fits perfectly, and he does a bit of practice, they record him doing the dance, and we find out that Taylor is obviously going to be the final determiner on whether or not he can do this or not. And Taylor says, "We're not trying to make any points about gender, but we just don't really have any kind of restrictions." Miss Ma'am is lying through her face. I think 90% of what she does is some experiment with gender, right? Whether it be the norms that are expected for women versus men, everything she's done with man. Taylor are out in full force today. What else is new? But also Taylor is doing this men in football, women in music kind of like illustration of the juxtaposition and the dichotomy, the differences and the similarities between the two, the things that are fair, the things that aren't fair, the things that are different, the things that are the same. Taylor continues to say, we got guys in heels and leotards and stuff, and we just don't really think too hard about it, right? Spoken like somebody who has overthought their own gender every day for most of their life. I'm just saying. As a non-binary person, I felt very seen, both by the stuff that Wiley was discussing and how Taylor was responding to it, but also like Taylor and gender and how she uses gender in her art, and
so fascinating.
Also, I just want to say how much I love the episode that has featured the most Travis thus far is also the episode that focuses the most on non-conventional gender expression and how much Taylor supports it and non-binary representation and Wiley's big moment, and I love that for all of us.
She also speaks about how for Look What You Made Me Do, when she has all of the dancers as different versions of herself, she has all of the dancers as different versions of herself. Even the male dancers are dressed up in her costumes, and I especially love Cam. I love Cam, period. He's such a smart, talented guy, and this makes me love him even more. Taylor went on to say, we overlook certain things. We let some things just kind of be naturally individualistic in terms of our casting and our dancers' expression. When Wiley is like hoping that he's going to get this, everyone hyped him up. Like, it's so wholesome to see everybody get excited about somebody getting to have an opportunity like this. Cam is saying that he's gonna be in the audience, and he will be. And I love the fact that Taylor didn't even really hesitate when being asked if Wiley could participate in the number, and I honestly think her only hesitation was about like costume, because where are you going to get a costume for somebody unless another one fits? And like when she sees him, you can see that she's so excited at how well he does, and you know, being able to make one of his little wishes come true by allowing him to be on stage for that number. Taylor is talking about Sabrina possibly performing, and she says, is this child abuse to ask her to perform on her day off? I know she's 25, but still, it was a laugh. I think people are going to take it the wrong way. Some people always take everything Taylor does the wrong way, but like, I kind of took it as gallows humor, which is acceptable if you've previously been one of the people on the gallows. I think some people are going to see it as Taylor infantilizing Sabrina, but I see it more as Taylor recognizing the age difference. When I was in my mid-30s and I would hang out with people that were in their mid-20s, it was very evident to me that we had very different childhoods in terms of the media we consumed, the technology we had available, the expectations, all of those things, and it really makes me feel old. I saw it more as a Taylor feeling old, but also recognizing the fact that like a lot of people in the industry were overworked as children, were legitimately abused as children, and like once they get to their mid-20s and have a little bit more power and control over that, they may not want to work that much. And I very much had the vibe that they've spent a decent bit of time together because they just seemed very comfortable in each other's presence. They were making a lot of jokes and just really playing off each other very well. And Taylor inviting Sabrina was just another example of her loving to have secrets, loving to surprise her fans, especially with the knowledge that Sabrina was on her own tour and like had her own sets the day before and the day after. A lot of people were not going to assume that Sabrina was in the room when Taylor initially started doing her song, and that clearly excited the fans too. And I love how Taylor was like, oh my god, can I do the line? Can I do the line? With regards to I'm working late because I'm a singer. And when that all happened, it was when that part of that song was going very viral, and it just continues to go to show another aspect of Taylor is the fact that she pretends that she is not as online and not as connected as she really is. I love when Taylor works with women so much. It is my favorite thing, and again, if she does that show that I want her to do, I would love to see a lot of the guests be other women artists. Sabrina points out the connection between the takeout coffee line and espresso, and Taylor points out that they are both in the same rhythm, same key. Point for new romantics theorists, because I think a lot more artists are working together behind the scenes. They're referencing each other, they're homaging each other, they're using a lot of the same symbols in similar ways. I love it. It's so exciting. And I think another reason that Sabrina is bringing this up is to make more fans make the connections and look more into these surprise songs. Like, so much of these episodes so far has been, hey, you need to look more. You need to look more at the surprise songs. Then they cut to them doing it live, and it was very funny to see Sabrina under the stage and to see that conversation from both perspectives. Taylor says, get off the roller coaster, put on some clothes, and come perform. And I want to know what kind of roller coasters Taylor's been riding naked. Taylor talks about Sabrina, says she's just like a shooting star, so smart, she knows exactly how to entertain people the way they want in the moment they're in. She's constantly battling herself for #1 this summer. Taylor wants the star to go higher, and it really does show that this narrative that Taylor likes hates other women and hates competition and all of these things is not really coming from a place of truth. Like, maybe she is with some people. Taylor releases different versions of things, but that is just kind of like what the industry expectation is. And also, it's not Taylor's fault that Taylor's fans buy a lot of the re-releases of things. But also, I don't think other performers want to win because Taylor isn't trying as hard to win. I think other performers want to win more fairly. Then they also do Please, 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 which, all I'm gonna say is it is funny work having Please, Please, Please in the episode where they're also doing the Travis come on stage performance. But Sabrina was pointing at Taylor when she said, "Don't embarrass me." So that was pretty funny. We cut to Wiley in the changing room, and I do want to say that everything around this is bringing more attention to Ready for It, which I love because of what Ready for It is actually about. I need to do the episode of Ready for It one of these days if she would ever stop making new stuff constantly. Wiley says this job is pretty scary. He talks about how big it is and how many eyes, about the fact that the venues have almost 100,000 people every night, and if he thinks about it too much and how big the tour is and how big of an impact it has, he is riddled with anxiety and fear. Just seeing how everyone copes with anxiety and fear and nerves has been really reassuring as somebody who gets anxiety and nerves and all of that jazz just before doing videos. Understanding that even people like Taylor Swift and Sabrina get nervous is really good to know. It's also so good to see everybody hyping each other up and being truly happy for Wiley when he is succeeding and getting this opportunity that he really wanted. And he says, "All I want to do is represent Taylor well. We are extensions of her, and I want to continue the message of what she's trying to say, and I want to give integrity to it." When Wiley was dancing on stage and I was bawling, Cam was on the floor videotaping him, and it was just so wholesome to see everybody watching from the sidelines, and they were kind of doing the hand gestures at different parts even if they weren't in the dance. Oh, it was so good to see. And afterwards, Wiley said, "I was honored that she would be down, that she would have the confidence that I could just jump in without a ton of practice, but I'm even more honored that I could share the stage with someone who sees me, and not only sees me, she celebrates me. She looks to me on the left during Ready for It, and she had the biggest smile on her face, the biggest sparkle in her eye. It's not really that often that a male dancer could even be in a female swing spot and even be allowed to flourish as much as he wants in that part. I want to be that example for any person, male, female, non-binary. Yes, non-binary representation. I want them to feel seen like I felt seen." And this coming after an earlier episode, I think it was the first or the second, had the "We Can See You" Gaylor sign and talking about the value of feeling seen. Taylor spoke about the way a lot of cities handled the Eras Tour. She said, "I can't believe that cities would be completely transformed into revolving around and catering to the fans coming in for the shows." I mean, it's probably really actually devoted to you, Taylor, but if you want to make it about the fans, and that's the thing, I don't even think that she's doing that as a bit or to try and make something about her, to try and deflect like a lot of times she does. I think that's just how she honestly sees it. Kevin speaks about the safety net / bubble that they're captured in. It's a joyous phenomenon. Tamia talks about how the tour cultivates good energy. She shows people swapping friendship bracelets, a good reminder that they were hers first. Sam talks about Taylor's kindness and joy that she's brought to the workspace and how it's unheard of and rubs off on everyone. And that's the leader really sets the mood, the mentality, the vibe. If you have a bad leader, you will have a bad office vibe. Taylor then is talking about how Gracie text messaged and said, "I knew you were tall, but check this out," and sent a picture of Taylor on the side of a hotel. Taylor talks about how she used to have an inside joke about how she was 5'10", but she was followed around by a 500-foot woman. It was a metaphor that she used to describe her versus the Taylor Swift brand effect. And she's bringing attention back to the Anti-Hero music video and how she used that concept in a video. She's been bringing a lot of attention back to Midnight stuff, which I think is very intentional since a lot of the things that have happened since then were foreshadowed by Midnight, including the life of a showgirl. And a lot of times when Taylor is talking about this stuff, I'm like, wow, she is really spoon-feeding her audience through a lot of these theories that a lot of us performance artlers have had for a while now. It is 5 days before the election, and she is talking about the value of being able to be an escape for people. She talks about girlhood and the belief in sweat and effort because that's the job. We see Andrea making friendship bracelets and offering Travis to sit with the family. Taylor talks about another set of very pointed surprise song mashups, The Prophecy into This Love and Maroon into Cowboy Like Me. She was also talking about how she struggled with relationships on tour in the past, how she wasn't able to do both, and she felt like she wasn't able to nurture both. And she says, somehow there's been a dynamic shift with Travis because it's shocking how much overlap in how they view themselves and others. She once again stresses how they have the same job, save his is a little bit more violent and hers is done in heels. And this is just all like another just like glaring red flag against Tavis narrative, because if the reason that your relationship is working out now is because both you and him recognize that you prioritize your careers over your relationships, and he's coming to the end of his functional career, and I know people like, he's gonna be an actor, he's gonna be a podcaster. So many people are not gonna care about Travis Kelce if Taylor and him break up, when Taylor and him break up, and when he's out of the NFL. Like, his star power is going to fade considerably. His work level is going to fade considerably. And we see what he has largely chosen to do with his time off when he has had it. He spends a lot of time partying with his boys. Meanwhile, while his primary career is coming to an end, like, Taylor is still at a place where she can do what she's doing. Like, I mean, sure, probably not 3.5 hours of it, but she can continue to be a pop star. She can switch genres. She can make movies. There are so many things that Taylor can do to keep focusing on work. And she's still very much throughout all of this seems to love her career and what she does. And as somebody who has dated somebody like that I worked the same job with before, I would not marry that person before we didn't work together and I saw how that went. Because there have been so many times when a relationship was only working when we were at the same job or we were in the same city or whatever it was, and the second one of us had a job change, the relationship didn't work anymore. Like, you shouldn't be marrying this dude until you see if you actually like him when he's done playing football. I also can't imagine that it's very easy for both of them right now when her career is at unprecedented highs and she's doing a victory lap for Eras Tour. Meanwhile, he's regularly the bed on the field every day. His team is out of the playoffs contention, and he is probably going to stink the rest of the season. And he wasn't awful in his acting roles, but he wasn't amazing either. Like, he's not going to go off and be some big mainstream A-list actor or anything unless he puts a lot of work into things. Taylor said, with this person in my life who is just the right fit with me, you can have the two passions coexist and they actually fuel each other. Funny use of terminology when TNT and dynamite and explosions have been heavily associated with your relationship. But so much of this is just a performance of cis heteronormativity. It is a performance of what we expect out of relationships. We expect women to make a lot of sacrifices, to change a lot, while meanwhile, men want to get away with still being little man children and change as little as possible, and often will only change little things in the lead up to marriage and having children just to immediately go back into their lackadaisical ways the moment they have you locked in. Then we cut to Travis and we see him listening to Cowboy Like Me. Cowboy Like Me is another song that is very heavily acquainted with PR relationships and dating for the show, not because you actually like somebody. Reread the lyrics from that context, it makes a lot more sense that way. And we see a couple of scenes of Travis when he's just like by himself in the crowd, but then we see a couple of absolutely diabolical scenes of him next to his dear friend Ross Rose, his live-in roommate since like 2019. Him and Taylor have never lived together. The idea that they would get engaged / married and having never lived together is yeah. Taylor then comments about how many 87 jerseys she sees in her crowd, celebrating him in her space. I'm sorry, that really bothers me. Like, I don't go to football games dressed in my lover bodysuit, you know? And I've never really seen that many. I mean, sure, there's probably one or two people that have gone dressed as Taylor to a Chiefs game, but not to anywhere near the same degree that people were wearing Chiefs to Taylor. Like, I understand if it's like a guy that's going with his wife or his daughters and he's just trying to dress somehow and fit in, but this is like, I'm seeing a lot of young women wearing the Travis Kelce jersey too. Taylor said every 12th person was dressed as him in her space. Lovely. Andrea says the fans absolutely love Travis, and I think that's because they can tell he loves them too and loves all people. That's such a generic And then I believe it was Taylor that said, Travis is very comfortable with, conceptually speaking, a big life. It's not one he has reluctantly. Ultimately, it's the way he treats me. It's very clear. I think that's one of the reasons why the fans should be in love with him, because he's very lovable. She speaks so convolutedly when she speaks about him. And then she said something that I think is positively diabolical and is trying to get people to make the connection. It is a seed that is being planted and very hopefully watered. And I'm paraphrasing a bit, but she said, "Who would have thought the most meaningful relationship I ever had would be with a man whose first interaction with him was saying he was butthurt I wouldn't meet him." Like, she is waving the red flag. Like, Taylor's like, red flags, red flags, red flags. And I'm like, oh, it's so romantic that she's replaced everything in her life with Travis. All right, that's all I can think and talk about this man. I have been AerinMoriarty. There will be videos on 5 and 6. I'm going to be doing videos on Ready for It, Blank Space, and Cowboy Like Me, to give people additional context if they haven't yet analyzed it from the perspective that this is about some level of PR or contractual dating. Buckle up, my beauties. We have a lot to discuss today. So 2 days before Christmas, Taylor gave us early Christmas presents in the form of episodes 5 and 6. I have taken a little bit extra time to think about and process these episodes, so that I can have time to spend with my family and pets and stuff like that for the holidays, and get a little bit of a break, because I had to push out those original videos a little bit fast, but it also gave me more time to digest it. So I think I'm going to have probably 3 more videos about the series. I'm going to do this, the episode 5 breakdown. The next video will be the episode 6 breakdown, and then after that I want to discuss a lot of the themes that we saw throughout the entirety of it, to kind of give people a better idea of like what Taylor's priorities were, right? Because she is working in a time when she has maximum eyes on her. She's had more attention on her recently than she has in a while, and honestly probably ever in her career. So the values, the themes, the things that are expressed in this are the things that are most important, and I think it's very interesting to discuss those things. I know a lot of fans were a little bit disappointed that a lot more of the logistical stuff didn't happen. She wasn't getting into her mindset of why she was mashing up songs so much as she just was putting them together and just showing off her incredible ability to do that. Like, especially that 3-song mashup she did in episode 6. So I think this has been a really interesting series for a lot of reasons. Like I said, lots of stuff to discuss. Let's dive into episode 5, Marjorie. I knew that this episode was going to get me, right? And if you follow me on The Place Where the Sky is Blue, you know that one of the things that I discuss all the time is the fact that I feel that, like, yes, Marjorie gets a decent amount of attention related to Taylor Swift and her career and her life and things like that, but I still think as fans, we do not factor Marjorie into the equation enough. Marjorie is a really interesting, really, like, just a fascinating character, and the more I learned about her, the more interested I was, or rather, the more interested I get. And this episode was really exciting to me because I loved being able to see extra pictures of her, getting to learn more stories. I have done some searching on the internet to find, like, news stories from when she used to perform all over the world, so just getting to have insights from my Marjorie database was big, but also, I knew the second I saw the title of this that it was going to make me cry, and it did. Oh boy, howdy did it did. That's not how the sentences work. Oh well. I will be reading off of this a little bit. I will try to keep it interesting though. But I just want to make sure that this doesn't take forever because I ramble and get off the point. So one thing that I remind people of constantly is that Marjorie lived with the Swifts, I believe, from the time Taylor was born up until when she passed away in 2003. And as they discussed in this documentary, that was right around the time that Taylor was getting the inklings that in order to have the career that she wanted, that she was going to need to go to Nashville. That was when Taylor really started talking to her family about Nashville and how she felt that she needed to move there in order to have the best chances of a career. And I believe she said that she was on a visit to Nashville when Marjorie passed away. So that's got to be something that's very hard for her, for like kind of seeing her grandma not be around to see this. But also on some level, a big central theme of this is that Taylor believes, like, she doesn't really get into religion or religious beliefs, but more this concept that wherever Marjorie is, whatever state of being she's in, that she is aware of what's going on. But I think it's so interesting for storytelling perspectives that, like, this one, like, multi-talented singer who probably had a lot of other skills too, because she could reinvent herself over and over again every time her husband moved for work, as she dies, Taylor picks up that torch and like just carries this. And when you see her singing Marjorie at the Eras Tour and all of these people with their lights out, sobbing along, talking about their own family that they miss, things of that nature, it just, one of the things that I stress a lot is that one of the things that I really respect about Taylor is that she's very often connecting herself to old figures of the past. And a lot of times these figures are people like Rebecca Harkness, who wouldn't necessarily have gotten the same level of remembrance if Taylor wouldn't have shed a light on it. And it really is Taylor being this bridge between the women in the past who broke a lot of the ceilings that allowed her to achieve to the degree that she's achieving now, but then also to connect those people to the current generation of fans so that people like Elizabeth Taylor aren't forgotten. And I love that. I love how much she homages and references these old figures. But just going back to Marjorie and her impact on Taylor, especially when she was little, I really suspect that Marjorie and her own knowledge about music and arts and entertainment really made her like very fond of a lot of the old Hollywood actresses and actors. And I think in a lot of ways, she is probably the one who inspired Taylor to watch, I envision them watching like old Elizabeth Taylor movies together when she was young, and her telling her all of the stories. And they also mentioned that Andrea kind of grew up moving around with Marjorie, and got to be front row. And there was some weird kind of parentification going on that we're going to discuss later. But like, Marjorie has always Andrea grew up at the side of the stage watching these performances. She's gotten to have a lot of really good insights on what it takes for someone to perform at high levels. And it's very interesting, and I'm very interested to discuss that later in this episode. Also, with The Life of a Showgirl, we have the connection to Marjorie in that the showgirl is named Kitty Finley. Finley is Andrea's maiden name. It is Marjorie's married name. And I loved that little honoring. So we start this off by seeing a lot of old scenes of Marjorie, often with Taylor, and one of them is with Taylor playing on the piano, loving those high notes, and Marjorie says, "You know what that means? You're gonna have to get a piano." And that was one of the, the piano, the guitar, that was part of the start of an obsession for Taylor. Like I mentioned, Marjorie's husband had a job that moved him around a lot, and she was literally like going all over the world. I've seen reports of her performing in Puerto Rico, Cuba, Singapore, a number of other countries, and it's fascinating to me that like every time he moved for his career, she just found a production and was singing in it, or like had a show. It's fascinating to me that she was just able, every time they moved to a new country, she found a production, she found a show, she settled back into what she loved doing. And that fascinates me. And like very often it's hard for women to find success when they have a spouse that moves them around a lot, because it's hard. It's hard to get started over. And I think that she probably had a lot of challenges. And I believe that like need to continually reinvent herself for the place and the scenario and the demands is a skill that she very likely passed on to Taylor, if not directly, then via Andrea. Cut to today, and we see Taylor rehearsing, and she is not necessarily feeling so well. She's a little bit sick. They are talking about Thanksgiving, and Andrea wants to spatchcock a turkey. That is so funny to me, because when you spatchcock a turkey, you are literally ripping the spine out. We are also making this connection. I don't remember who it was that picked it out, but Taylor mentions the fact that they screwed up the turkey when they were deep frying it, and it was like inedible, and that was actually something that was in the Lover Diary. So that was a really interesting callback, especially when you're connecting this concept of like having your spine teared out, and also the events of the Lover era when she lost her master's rights and she had to change a lot of her plans. And a lot of people believe that that is when her spine got ripped out with regards to things like advocating politically. It didn't really go so hot for her. The candidates that she was advocating for didn't necessarily win. And I know a lot of people want her to talk out more, but the simple fact of the matter is that the math doesn't math well that way. It's really questionable whether a figure as large as Taylor speaking out is ultimately beneficial or detrimental, because the people that would have voted for that candidate already probably were, but other people who don't like Taylor will vote against Taylor's candidate just to spite her. And then that kind of like spite reaction, that response from haters, like when you just mostly have people that like you, advocating works differently than when there are people who hate you and everything you stand for and will attack that cause if you stand for it very vocally. And I think that's one of the big reasons why a lot of her like donations and charitable actions have been things that were more quiet, more private, to make it harder for that kind of like response, that lash out response. Because Travis isn't here through most of this, they have to give the Trav wives a little bit of something to feed on. So Taylor mentions him coming to Thanksgiving and Andrea making Texas-sized ribs for a Texas-sized man. Those ones he calls dinosaur bones. Something that is very interesting to me is we're making the connection to the Lover Diary and when the turkey was obliterated by Andrea's attempt at cooking. And no shade on Andrea, she just doesn't strike me as the cooking type. I fully believe that Taylor cooks and Taylor bakes and things like that, but Andrea just does not give me that vibe. She seems more of like a career mom. And right before the show came out, Good Morning America released this clip of them all like working on one of the first, like I think it was 2004, one of the first TV specials that was focusing on Taylor and her atmospheric rise that was about to happen. Taylor really foreshadowed so much of her career, but that's another story entirely. Regardless, the clip is Andrea trying to pretend like she can make box mac and cheese and failing miserably at it. Like she didn't turn the oven on or something like that, or she didn't put water on it. I don't know. The way Taylor and Austin and Scott were laughing at that situation really gave the vibe that like Andrea was not usually the one who cooked, and she was trying to present them as like the average modern American family by pretending to cook her family food, but then it just revealed that she probably doesn't cook that much. Like they were very wealthy even before Taylor came along. So then Taylor starts talking about her family and the Torrens. This is really interesting to me because there are a number of red flags that have been coming out. Like one of the big ones is when it's either later in this episode or the next episode, where she says that the reason that her relationship with Travis works is because she's very dedicated to her career and he's very dedicated to his career. Well, he's about to retire from his career, so that is like a massive red flag. But the other kind of big red flag is like Taylor talking about how her family comes together for touring. It is very highly romanticized, but I don't want people to infer that I think all of the Swifts are bad people. I just think that, especially after seeing the Scott Swift leaked emails and him whacking the photographer that got too close to Taylor in the face, I just get the vibe that it hasn't always been like this. Like, I really hope that they are not just fronting with this aspect for the camera, although every time Scott Swift is on camera, I was so confused as to why he wasn't on camera, but then every time he was on camera, he was saying something super awkward in a way that made me feel like they had never spoken to each other before. It was very weird. Anyway, Taylor on her family. She talks about how touring brings the family together. Part of the Eras Tour is a celebration of my family. I don't see any of this happening without my family. This has been a family business for 20 years. When they got into this, her parents didn't know anything about it, but they read a lot to try and do the best job that they possibly could. You know, they show her mom drawing the 13 on her hand every night when she was getting started out, and she talks about how everyone banded together. She wants this, we want this for her. Andrea talks about what an honor and a privilege it is to be a part of this, which I really do feel like Andrea respects that she's part of something big. Although I do admit this episode leaves me with the feeling that it's like, Andrea, you need to do something for yourself. It's like your entire life has been to serve these women in your life, first your mother, then your child, who are performers and who need your guidance and your moral support and things of that nature. What have you done for yourself, ma'am? Like, but also just like, it really feels like the Eras Tour was the end of a certain part of touring in Taylor's life. And I do wonder, like, how is it with them as a family without these pressures? I can't imagine. I love my parents. We get along great. I live with them right now. I moved back in with them because I like living with them more than I like living with other people. And the thing is, I can't imagine them being an intimate part of the family business for so many years, and an intimate part of like the work, the songs are very diaristic. I can't imagine that. And I also just wonder how weird it has been for Austin that like so much was made about Taylor. Like before he could even decide on what his dreams were, Taylor's dream procession was in play. And I'm very interested what the real family dynamics are here. Also, there's the whole thing about how it was widely reported that the Swifts got separated, I think like 2011 or 2013. But more recently, they've been kind of acting like they're together, sort of. I don't know. I just wonder a lot about the logistics and how the family works. How does that family operate? And next we have Gracie coming in. Gracie and Taylor were changing up the song Us since they just got Grammy nominated for it. They had went out to celebrate. They had a lot of drinks. There was the fire. They showed that whole fire and Taylor extinguishing it, and I was thinking about how their shoes and their bags got damaged. I was also connecting this to Karma is the Fire in Your House. So much of the Midnight's era has been foreshadowing, forewarning of sorts about the eras that we're currently in. So that was interesting to me. They end up mashing up Us with Out of the Woods. And I would love to be on the list of people that Taylor Swift sends random voice messages to, because could you imagine? And she's just, seeing how her brain works at these things was very fascinating for me. Another element of this that was absolutely planned is the fact that when Gracie receives that voice note, she has a camera crew with her, so her and her manager can react to it. I thought that was interesting. It's fascinating to me when they bring attention to the fact that this is a docuseries and that they're aware the cameras are there. Like when Scott was like, and dad and brother are in the back. It was like reassuring the audience that he's there. But just more broadly, it makes me think about what there were camera crews around for. A lot of people have complained that this is only about the end of the Eras Tour. It's not about the Eras Tour as a whole. And they're like wishing that there was footage, but we have footage. We see footage earlier in the Eras Tour, especially when they're first practicing it. Like we have a lot of practice footage. That footage just is only sporadically being used in this. This makes me think that this is just the first docuseries and that there's going to be other material that comes out as a tribute to Eras Tour. And like realistically, if she has the material, if she has the willpower, I say go for it. Fans are always interested in more information. I think that there were very specific goals that were trying to happen here and that she has made them happen. I do think showing the whole family dynamic, presenting themselves as like a happy, healthy nuclear family, that is very tied to selling Taylor as like the pop star that didn't burn out. Like so many people around her had really public, really obvious mental health issues and substance issues, and Taylor is very often presented as the one who made it, and her parents and her family are presented as the reason she made it. Although with TTPD, we also get insights to the fact that like just because it all looked wholesome on the surface doesn't mean that there weren't negative things going on. And I always think about the lyric, blood's thick but nothing's like a payroll, and I know people want to make that about the Kardashians, but I just suspected in the past that there has been friction and that maybe they have worked through it, but that there probably was friction at some juncture or multiple junctures. I think also about when she is really wanting to make a stand in Miss Americana, and, you know, Scott is one of the people talking her out of that. But back to Gracie and Taylor, something that was really interesting to me about that scene was the fact that they're both wearing horizontal striped shirts, and I don't have theories about that, but I know several other performance artlers do, and it's so interesting to me that Gracie in particular was wearing like white and black prison stripes. And especially because of the fact that we knew that the camera knew to be there, it does make me wonder if she was told to put on that shirt to Easter egg for the moment. We also see Andrea bopping out to it in the background, and I love how much she loves Taylor's work. I love how much she gets into it, because so many artists don't get that with and from their parents. But as we're watching Gracie and her manager listen to this voice note, they are both amazed at how Taylor can put these songs together and how she's a mastermind. And again, if there is one primary message about the surprise song mashups, it is that Taylor put a lot of work and thought into them, into planning them, and that we as fans really need to dive into those more. I wish I had infinite time and editing help so that I could make videos on everything that I want to make videos about, but I do want to make videos about some of those surprise song mashups. I do suspect that at some point in time in the near future, Taylor is going to release surprise songs and surprise song mashups, and I believe that is why we are getting so much framework of these surprise song mashups are important. Let's look at them more. After that scene, we see Taylor mixing Evermore with Peter, and Andrea says that she doesn't understand how Taylor does it. And I think we're kind of in that circumstance that I've mentioned a couple times, where people that are incredibly good at things often make them look very easy. It is not easy to do what Taylor is doing. Like, the way she constructs these songs together, and the fact that, like, she was doing it pretty quickly too, and like, I don't think she had all of these mashups planned before the Eras tour, so like, I don't think she had a tremendous amount of time to work on them. It really just seems like her brain mashes things together on some interesting level, but I think a lot of these are telling stories, and especially Evermore and Peter. Andrea discusses how she doesn't have a creative bone in her body, but she does have the intimate understanding of the psyche of someone who does and who has to do it. And I wish I would just... I wonder how much she's tried. So many people think they're not creative, and creativity is not like something that you're born with so much as it's a muscle that you have to exercise. And a lot of us stop exercising it while we are children, and that makes it harder for us to make art and to create things that we like. But this connects us back to Marjorie again. I really like the way different narratives are weaved through these episodes. So you have a point that is made, and then you have time to digest it. And then you have a point that is supported, and then you have time to digest it. So they explain how she was an opera singer who went to college for music, then married her husband and started moving around the world. And wherever they were living, she would star in operas, and everywhere they went, she was beloved. Andrea mentioned how she and her sister were brought along with them and were put in the front row. And on the way home, she'd say, "So, Andrea, did that part of the delivery make you want to cry?" And Andrea would say, "Well, Mom, a little bit. I'm paraphrasing a lot of things in this because it's a pain in the butt to just dictate every word everyone says. So just understand, paraphrasing is happening throughout this. Marjorie was always looking for feedback, but from an 8-year-old. So Andrea would do what she could, and she knew that she needed to pay attention because there was a job to do. She was going to be quizzed on the way home. She says that she had a beautiful relationship with her mom. And I do think that your kids can be an important insight, like especially if the music that you are creating is for people, like for families, for a large group of people, making sure that it is appealing to people of a younger age is good. But I also do wonder, like, I said parentified at the top. That's not necessarily what I mean, but it really is kind of one of those, like, dictating an adult role to a child before that child may fully be ready. And like, how did she react when Andrea gave bad feedback? I'm like, there are sometimes people describe things and they're like trying to romanticize them, but I'm also like, whilst there are parts of that would be good, there are also parts of that that I would really hate, and I hope she didn't hate them. Andrea had the full awareness that her mother loved singing, loved to perform, and that the people loved her. So it prepared Andrea better than anything could for having a child like Taylor who wanted to follow in Marjorie's footsteps. Taylor always knew she wanted to perform. She was writing music without co-writers as a child. At 11, she asked to go to Nashville. Taylor wanted to experience something that she thought was destiny. That is connecting us back to that episode 3, I believe, that was called Kismet, that was about Taylor's like skyrocket to fame, how her early career went, things of that nature. We're connecting this back to that theme. There are a lot of themes that are really supported again and again throughout this documentary, and one of them is that Taylor was destined to be an entertainer, and that what she is living through right now is that destiny manifested in real life. Then I believe it was Andrea who said that at a very young age we tend to know where we're going in life, and it's good to listen to them and where their dreams are even at a young age. This is also continuing that theme that many, if not all, of the people that are working with the Eras Tour are people who were like Taylor. I talk a lot about how these episodes are doing a couple of things. A, Taylor is recognizing skill in other people that are skills that she has as well, because that is a way of like boasting about yourself without it coming off as boasting, because women get very heavily criticized when they boast. So a lot of times you're seeing these dancers being praised. And yes, I think that it's not ingenuine because Taylor's doing that. Like, I think that's one of the problems that some people are having, that because there's a narrative, because there's a story that they're trying to tell, because there's a point that they're trying to make, they're thinking that that cheapens everything. But I don't believe that, because it's not Taylor like pushing these people down to make herself come up. It is Taylor propping these people up to be closer to her equal, and it really seems like she views a lot of these people as something of equals. And then we go talk to Amanda Balin. And Amanda Balin is interesting to me because she is the dancer that, like, on the surface, I think most resembles Taylor, especially Taylor at a specific, like, point in her life when she had short hair. Amanda was kind of asked to come out of retirement to dance for Eras Tour, and that's a really big ask. And I do wonder, Amanda did make it seem like this was something that, like, the group wanted from her, but I do wonder how much Taylor wanting her to come out of retirement is part of it. And I do think at a lot of points on stage that dancers are representing facets of Taylor or facets of Taylor's past life, inner child, things of that nature. And I do think that Amanda is one of the dancers doing that. But anyway, we see Amanda, and she is surrounded by trinkets and tchotchkes devoted to dance. It is clear that dance has been like the most important thing to her all her life. She is a true dance nerd. And she mentioned that you have to have a certain personality to tour. It's one thing to be a dancer or a musician. It's another thing to be able to devote your life to touring. But Amanda loves it, and she thrives in that environment, and her life dream was to tour. And it has to be very hard for her to go from touring like this to being in retirement. And I really do hope that she is going to do like other choreography and other jobs like that still allow her to tour a little bit without maybe having the same physical demands as dance. She was mentioning that it is very bittersweet because after this tour, her dance career is over. And I do think that this tour was bittersweet in a lot of ways for Taylor too, because I think it probably represented the most Taylor could push out of herself at a time when she was really at like her physical peak, and she's very strong and she's worked out and she's really prepared for it. I think in a lot of ways this was the most like physically ambitious tour that we will see out of Taylor. I very much expect in the future with tours that she will continue to use dancers, but also lighting, other stage elements, visuals, things of that nature, continue to tell a really complex story, but also to get her out of doing a lot of, like, when she was falling to her knees and coming up from her knees during Reputation set every night, I was just like, my poor knees. Her poor knees. And just in general, a lot of this episode focuses on the importance and value of family, but especially mothers, to accepting and helping their kids along their journey. I think so very often, so much success, even Taylor's success, a lot of Taylor's success is very often broken down to just what Scott has done for her. But I think in a lot of ways, what has made her truly successful is, it's a combination of a lot of people and a lot of factors, but I think a lot more of it is and was Andrea than people realize. And I think a lot of these episodes was talking about honoring mothers for the sacrifices that they made and honoring mothers for the way they have allowed their children to succeed at their dreams in the ways that wouldn't be capable otherwise. Then we go see a huddle, and I love seeing that it's not just Taylor that says something to hype people up every night. She really does seem to give other people an opportunity to like say something in advance, that like really profound moment. And Amanda says, this is potentially the last time I'll ever do this in front of my family and friends. They talk about how rare opportunities like this are. Tay, you are, oh God, you are all things kindness and grace, and my life is different because of you. A lot of us have theories that relate around Taylor and religion, and that, oh God, I'm just like, interesting, suspicious. They do the up, F it up. I love that. And then they cut to Amanda's family reacting in the audience. I love how much you see the families in the audience finally seeing their children realizing these goals that they have had their entire life. That has to be such a huge moment for those families. We then have Andrea talking, and she says for Taylor, it's always been about the audience, making sure she felt an intimate connection with them. With the Eras Tour, that could no longer be possible because of COVID. You have this massive production having it shut down would be a disaster. And Taylor said, if I can't meet fans, then I need to have to come up with different ways to still give people an intimate experience. We are then introduced to Ethan Taubman, who is the production designer. He has also worked with her on the Midnight's music videos. Again, a lot of us are connecting that to the plan that is in motion right now. He says he loves working with a storyteller. Another big theme is how many of these people are storytellers more than they are pop stars or dancers or musicians. Taylor, this was really validating for me to see how much focus was on storytelling, because I have been just nagging people about storytelling and how Taylor's a storyteller and how important that is, and storytellers in general are so important for the world. And that was a huge theme of a lot of these episodes, but we have so many other people that are acknowledging Taylor as the storyteller, including Ethan. Ethan talks about a storyteller's relationship with their fans and our relationship with the songs. If every idea you have creates an emotional response, you're able to make people in the back row feel like they're in the front row. And Taylor wanted that production to be accessible to everyone, so they made the floor bigger, made a lot of visuals for the floor, and then had aerial cameras so fans on the floors didn't miss what was happening on the floor. And I honestly think that End of an Era was less about how the production was made and more Taylor pointing out the parts of Eras Tour and the people that are involved and the things, so that when we watch the final show as it's been released, we are making more connections. We're interpreting it on a different level. We are realizing things that we couldn't realize when we were just watching it on a grainy live stream. Especially the visuals, the floor, the dance choreo, the surprise song mashups, the costumes. These are the things that we are continually coming back to over and over again. These are the things that are really important for Taylor. These are important mechanisms of her storytelling and things that just broadly in general we need to pay attention more. I have wanted to do videos on Eras Tour, but it is just so daunting. It was so hard to just go through these videos. It took me like 10 hours to go through episode 6, just because I stop so often and have thoughts and I need to jot them down, and like critically watching this stuff takes forever, and she has so much content, and then editing this stuff takes even more time. And like, Taylor! But I think that's a big point. I say very often that this is the world's largest group project, and the big reason for that is because it is impossible for one person to do it. And one of the reasons that I make videos on so many different platforms is because I want more people to join the team, you know? Taylor also talks about having a cinematographer for her tour for the first time, which again is just another thing that tells me, like, yes, the visuals are very important, a huge part of the storytelling, and she wants to make sure that she's conveying what she wants to be conveying. She also talks about kind of wild card stuff that was thrown in, like her diving into the floor, which was one of Ethan's ideas, and I just love that. Very reminiscent of something else that we discussed. We discussed that she goes from this cover to this cover and then sings a Lavender Haze. But initially when Taylor talked about diving in the stage, she says that's not going to work. How's it even work? And you see people reacting to the leap, that surprise creating joy. That's what great shows do, make adults feel like children. I think that's so important. I think very often when we hit our teenage years, we are encouraged to give up so many parts of our childhood in order to be mature adults. And a lot of that goes into being appropriate for a relationship, right? So like when I was a kid, I gave up like pretty roughly dresses. I gave up stuffed animals, things of that nature, because I was told that if I was acting and looking like a little kid, and if I liked stuffed animals like a little kid, that I wasn't going to attract a good partner. But the thing is, stuffed animals provide comfort to adults too. Bedtime stories provide comfort from adults too. And very often an integral part of healing your damaged inner child, if you are someone with trauma, is by taking care of that inner child, doing the things that you used to do as a child to calm down, whatever that may be, whether that be running around in circles in the backyard, whether that be bedtime stories. Those things can be really healing and can really ground you back in your humanity when you're kind of spiraling. They wanted to make it the biggest thing they had ever done, but none of it happens without a song and someone there to sing it. Like, yes, there are so many people around Taylor that are doing this incredible work, but also without Taylor, they don't come together. And so much of this has been bringing attention to all of the hidden unsung heroes of touring, and it just really demonstrated how somebody that is as big as Taylor keeps a lot of artists employed. She keeps them on payroll. She keeps them comfortable. This myth that starving artists is a myth that is created by the system. Artists wouldn't have to starve if the system actually paid artists fairly. We cut to a clip of Taylor in 2017. She's throwing chairs around and screaming that she loves songs in front of Shellback. Taylor says, storytelling for me is one of the key aspects that makes me feel like life is worth living. I think that's so very important. Actually, I don't want to fully derail this, but I have done a video on storytelling and all of its importance that I will link at the end of this video in case you're curious. We then see a debut songwriting session, a fearless songwriting session, some speak now sessions, reputation. Taylor says, crafting a song is just the happiest I ever am. If you're in a writing session with me, like I'll go into my lyric space and it's just sort of like rocking back and forth in the corner muttering. I do the same thing when I'm writing. Taylor says, I never lost that sense of just, it's endlessly fascinating. I never get bored of it. Songwriting happens whether I'm on tour or not because my life has just been a free-flowing state of you live it, you feel it, you wonder about it, you write about it. Again, I am so curious how many songs we never get to hear because they are just songs that she wrote to get a thought out of her head and into the world where it can hurt her less. She talks about how she started going to Sweden between shows and it felt like the most exciting way to make a secret album. And I have to. When I'm done with this, I will be doing a video about why I believe The Life of a Showgirl, a lot of the writing aspects of it took place in the past. I am willing to believe that she recorded it recently. I am not willing to believe that the large majority of it was written recently, but we're going to discuss that in a different video. Taylor talks about how it would just be the three of us and we would write and record. And I don't remember the context if she was dancing or singing in a specific way, but Taylor said, I can be more violent, trust me, and that is humorous given so much of this parallel between her job and Travis's job has been, his job is violent, my job is in heels, but we largely do the same thing. Taylor has been wearing a lot of USA gear throughout this. It's clear that this is most likely intended to look like, whether it is or not, I'm questionable, but it's intended to look like it is during the time of the Summer Olympics when women's rugby was very popular, especially with the Ting girls. But also just the flagging of it all when we had that parallax where from one side it says love wins, from the other side it's an American flag. Taylor says, I was in a place in my life where life felt so full of possibility and it felt like I was figuring things out and it felt so romantic and magical and passionate and I wanted to capture that. Taylor talks about how she hadn't made any music together with Max Martin and Shellback since Rep. I am so curious. One of the big reasons why I think that a lot of Life of Showgirl stuff is older is because Max Martin really demands credit on work that he doesn't do, and Taylor is usually against that, and that's why this whole album was a real big surprise for me. Taylor then talks about how Max and Shellback, they have always felt like masters, and she was their apprentice in the past, but now it's a respectful relationship with people who you know are your peers, but you also look up to them. We have the Swedish Christmas dinner, or the first station of it, and this tickled my pickle, y'all, because what do you mean you put raisins in wine? And I know a lot of people are going to be like, okay, that's a Swedish tradition, but why is this happening during a songwriting session for The Life of a Showgirl when during a songwriting session for Midnights, she was eating raisins with wine with Antonov? Like, why is it the raisins and wine keep coming back? It means something, I swear. Taylor felt ready for the challenge of going back to them and stretching and making the best album she could make. Andrea talks about how she usually hears about music within 5 minutes of Taylor making it. It is the best thing, but also the scariest because she has that responsibility to protect that secret. And yeah, I don't necessarily know that I would want that responsibility either. I would not be talking to anybody if I had like intimate knowledge of Taylor's secrets. She does the line about, I am immortal, baby dolls. You couldn't erase me if you tried, or whatever it is. And she mentions how she's talking to all of those girls, just keeping in mind for other times when she's used baby doll in the past. Taylor says, I love being hyper detailed and having several overarching themes that are woven throughout, and I think the fans have really gotten into that obsessive nature of my storytelling too. Yes, my whole channel is just about how Taylor is hyper detailed and how she has several overarching themes that are woven through all of her work, including this. That is why there's going to be a full episode of themes that were in this. But these two episodes, I know a lot of people were put off by these two episodes, but these two episodes were just like, hey, Erin, those weird ideas that you have about Taylor being a storyteller more than a pop star and about how she has a lot of overarching narratives and themes and all of that jazz. It's just all, this feels hand created to be delivered to me to be like, hey, Erin, you know that theory that you had that seemed like really crazy and off the wall? You're totally right. I'm like, But also I'm very aware of the fact that this is a person who admits to lying to her audience often and admitted on an interview before this to being an unreliable narrator. So, which is another thing that I've done a video on. I've done videos about how there's a lot of layers and overarching themes and things of that nature. I've done a video about how she is a storyteller. It's phenomenal. I had to put shoes on at some point, so I apologize if my footsteps bother you, but it is 56 degrees in here and dropping rapidly, and I like being connected to my toes. We then have a talking head with Amos, and he says, I think for a lot of people, they feel such a personal connection to her deeply personal writing, the drama she's been through, the heartbreak and regret she shared with people, and I think it must be meaningful for her for that to resonate. One of my big overarching themes is that this is all about seeing and being seen, and how the people that try to look at the songs the deepest are the people that are trying to see Taylor. We see a ton of people, especially young people, doing covers. Amos says a lot of people who can relate to this. Her writing is personal, vulnerable, very specific, in that specificity people see themselves. And it's so interesting. I talk a lot about how Taylor's writing seems very specific, but a lot of things that she says are phrases that can be taken many ways. Like Robin and long may you roar at your dinosaurs. I have proposed that that could be about Batman. And this is about a number of Robins, but I've proposed that it could be a reference to Batman's Robin, who has fought against dinosaurs and kind of yar at them a couple of times. It could be Taylor in the Miss Americana, where she is roaring that she wants to speak out publicly, politically, regardless of what these old men dinosaurs say. We've also talked about Robin Williams and how he plays with dinosaurs on the Miss Doubtfire movie, I believe. There are a number of ways that those things can be interpreted, and it simultaneously feels very specific, as though it can only refer to one thing for Taylor's life or what have you, but it also is very kind of like that fake psychic horoscope thing, where it is written in a way that can be interpreted a number of ways. She is so good. The more simple Taylor's writing seems, the more interpretations and the more layers that it has, and it is simplified so that it can feel specific to a number of things while not actually being... It's so fascinating. Then Gracie says, I don't remember a time not listening to her music. Every chapter of my life is marked by an album of hers that came out the same time. Gracie started writing at 8. A friend asked her if she would rather have $10 trillion or to write a song with Taylor, and she said Taylor. Again, this theme of children having their dreams come true. It's all the Peter Pan of it all. Everything is coming together, and I love when that happens. Taylor says the double bridge on the mashup they're doing is going to send her off a cliff. Taylor, stop threatening to jump off of tall somethings. It's becoming a problem. Gracie says that Taylor is the easiest person to be around, and it's like a dream. They both practice together. You see Gracie nervous before she pops out on stage. Taylor says there's something that happens between friends that make music. It's this undeniable bond you have. With Gracie, we have had so many special moments, and I just think about, I have proposed a couple of times now in my discussion of this, how I just want a series where Taylor interviews her friends, or not interviews her friends, she like talks to her friends, makes, song mashups with her friends, and they just kind of shoot the shit and play together. I think it would be so good. The camaraderie and the charisma that have existed in all of those little scenes where she has done a little mashup with one of her friends, whether it be Ed, whether it be Sabrina, whether it be Gracie, all of those scenes have been really great to me. Taylor says, my opening acts on this tour are kids that were 10 years old at my show. Now that we're singing together, I can't believe the way that everything is falling into place in a way you never dreamed it would. I know that one of the criticisms that a number of people had was that Taylor didn't discuss her other opening acts more, and I do think that the things that she focused on were very specific to make the points that she wanted to make, and I think the points that she wanted to make are so very important to her. That's why I want to do a whole video about them. Then to wrap up this little segment, we have Andrea saying, I look forward to seeing the different ways fans react from night to night. For me personally, watching the shows, that moment that Taylor appears and there she is, that to me is absolutely worth everything. It makes me feel like this was my calling in life. Whether it was Taylor or my mom, it was to be around someone who loves entertaining and was extraordinarily talented. I was just ditto. It happened all over again. And I just, again, Marjorie, or Andrea, I'm sure that you have talents. I just want a show where Andrea finds her talents, because I'm sure you are incredible as a supporting act, but don't be a supporting act in your own life, my dear. We talk about Marjorie again, and Andrea starts crying talking about her. You see Taylor wearing a Superman onesie and Marjorie reading to her about kittens. Taylor talks about the experience writing Marjorie. She said she was a wreck at times. She kind of broke down at times writing it. She says that Marjorie died when she was 13 because the universe just always, in weird ways with Taylor, when Taylor was on a trip to Nashville to try and make it, so she always felt like Marjorie was seeing that. And it kind of wrecks her when Marjorie is singing with her in the song. I don't know how she sings that song every night without crying, because I just watching it want to cry half the time. Andrea said when Marjorie does it on tour, God, Taylor, I don't know if I can make it through the tour crying every night when you sing that song. It just gets me. It started out as something very simple. We didn't even have lights prepared for that show. We didn't know fans were going to honor that song with the reverence that they do. We didn't know they were going to put their phones up. It just became a very loving tribute. Mike Meadows' dad had passed away last year, and he said those of us that have gone through similar in recent years, that's always kind of an emotional moment in the night. Tamia talks about her papa, who was her favorite person, and he unfortunately passed, and she always feels his presence, especially during this song. Camila says that Marjorie is about Taylor's grandma, but it's personal to me. It is a testament to Taylor's writing because it really feels like your own experience. The idea that you have a loss and yet they're still here with us is what I need to cling to every night. And then you see everybody doing their makeup together, and I love that kind of like, you've had your emotional moment, then you gotta fix your face and go out on stage and put your grin on. Camila says, performing with Taylor 10 years, Eras Tour was a surprise to us all. We had COVID, we all wanted to be together to make music again. I needed to be here to make music again. Like, such a big theme of this is how people that are creative need to have that creative outlet. It is an important function of their life, and if you suppress it, it makes people, like, there are so many people, I even include myself, I loved music when I was younger, but my parents really made it clear to me that that wasn't really practical and that I should probably focus my time on other things. So I stopped playing the cello when I was in high school. And just recently I started playing the guitar, and having that song, that musical outlet again, is something that I didn't realize I needed. And that's one of those reasons why I'm like so much heavily on the train. Andrea, please, we need to find, I'm sure you're not devoid of creativity. You just need to work on the skills. You just need to stretch those muscles. I'm sure you can be a sensation. You can be the center of your own life, at least for a while. I don't know. I know that a lot of people, here's the thing. This is why I'm reacting so strongly to this. For so long in my life, because I felt like I couldn't be with a woman, my goal in my life was kind of to be a man's muse of sorts. Like, because I thought that like being the muse, but also being the person that like supported the tortured artist was something that I could do that would make me important and relevant. And what I completely failed to realize is that I don't need to be the muse. I can be my own muse. I can be an artist myself. I don't have to be subservient to an artist. I can just be an artist. Camila said that she lost her mother in September of 2021. Not only did I need music and to be with my band family, I needed to heal. Music is the thing that is most healing to me. Another theme of this is just how important music, especially when you come together in community for music, is. And while all of these people were talking, I was just thinking about TTPD and how many fans, especially fans that had CPTSD and that had a lot of childhood issues and things of that nature, used that album as a form of catharsis, as a form of healing, as a form of like being able to take the next steps to be better and to be more whole as people. And I think that's so valuable, and I think that's why so much time is being spent on this. And I know a lot of people don't like that this is where the time is being spent, but it's so valuable. And then this is something that is so integral, so integral. Camila says, for the past few years, I've been really learning to accept and lean into that two different things can be true at one time. And last year, that really smacked me in the face because we started this tour and we were all making memories and falling in love with each other. And I was the happiest I had been in some time. And at the same time, I was heartbroken every moment because my mother wasn't here to experience this joy and to see the Eras Tour. If you saw me sobbing somewhere, you'd never know that I was the happiest I'd been for a while. And if you saw my joy, it was often that I was pretty devastated. And so knowing that, I just want to give permission to feel both, to be here, feel what we feel, be as present as you can in the next 4 shows. I This message is so integral both to the documentary but also to so much of Taylor's life. Like, I speak a lot about the fact that on the surface level, a lot of people think that Taylor is so lucky and that she hasn't suffered at all, but the industry is very difficult to be in. Having the media turn against you is very difficult. There are so many things, parts of her life, that are difficult to deal with. And I think in a lot of cases, Taylor is feeling two things at the same time. I think in a lot of cases, many of us are feeling two things at the same time. Like, so many of myself and the people around me are deconstructing. We're looking at media more. We're doing things that are to our own benefit, that help us to exist in this system and to help us like not be as hurt by the system and to start healing. And a lot of that has required being able to have the joy of things like pop music, music events, all of that jazz, to have joy and to experience joy and to be effusive in that joy, because we're also dealing with some of the sadness, the worst sadness and the worst fear that a lot of us have ever dealt with in our whole lives. And you are multitudes. Humans contain multitudes. Like, so much of this is about the way humans contain multitudes and how we very often feel like it just has to come down to one thing, but it's not. It can be two things at the same time. Two things can be true at the same time. Parallax, different perspectives, looking at things different ways. Taylor is in the berry dress, which I love, for Marjorie, and you hear Andrea say, "My mom's voice is in that song," and she would have loved to have seen all this. She'd be so proud, and I think she'd also be really, really stoked that she's now singing in a stadium every night. Taylor is keeping the voices of people in the past alive, even through today and into the future. So much of this is her bridge to the past and how she functions as that. Taylor is crying on stage and she says it's not even the last show. Afterwards, she's in the car with Austin and Austin kind of comforts her. She says, "I got emotional. I felt like a dumbass." And Austin said, "That was the best part." Taylor said, "I couldn't put words together, Austin. That was kind of embarrassing. It's nice of you to say, though. You're a very supportive person." And Austin again stresses that was the best part because, like, again, I think it goes back to, like, the Eras Tour. Like, Taylor executes so perfectly and it makes it look so easy every night that the reminders of her humanity are very charming. And I think this is another example of that. Taylor says Camila made this speech before the show where she was just talking about how her mom died recently, and she was just saying how heartbroken she was, and that her mom never got to see the Eras Tour, and never got to see her do this, and I was thinking about it all night. And I knew that. We used to always make eye contact on Marjorie because of her mom, but to put it in perspective, that mom did get to see it, and Travis got to see it, and dad got to see it, and I felt so lucky, and it just cracked me. It cracked me wide open. You know, Taylor is recognizing how lucky she is to have her family. And like realistically, even as much as I suspect that the family is not necessarily as perfect as it is portrayed on the internet, on the TV show, whatever, Taylor does benefit from having parents that are present and seem to at least be trying to do the best. I think, like, a lot of times, especially for millennial kids, like, our parents were working off of, like, Dr. Spock books. We didn't have a lot of guidance. They didn't have a lot of guidance. Their parenting tactics were not always the most bestest, but, like, I think you can heal and you can recover from that, and I'm glad that she does have such a connection to her family still. I really hate this idea that you're supposed to get married and you're supposed to leave. Like, my parents aren't going to live forever. I like taking advantage of the time that I have with them while I have it. Taylor then gets on the phone with Scott and Andrea. Scott says, "OMG, it was," and well, he doesn't say OMG, he says, "Oh my God, it was unreal, it was incredible." Andrea said it really was, and I think you have every right to feel emotional because it's got to be hitting you, honey, that this is the dream tour of your life. And Taylor said, "I never thought we'd do anything this good."
Buckle up, my beauties. It is time to discuss episode 6 of End of an Era, Long Live. Long Live is a very much hotly debated song amongst the fans. People were upset when it's not on the set list. Some people think that the fans are being punished when it's not on the set list. I'm not necessarily that convinced of that, but I do think Long Live is one of Taylor Swift's best sort of love songs to the fans, especially the fans that have been there for a while. I do think a lot of her songs have at least a layer about her relationship with her fans and her relationship with the industry and fame, but this is the one that I think is like most directly and most frequently connected to that relationship with the fans. Starting out with the manuscript is diabolical. I have said a number of times that I believe the manuscript feels more like a track
one than Fortnite. My preferred way to listen to TTPD is in reverse track order, starting with the manuscript and going backwards, especially if you do that order and you watch it alongside the film Dead Poets Society. You basically start the film Dead Poets Society. When it's 13 seconds in, you start a playlist of TTPD in reverse track order, and you will get almost a perfect soundtrack to that. And I think the manuscript says so much. I've spoken a lot about how a lot of her albums, especially Midnight's, have foreshadowed a lot of her actions, and the Man You script is one of those ones that a lot of us in our side of the fandom have discussed, both from the perspective of interpreting it as the Man You script, as in she's scripting the narrative of her own relationship, what the media gets to find out, the PR spin, all of that jazz, but also the Man You script. The man is very often Taylor. She has been increasingly using masculine words to refer to herself, whether it be chairman, whether it be the man, whether it be James. All of those things are kind of seeing herself as the masculine. So it's not just the man that she is with that she is scripting. She is also scripting, foreshadowing a lot of her moves. And we know that that's true at this point in time because so much of Midnight's has foreshadowed, especially stuff that is in the Life of a Showgirl era. I've said for a while that I need to do a video about how I believe the Life of a Showgirl was largely written between 2017 and 2021, but Taylor keeps putting stuff out, so I haven't had time to discuss that. But I very much think that Midnight's, TTPD, Life of a Showgirl, Eras Tour are all kind of planned at the same time. And there's some evidence for that as well. Like at the very beginning of Eras Tour, she had the white TTPD microphone. Why did she have that? Did she know that she was going to need it? One of the things I brought up the last couple of episodes are these narrative arcs, or these theses, these points that Taylor is trying to make. A big one is feeling seen. This episode, again, is so much about people being feeling seen in their entirety, accepted in their entirety. Because this is episode 6, we have a lot of wind down, we have a lot of conclusion, we have a lot of the end parts of these narrative arcs. I have a video coming out in a couple of days where I discuss a lot of these theses that Taylor has introduced, the things that I feel are most valuable to her, the lessons that Taylor most wanted people to take from this, so that'll be coming out shortly. But we do have a lot of those narrative arcs coming to a conclusion in this episode. We have the media talking about all of these records that the tour was breaking, but we also have them saying things like it is the music tour that changed the industry. A lot of this, I've said a couple of times now, is her writing her legacy so that other people can't take that away from her. Something historically that has been very common with progressive women's art especially is erasure, especially in times when things contract back and are less progressive. So I do think that Taylor is one of those artists who fears that she is going to be slandered by other people later, or that her work is going to be erased and that she is going to end up like so many other people. I've spoken about Catherine the Great and how she was strong and influential as a ruler, and because of that, the people that followed her made up all of these horrible lies about her being like into horses and stuff like that. We have more headlines from the media about how she changed economies, and some Swifties say it changed lives, which again, the media downplaying that biggest aspect. I think one of the biggest aspects that Era's had, not financially, it's not the financial impact, it's not the records it broke, it is the fact that so many people felt seen, so many people were able to heal, so many people got catharsis, so many people have made friends over the course of this, so many people have learned more about themselves, have taken more control over things in their lives, have gotten out of bad relationships. Especially in the performance Artlor segment, the number of people that I know who have used Taylor's work to deconstruct from very repressive religious structures is significant. So I think that that value is one of the most important values that Taylor has, and the media very often sees that as secondary or trivial compared to the financial aspect. But no, Taylor existing in the hearts and minds of so many people is huge in so many ways. Even if those people do not necessarily come around today, that information is in the back of their brain. One day there's going to be something that triggers it, and then they're going to be like, wait, Taylor has been right the whole time, and they are going to use Taylor's work as part of their deconstruction. So Taylor is talking about the final show, and she says that she doesn't know how she's going to feel, and she doesn't know how other people are going to feel. This is obviously, you can tell by the way she acts that she is used to managing other people's expectations. I think that is a big skill for a performer, especially a performer that is going in front of tens of thousands of people. Like she has mentioned a couple of times, if you go on stage and you act scared, you act sad, things of that nature, that energy is going to be palpable in the crowd. The crowd is going to know how you're feeling. So you kind of have to regulate yourself in order to regulate the crowd. And I think one of the things that she is concerned about is because she's not necessarily sure how she's going to feel, and then that makes it harder for her to plan out like how best to manage her emotions for other people's benefits. One of the things that really stuck out to me about this is how much Austin is with her, especially in really important moments when she's otherwise alone. He kind of acts as a fan insert a little bit to the kind of a similar degree of Andrea, but he also is kind of like a reassurer. It really seems like both Austin and Andrea are something of like moral support, morale boosters for Taylor as well. It is interesting. I wonder so much about him because I know that at times in the past he has worked on films and things of that nature. Now he kind of has like a sort of vague role in the Taylor Swift TM brand thing of things. I do wonder, it has got to be weird being in the shadow of Taylor Swift, and I'm kind of shocked that he was in the episode so much and they didn't really discuss that. And I hate bringing up the Scott Swift letter because it's just but also like just the way Scott talks about babysitting. That's your son. You're not babysitting your son. You are taking care of your child. The fact that he framed it as Andrew's on the road with Taylor and I have to babysit my son, like, okay, Austin probably feels that resentment, dude. I don't know how you guys are gonna deal with that. But also, it just feels like for Eras Tour, it had to be a like family all hands on deck thing in order for it to work. She needed all of the people that she knew she could trust closest to her, so she knew that she was making the right decisions, especially as things got scary and stressful and all that jazz. Taylor talks about how proud she is, but also it is coming to a perfect ending. We talk about book ending and books in general with Taylor a lot because she loves a good bookend. She loves making a good story and having it really just like tie up nicely all the details in the end. And I see a lot of like bookending with Eras Tour, with a lot of things being kind of similar. I mean, we kind of see that at the beginning where we are at an open stage. That is kind of where we started. We started in an open stage, an empty stadium. And it just really brings things around full circle. I spoke of the different narrative themes, and I think a lot of these themes do come to a satisfying conclusion. Taylor said the show created a bonding experience for 70,000 people at once, and I don't know how that happened. I think she knows exactly what that happens. I think she is a lot more crafty than she will let people know. And I think that a lot of times she deflects when she is talking about the things that she executes on a very high level, because people don't take it well when women boast about what they're good at. And I think in a lot of cases she is deflecting, because what has made this such a bonding experience is the fact that Taylor really went out of her way to make every single thing in the Eras Tour about nostalgia, about connection, about even if you're in the back row, you're getting a show on the stage and on the screens and everything like that. It really was something altogether different than so many other events. Taylor talks about sometimes when you make something so cool, you're really proud, but you're flying into the wind and always up against friction. But then there's times when the wind is at your back. Culture, timing, mood, things you can't control all line up. And I do think, yes, there is a degree of a lot of cultural things, a lot of the fans needed what she provided. But also, I think Taylor has educated herself about the past so much that I really feel like she was prepared in a lot of ways. Like TTPD, when it came out, I was like, girl, why are you releasing this album? Like, we need hope right now. Like, I didn't need therapy. I do now. I'm getting it through your album. But now that I have had TTPD throughout everything that has happened for the past year, I'm like, oh, yeah, you were kind of really ahead of it. And I think sometimes one of the things that really sucks with Taylor is that she's ahead of her time. I think Reputation was ahead of its time. I think even 1989 to a lot of degrees was ahead of its time. And Taylor and New Romantics and kind of foreshadowing that, and a lot of people weren't ready, especially for a pop star, to be kind of the spearhead of that kind of a movement, the way she kind of has been with Eras Tour. We then see tons of fans in costumes before Taylor reads that letter, and Taylor throughout this entire thing is just like giddy so often. Just her excitement consumes her whole body. When she has a strong moment, she just kind of needs to let it out, and with like a kind of almost explosive gesture. And there's sometimes when you can see that she wants to do that and she's kind of holding herself back, but then she sits down to read this letter and she reads it, and then she, in like the most monotone, is like, OMG, so much for no emotions, am I right? And then like walks away, and it's like, that is the least you have emoted to anything that I have seen in the past 10 years. Like, it does not feel like a letter that Travis would write. It doesn't, it feels very business. It feels like a businessman's idea of what a love letter looks like. It felt weird. It felt yucky. Again, it was another way to disguise the fact that Travis is just not around throughout most of this, and Taylor only thinks about him when Andrea brings him up for the most part. It's just like with Miss Americana when the director was asked why Joe wasn't in it more, and she was like, well, I didn't meet him until the very end. This is a woman that had been following Taylor extensively for like almost 2 years and didn't meet her boyfriend till the very end because they don't spend time together. I also think about, I have a boyfriend, he's older than us, I haven't seen him in a couple of months, the original lyrics to Gorgeous. Taylor continually brings attention to the fact that she doesn't spend any time with these men that she dates. I could pretend to like Travis Kelce 2 nights a month if I had to for hundreds of millions of dollars. Easy, I'm just saying. And like I jotted down in my notes while I was watching it, I was like, we have spent literally this whole thing seeing Taylor laugh, cry, cheer, swell with pride, momentarily struck by anxiety. This isn't someone else covering Taylor. She was ultimately behind this production. She could have reshot that because it doesn't look emotional. Like, I see people online trying to twist it into something romantic, but it just looks so devoid of emotion. I read Christmas letters from people I hate with more passion than that. Taylor says that she has prepared for tears of happiness, but it's not supposed to bring people sadness. And I do wonder, Taylor did seem genuinely struck that people were sad that Eras, it really felt like she thought she was going to be the only one that was sad that Eras was ending, and then she was like surprised when there was a huge fan swell. And I do wonder how much of that isn't her trying to control reactions, but like, also, I don't know. It's so interesting. I spend so much time wondering if she's deflecting or if she genuinely doesn't know. Because her level of success tells me that she should know, but okay. Taylor and Andrea talk about how there is an end in sight and change messes with people, and it absolutely does. One of the things that I have stressed is that, like, if you are in a relationship and you're about to go through a big life change and you also want to get married, you should go through the big life change and see how that impacts your relationship before you get married. Because a number of times that I've like changed a job and then realized I didn't have much in common with somebody, or like our circumstances changed drastically and it made me reflect on the relationship in a different way. I wouldn't be rushing to get married this soon after a big career achievement when the person I'm with, I acknowledge I'm only able to be with because we are both dedicated to our careers and his career is rapidly coming to an end. Whereas my career can continue, maybe not at this breakneck of a pace, but it can definitely continue for some time now. We then have the mashup that Andrea requested, and again, I'm just like, is this being manufactured for the show, or is this real? I spend a lot of my time wondering that, because a lot of it feels very artificial. I don't know. It is super interesting to me how in episode 4, Andrea didn't seem to realize that, like, Hits Different was a sad song, like a breakup song, but then she goes and requests Never Grow Up and Best Day Ever, which, like, I guess there is a sense of childish wonder in both of them, and that's important, and honoring her parents with those songs and her family with that song, her brother with that song. It makes me think that Andrea was pretending a lot more in episode 4 than we thought, especially when we have her suggest a lyric change, like probably one of the best lyric changes. Again, I'm like, is this something that is being fed to us that is manufactured, or is this actually what happened? Oh, the problem with having a film degree is that you have to sit back with everything that you watch and be like, okay, is this authentic, or is this something that is being put on for show? Does this feel like a show is being made of it? All of that jazz. And then, the funniest thing happens, right? You go from Taylor not reacting at all, not one tear, not one twitch of happiness, not nothing to that letter from Travis, and then you see Taylor getting torn up by a mashup of her own songs and starting to cry. Like, Taylor is so clearly somebody who is very emotional and gets emotional about the things that are most important to her. The complete lack of emotion, the way she just locks up so often when it comes to talking about Travis, and the way she seems more interested in talking about literally any subject than him, just continues to add fuel to my this is PR fire. And we see Taylor being so connected to her family during this moment, but then you like cut to a moment with Travis and it's just so sterile. And anyhow, that is just such a nostalgic mashup. I really enjoy it. It's really well done, and I think it was the perfect choice for the last show. You have Austin and Scott standing in the background, and Scott says, brother and the dad are standing in the background. Like, this is narration to character. It is acknowledging the audience through the character, and it's just giving me more like, Scott, you were so awkward. Like, what the heck? That really makes me understand, like, the reason Scott wasn't in this more is because he's very awkward. It's very obvious when he's acting, and we're going to get to a scene where he's clearly acting later in this. And then she gets to the part of the song where she sings, I have an excellent father, his strength is making me stronger, God smiles on my little brother, inside and out he's better than I am. Calling him an excellent father and his strength, it just... I don't get a nurturing vibe between Scott and Taylor. And the sad thing is one of the few things that seemed to be a bonding story in their narrative was the fact that Taylor used to talk all the time about how much her father liked the Eagles and how she loves the Eagles because she used to watch the games with him growing up, such that we see her first going into this first rehearsal where she's meeting all of her dancers and she's chosen to wear an Eagle shirt. But then the moment Travis is in the picture, she's never heard of football. Football? What's that? Offense versus defense? I know nothing about football. And it's so like erasure. Like I call this the erasure of Taylor Swift because so many things that are in her corpus that used to be symbols of herself are now associated with Travis and that relationship. But a part that is being erased is this one like real major connection to her dad. And she has spoken before about how like they struggled with connectivity and they struggled to connect to one another until she started watching football with him. And I think that's one of the reasons that like her participation in this whole thing has been framed so much as dads and daughters getting back in touch with everyone. It's something that helped her bond with her father, and so it is something that she's hoping that her fans will help them bond with the male figures in their lives. So erasing that in favor of I knew nothing about football until Travis is just a slap in the face to that whole original story. But also just like we know that Scott was there every day of the tour and he is featured so little in this. Although I do wonder, there was that incident in Australia where he popped that photographer, and I do wonder if that might have made her more apprehensive to include him more. I don't know. But Taylor has devoted so much time in this docu-series to her musicians, to her dancers, all of those people, the fans. She has devoted so little time to Scott, and a lot of times Travis is just, oh, you know, Travis will be coming to dinner, and then we move on to something else. They're very quick references to him that feel very inauthentic, like those phone calls felt very weird too. And Taylor really seemed to be diligent in framing these people around her as other artists in their own merits, more so than they are subordinates to her or people that are her supports. And I thought that was very interesting, and I really tried to change how I refer to them. Like, they aren't her dancers, they are artists of their own right that are all performing at a really high level. And these people are seen as equal. They are allowed to have time to say something at the beginning huddle. Their contributions are really appreciated. Taylor views them as best of the best. And then we see more of her singing this mashup. I grew up in a pretty house and I had space to run. We talk a lot about how young Taylor was wild and free, and then she signed a contract with the industry and she really had to tame herself in order to become Miss Americana, this perfect icon, idol of a woman that other women could look up to, that was not in any way having rough edges that might detract women from relating to her. Every rough edge, every burr kind of got polished off of Taylor Swift, the brand, at some point in time. But part of the thing that she gave up was her wildness of her youth. And we see that she read Untamed in 2020. That is all about, and I say, if there's only one book you ever read, that's got to be the one. Untamed is so much about untraining good girl culture and that purity culture and reclaiming that wild inner person, your true inner self. And you really see that a lot in Taylor's more recent work. But also with TTPD, you have a lot of messages of inner child healing. And I think a lot like Robin and things like that, a lot of those songs are are targeted at her own inner child. But also, I think when fans listen to them, especially if you kind of know that these songs are likely about Taylor's inner child, it can heal your inner child as well, or make you prioritize your inner child more, think differently about it. Then a number of people are asked to describe the tour in one word. Camila described it as magical. Raphael said remarkable, phenomenal. Natalie said joyous. Melanie said unprecedented big. Karen said it will live forever. Jan said he's going to miss his family. Sydney also talked about family. Natalie said that the positive examples have changed her. And one of the things about this is that, like, Taylor is preserving a lot of this moment in time with this docuseries and with the footage that she's captured and how she's going to use it in other ways. But she hasn't just cemented her own self in time. She has cemented all of these dancers, some of whom were at the peak of their career, some of these dancers who are going to retire. Like, Amanda Balin is going to have such a powerful souvenir of her time spent on Eras Tour. This is going to have a tremendous emotional benefit. Like, I said that this is a digital scrapbook to the achievements of Taylor and the people around her that she values the most, and like a highlight reel. And that truly is what a lot of it is. Amanda said it was a supportive team. Wiley says, we're in this together. That's what she said to us the first day while shaking our hands and saying, hi, I'm Taylor. And it really does seem, as much as possible, that Taylor tries to ground herself in reality when she's with these people that she's going to spend months with on tour. Tamia said she is a legend, and I really think that people need to stop minimizing who and what Taylor is, because so many people, one of the biggest complaints I get on my videos in the comments is just like, why do you care so much about Taylor? You're taking her too seriously. She's not that talented an artist, but she is. The people that are closest around her and know her all agree that she is, and we have to stop acting like she's just some silly 14-year-old girl who's writing about her breakups in her diary. She hasn't been that for decades. Tori talks about the tour. This boss has made us felt seen, worthy, and treated with the utmost respect. Again, this is something that Taylor is robbed of because of Brand Taylor, and also the belief so many people have that she's straight. Like, realistically, that whole section of being seen started with that explicit Gaylor poster that said, we can see you. There was a theme of being seen that incorporated a lot of her queer, like her very obviously queer dancers alongside it. Like, then you have that parallax, that image that from one side said love wins. Taylor has devoted so much of her advocacy to marriage equality. It just, the thing that makes sense is that this is not a straight woman. This is a queer woman. I'm sorry. And if you don't see her as that, you aren't seeing her. And like, people say to be loved is to be seen. And I truly believe that. Like, if somebody loves something that is just an image of you, an icon, a facsimile, they don't actually love you. And often you can love yourself less. Like, when I was putting on a front to be straight for the men that I was trying to date, it sucked that I knew that they would never love the person inside. Like, even if I wasn't a lesbian, like, if I was just open about who and what I was and what I liked and all those things, it wouldn't have gone well. And one of the comments that I wrote is feeling seen, feeling understood, feeling valued, even when you're showing your full authentic self. All of these things are being shown to be just as valuable, if not more, to these other performers as the monetary bonus was. We then have the song It's Nice to Have a Friend in the background, which It's Nice to Have a Friend, Dorothea mashup, friend of Dorothy. The dancers all go into a room where they have Eras Tour posters that are themed with them, their name, their pictures. That's such a cool souvenir. It's so cool that Taylor had those mashed up for them. Jan talks about how Taylor spoke to him before the first show, and she said, "You're going to be the first one that's going to open. Just be ready for that." He was holding his tears the first time. He said he's never felt that energy before. Yes, it's easy to think that after every job that, like, this job is the one, but this job is the one. We see Taylor at the huddle, and she talks about how this is a victory lap. And that's one of the things that I find most interesting about the way the universe has balanced out Taylor and Travis, right? Because she is taking a victory lap from the biggest career achievement of her career. Meanwhile, his career is, you know, the car has 3 wheels and it's being pushed through the finish line. And I'm very curious if he's going to be able to get another wheel on and do another try, another year. Taylor talks about how they've already done the hard part, the scary part, the ups and downs. They did all of that, and that's the happiest she's ever been on a first night. They go through a little bit of a breathing, breathing moment. And Taylor talks about change and what change means, says that's what eras are. They are evolutions. They are meant to come to an end. This will always be our era's era. She continued to say that tour will be the pinnacle, most important thing that I've done. Taylor said she gets depressed about pop culture's obsession with youth culture, that we designate extremely young people to tell us where the culture is going. And Taylor spoke about how most artists don't have the privilege to develop and get into their 30s, and like she actually knew herself a bit more before this moment and before she made the thing that she will be known for. And there's something very special about that for her. She says it's never gonna happen again this way. Jesslyn spoke about how much bigger it was than they all thought it would be. Like when she was in treatment for her cancer, she was constantly watching the stream so she could feel like she was with her family. She said it was more than just a job, more than just a show. It's what we are and just the joy and the magic that happens in that space. It's a beautiful blessing and I never want it to end. And I don't know if I could come back down to earth after being on Eras Tour for real. Like, how do you just be a normal person after you've been on Eras Tour for a year and a half? We then see Taylor doing another duet with Gracie. Again, you have the strong feeling they've spent a good bit of time together. They get on really well, and they are very excited. And again, you have like full body motion in their excitement that you don't see when she's talking about or when she's with Travis. Taylor spoke about how she had like a chemical reaction, their bodies sweating. I'm sure a lot of us are going to connect that back to the alchemy of it all. I love how open Taylor is about loving other people. She told so many people throughout the course of this docu-series that she loved them, and like I don't doubt that she does love all of those people. Like obviously not like romantically, but I think that they are a very much found family. Like that's another thing like where Taylor and the things associated with her are invariably queer, because found family is such a potent queer thing. There are so many people that are part of her found family that are queer, probably most likely herself. Gracie said that it's changed people's lives. Like so many people are coming in and mentioning the fact that it's changed so many lives. And I think it would feel repetitive if it weren't for the fact that, like, again, I feel like so much of the focus with Eras Tour has been in dollars, has been in that level of success. And like, when fans talk about how emotional it was and how it changed their lives in that way, a lot of times they are treated like they are silly little girls who care too much about something they shouldn't care about, when in reality, like, this is such an important thing to care about because it's girlhood, it's femininity divorced from the male gaze. It is girls and women and queer people very often coming together and embracing femininity in a way that isn't designed to suit the male gaze. They talk about how people came to the show for the pure reason of wanting to have a good experience, and I love that. Andrea spoke about how when people come in costume that they can be a part of the community, they can connect with each other more. I think it's so fun to dress up for an event and to like, I think an outfit can really control how you feel about yourself, your mood, your emotion, your vibe, and I think putting on a special outfit for a special event, it just really adds to the whole multi-sensory aspect of it, because you're not just watching, you're not just listening, you've got the feeling of whatever outfit it is, you've got all of your friends around you, or maybe you met new friends because you went to the Eras Tour alone, but you know everybody around you loves Taylor, so you start talking to people, you're exchanging friendship bracelets. Again, that is another physical sensory thing, another physical reminder, another item that marks you as part of the in-group versus part of the out-group. You are existing with something that is part of Taylor's world. You, for that moment, are a part of Taylor's world. Everyone who is part of it is cool. Dressing up and feeling part of it and getting an endorphin rush at the molecular level to have a sense of escape. I don't remember who's talking about that. I didn't jot it down. It might have been Karen. This was at the point when I was getting very tired. We see her manager, Robert, saying that he watches the fans as much as the show. It was very weird to me that Travis called out Robert in his letter. It's also very weird to me, like, I have paid attention to Taylor and Taylor's stuff for a while now, and admittedly, I haven't explicitly gone looking for her manager, but it's weird to me that this is the first time that he's ever really come up in any big way and been around a lot. And every person is being shaped positively by something they see, hear, or feel when they are at the Eras Tour. Taylor talks about the 22 hat moment, again connecting so many things back to Red. It very often goes back to Red and Speak Now. Taylor mentioned that she never knows what kid. People in the audience try to find a kid who is having the time of their life. for that kid to be a representative of the crowd. She said that some kids get shy, but some kids bloom under the lights. They're like, oh my god, I'm a pop star now. And Taylor says that it's so wild to be in that moment because everyone else disappears for a second and it reminds her why she does it. She also said that one kid shook her reality. She said, is this real life? And Taylor really was wondering and was like, actually, I don't know. You know what I mean? We then see clips of the fans reacting to the end of the tour. We see check on your Swiftie friends, people saying I'm still not ready, people who are honoring their sadness. We go into the last day. Andrea says, I hope the fans know she's giving them everything and she's always writing music so she'll never run out of songs to give them. We see Taylor wearing Chiefs gear just like maybe 5 minutes after we saw a clip of her meeting the dancers and wearing her Eagle shirt. Again, that parallel, that change. We see her getting ready while the game is on, and not only is she talking before the game, she's yelling before the game, but she's also talking about how she wanted to regrow the things that she cut off. A lot of people talk about cutting off the wing of the Reputation, or the TS6 plane, and putting Reputation on it. She said during the tour she doesn't have time for anything optional. Hobbies and a personality outside this tour, I don't remember what they are, I'll let you know. And that's interesting. Just because so much of the time that she spent talking about baking sourdough as though that's her only personality trait. So I guess that is one of the things she regained. And again, I have to stress, I think the game is on during this period because they have set up this kind of like narrative arc of Taylor and Travis that Travis cannot be present for nearly enough, or is not present, will not be present for enough. So you're kind of concluding this narrative arc by having her watch the game and, oh, he won his game, so like that's the connection. That's your Travis moment for the day. Then Scott joins Taylor in watching the football game, and that was just, it felt like they did not know each other well. It was such an awkward conversation. They were talking over each other. He was talking about, you know, can you believe we're finally watching football after? But football is what they've always bonded on, according to her story, until Travis was a part of this. So it's just like, I've said for a while that Taylor is bringing more and more attention to the things that are inconsistent, the things that aren't meant to match up. And this a huge theme, and I didn't include this in my themes video either, and I should have, a huge theme of this is contradictions. There are a number of things that are contradictory, especially against the Tavis narrative, that fans are supposed to pick up on and aren't. But also it was so fascinating to watch Taylor like practicing on guitar and also watching the game and the way that her brain was like processing both things at the same time. Like her brain, we got some really interesting glimpses on how her brain works and how her brain runs on music, and it is so fascinating to see. And then of course the song that they do, A Part of Your World, New Romantics mashup, was like one of the mashups that like tear-jerked the Gaylors the hardest. New Romantics I've done an entire video on. It is an homage, and honestly 1989 in its entirety is an homage to New York, but specifically New York's history as a queer haven. That is why Welcome to New York has, you know, You Can Want Who You Want, Boys and Boys and Girls and Girls, and that's why New Romantics has, you know, we team up then switch sides like a record changer. The whole point of switching sides, bisexuality reference, the whole point of 1989 is that she had tried all of these relationships with men and they had not worked out, and she was going to leave Nashville, she was going to start doing pop music, and yes, she was going to focus on herself, but also she was really obviously making references to the fact that she would be dating women, that one of the purposes of moving there was to do exploration of the gay sense. But the original New Romantics are a group of musicians that had a lot of like gender bendy moments. A lot of them were queer, and a lot of that kind of music was popular in the clubs in New York during the times of like the AIDS epidemic. And you know, there's so much, I'm not going to go too deep into it because I've done an entire long arse video on New Romantics and what it stands for as like a symbol about like queer resilience and New York as a queer haven. But like the fact that that song, and especially because we've had like New York When Hollywood Hates Me, there's so much associations of certain things with certain cities, and New York seems to be very heavily associated with her being authentic in her queerness. And she sings the part, we need love but all we want is danger, we team up then switch sides. Again, the lyric is like a record changer, but she screams because she's watching the football game. We then see her on the piano and she is doing the first part of Long Live. I said, remember this moment in the back of my mind, the time we stood with our shaking hands, the crowd and stands went wild. You held your head like a hero on a history book page. It was the end of a decade. It was the start of an age. She goes into the chorus, but then Andrea gives her the idea, hey, change the end of a decade to era, which is interesting. The Taylor, again, I'm like, is that an Andrea contribution? And I have questioned throughout this, especially Andrea's assertions that she's not creative. And part of me is just like, are you trying to show your mother that she's actually creative so that she will realize that she can exist as more than just a helper daughter / mother for a creative genius and can just be a creative genius herself? Because if she is the one that's making these suggestions, she has creative bones in her body. She's just unaccustomed to using them because of the way women are socialized, most likely. Then Taylor maps out the song aloud in a way like, we're going to do this and then we're going to do that. And we're going to do long live, bridge, half speed, then, you know, all that. And I'm just like, the way her brain puts those things together, it was just, again, another little glimpse, a little moment where we see like just how freaking smart she is and just how much her brain is capable of putting this stuff together. But also, like, there has been some debate over whether the lyric changes in these mashups are deliberate or accidental. And whilst we can't say that all of them are deliberate based on this one example, we can definitely assume that changing lyrics was a part of the narratives, the stories that were being sold with those, or told, slip of the tongue there, with these mashups. We then cut to the fans singing Shake It Off. That's such a good one. Everybody's prepping, getting ready, doing their makeup. Then we have, and unfortunately I didn't take notes, but I think this was Karen who said, this tour has completely pushed the boundaries of excellence. It's not just one genre of movement or music. It's a variety of things that allows me to showcase different sides of myself. It's a reminder that we're multitudes. Again, it's not just the dancers and the fans and the other musicians that contain multitudes. It is Taylor. That's something that I harp on a number of times about the layered nature of Taylor and also of her work. And then I think it's Karen continues to say, we have all these aspects of our personalities that get to come out within the show, and it helps people connect with it even more. Then we cut to Taylor getting made up, and she has a sign that says be aware cat, so it makes me so happy to know that her cats were with her as she was getting ready. Taylor is getting made up, and this scene, this clip that I'm going to put on screen, is one of my favorite scenes, one of my favorite shot compositions out of this entire thing. You have Taylor getting made up, and you have all of the people behind her that make up the image of Taylor Swift, right? You've got her hairstylist and makeup artist who are working on her. Tree is right behind her, her publicist / PR lady. Then you have Joseph and Diana, her stylist and wardrobe. I think she's the wardrobe manager. I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention when they gave her. I know she has something with wardrobe. It's a very important job. I just forgot what the term is for it. I'm not trying to disrespect her because she's a genius who moved down the boob cups on the gold rep thing. So I don't want her. She needs to get her dues. Anyway, then you've got Robert, her manager, who's behind Trey. Those are the people who make up Taylor Swift, TM, the brand, the perfectly perfected pop star. Taylor talks about how the football game is taking her mind off her nerves, so she doesn't spend every football game worrying that her warrior boyfriend is going to die on the violent field of the football. Again, this brings attention to the fact how she said that she didn't want to perform at the Super Bowl because the idea of being on stage in a stadium when her man is fighting for his life, and like she was doing that the entire time she was on the Eras tour. She's a walking, Tavis is a walking contradiction. And then she says it's time for me to get in my little outfit, and I love that because we're all like, lover bodysuit, you know, this is the sunset lover bodysuit. We're trying to use perfect terms, and she's like, oh, let me get my little outfit. Cam said, and this moment was like, Erin, you are on the right track. Cam said something that I've been saying so much, and I love when my voice comes out of other people's mouths. Taylor's impact is limitless. A lot of this I would have never imagined for myself. She has celebrated us in our moments in such big ways that her fan base knows us by name. That does not happen for dancers, and he says that very emphatically. Because you did that, the type of people that are showing up are of different sizes, they're of different ages, they are of different races, are of different background experiences, and can come to this show for 3.5 hours and feel the same. You leave it different, you leave it better, you leave it warmer, you leave it more giving, more kind, more tolerant. That is the stuff of legend. Again, I get a lot of crap when I say that Taylor Swift is our generation's Shakespeare, but she really truly is. We are coming right up on showtime. Andrea says, honey, honey, break a leg. We have seen Andrea call Taylor honey a couple of times, which I'm going to side-eye the song Honey, but I'm not going to take us down that detour. I'm just saying we need to side-eye the song Honey. Taylor says, did I do the thing? And I guess the thing is probably touching her mom from Good Luck based on the context clues that we were provided in that situation. We go into the final huddle. And Taylor says, I'm constantly reminded of one of my favorite quotes. Everyone is jealous of what you've got. No one is jealous of what you had to do to get it. That is such a great quote. As somebody who has wanted to be a YouTuber since 2006 when YouTube started, I wanted to make videos for YouTube before that was even a thing that people wanted to do, but I kept letting boyfriends talk me out of it. I will never forgive myself for that. Like, that's the worst decision I ever made. But the amount of work it takes to build and develop a channel and grow a channel is significant. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for all of the people that have managed to like get millions of followers, because it does take a lot of dedication and commitment. But like, a lot of people look at social media as though it is easy money, but like, even just like talking to the camera in an interesting way that compels people to stay listening is hard. If I just talk in a monotone all the time, people are going to leave my videos. Like, one of the reasons that I kind of do this thing now is because I realize that like, when I sit down, I kind of just get in the trap of being monotone. I'm not that interesting. Like, I am more interesting of a speaker when I can get up and move around and use the space and use my body and all of those things. And it just reminds me how much of communication is nonverbal. We then hit another bookend, which was Taylor's speech about how we are not pieces falling into place via magic. We are tectonic plates who have worked hard to get here. That is something that she said towards the beginning of the first episode. So that brings us back to a nice solid bookend. But now we have seen some of a fraction of the work that people have done to get there. Taylor says, we've traveled the whole world, set every attendance record, broke every record you can break. The only thing left is to close the book. She acknowledges the bookend right after she does it. Love that for her. And we see the motorcade, and I don't know, I just think the motorcade is really cool. It's like all those people that travel around with Taylor. She's got an entourage. I want the show Entourage just centered on Taylor, but not like the creepy way that it is when they follow a male character. We see Taylor getting in her cleaning cart for the last time and looking nervous in there. We see everybody running to get to their places last minute and the crowd cheering at the intro. And just again, as they go into the intro for Eras Tour, it feels so earned. I've said this at the first episode as well. Like, after seeing all of the work behind it, it feels even more earned. And I'm so excited. I've watched Eras Tour on the grainy screens. I've never watched either version on Disney, just because I recognize that I'm probably going to have to do like 500 videos once I start diving into that, just because I'm convinced that it is one of the most Easter egg dense things that Taylor has ever made. It's really cool to see that she rides that little pulley system underneath the stage to get to the center. I've always wondered like how she gets to the center, but that makes sense. And you see just so many people that she is going past as she is walking out to the stage. It's acknowledging a lot of the like behind the scenes people that are just riggers and stagehands and all of those jobs that aren't necessarily as appreciated. But then you also see all of the dancers, all the musicians, all of these other performers who you now know a little chunk of their story. And the thing, I say storytelling is one of the most valuable skills people can have and can cultivate, because if you can tell a good story, you can make people care about things. Taylor made us care. Taylor has consistently been making us care. Like, even when Cam was just on stage doing something a little different each night and everybody was looking forward to see what he was going to say, especially when they got overseas and he was speaking in other languages and doing other little colloquial cultural quirks, that was making a name for him in a way that so few people have done. Like Cam himself said, it is unheard of. Like, I know a couple of the names of like Beyonce's dance captains, and I've watched probably as much Beyonce streams as I've watched Taylor streams. As Taylor is getting ready to get like put up on stage, it seems like Tree, Erica, Robert, her hairstylist, and her makeup artist are all under there. It's just, I don't know, it's so silly to me to think that all those people were just under the stage. Like, I knew they were around. I just kind of figured that like I don't know. I was thinking as the stage as something that you were either in front of or behind, you know, like a stage. I wasn't really factoring in the entire city that they have under the stage. And now all I can think about is of Tree Payne being the troll under the bridge. You can see that there's a message on the lift, and we've seen parts of it at times, but like she reads it really quickly before she goes on, and yeah. Then we cut forward to part of the surprise song. She's doing Love Long Live. You see the fans lose it with that lyric change, and that was a really good lyric change. Regardless of who came up with it, that is an incredible lyric change. And one thing that felt really effective with that scene is just like, obviously Taylor is alone on stage when she does this. Like, obviously that means everybody else is off the stage. Like, I am smart. I can realize if Taylor is only person on stage, everyone else that used to be on stage, they're someplace else now. I guess I just assumed that during the surprise songs, that was when people like sat down, ate a sandwich, did a quick change, took a pee, you know, whatever needed to happen for any given moment. You know, especially because it's a rare opportunity for everyone to catch their breath at the same time. Maybe if anybody's dating in the crew, they, you know, find a nice spot, have a little hookup. You know, I just know how theater people are, so I can make assumptions. But just to see, like, especially on this occasion, everyone just watching, just rows and rows of all of these people whose stories we now know, who we now care about on a totally different level. We know their names, all of that jazz. We are seeing them, like, watching, crying along with Taylor, hugging each other, like, being support for each other in a time that is very, like, bittersweet. And it's just, like, it was very emotionally evocative. It was really well done. We come back to the manuscript again, another example of bookending, but this is just from the beginning into the end of episode 6. And Taylor was saying, I have very clear distinctions about being the leader of the show that's this max exodus of emotional catharsis. I love how she recognizes how much emotional catharsis she gives people. What's interesting is, like, there's some joy in the show, but there's also a lot of, like, snarling, angry, bitterness, despondent, heartbroken, wistful, theatrical magic. And I think being able to feel those things and scream those lyrics, there's something that brings you joy. And people come to the show who have different lived experiences, who have different beliefs, and we can take these moments of connectivity. I think it's about passion. I think it's about the show being accepting of all kinds of passion that we feel throughout our human experience. There's something so unifying against that. After she says that, we briefly see the stage from above, and it is the point of karma where it's the supernova imagery on the stage, and we see her hugging everybody after the show while she's doing a voiceover. I'm used to doing tours that are successful. I've never been part of a phenomenon before. That is another thread of this, just being part of a phenomenon, being in versus out, things of that nature. Her and Cam telling each other that they love each other was so sweet. I love them. Scott comes out and the first thing he says is, the Chiefs won, honey. And Taylor, I mean, I guess she cares.
Okay, so I almost complained about this in the video, but I thought I was being too hard on him. But then I saw Jordan's video, and now I'm like, it is so weird that the first thing he said was, Chiefs won, honey, and not, congratulations, this is a monumental achievement. Like, you see the other people, like, I think it was Austin and Robert, both hugged her, and, like, they seemed happy about how she had just had a monumental career achievement, and all Scott cared about. Like, I get that he's her boyfriend and she might care about the game, but also congratulate her for her achievements. The continued train of Scott and Andrea like Travis more than Taylor does, cares about Travis more than they care about Taylor, it seems, at least by the way they get excited about him and his presence in her life compared to how they handle her. And, like, I do think that there is a lot of acting here. There's a lot of playing different versions of the fans, and more so than what their actual opinions are. Or at least I'm hoping that's the case. I'm so hoping that's the case, because otherwise the suspicions that I've had about the family dynamics are just, if it's not acting, it's yucky to me. I don't care how much I love someone else. If the first thing I get that happens when I get off stage is my own parents are like, guess what your boyfriend did, I would be like, guess what I just did, dick.
She has a little bit of champagne with her crew. We have Happiness playing, which Happiness has been coming into play a number of times, and I wish I would have tracked it more. I'm going back and forth on whether or not I should rewatch this and write down some of the song beats, or if I can just wait until somebody else does that. But Happiness is an interesting choice, a real interesting choice. And as Happiness is playing, you see a lot of scenes past and present, both of Taylor performing at different junctions in her life, and also a lot of the dancers. We see a lot of cuts between the dancers when they were young, the dancers when they were on stage at Eras Tour, and just like seeing how far they've come and like recognizing their journey and honoring it alongside Taylor's. It was really heartwarming to me. And the end of this is Taylor in one of the like fringy Fearless dresses, and she's grabbing her guitar and running through the doorway. And I think a lot of us, we have been talking about doorways. The orange doorway, I'm shocked that didn't get mentioned in this documentary, since the orange doorway was supposed to be representative of the path to the life of a showgirl, but
I don't know, we shall see. And then we see an empty stadium, empty stage again. This is a scene that we have seen a number of times. Another bookend. I think this may be the shot we started on, but it might have been a different stadium, so don't quote me on that. We get some final text that wraps up some things. We hear some of the Eras Tour stats. We hear that she bought her masters. We hear about her engagement, and we hear that The Life of a Showgirl is the biggest album of her career. Especially the fact that the engagement was just like, on this date she got engaged. It's not like, they're excited to get married, or like they are presently planning, or I don't know. It felt so sterile. Everything associated with Travis feels incredibly sterile and incredibly detached. And I think like even before I fully viewed the whole thing as like performance art, and when I was just like, okay, I guess this could possibly be a real relationship, or it could just be something that is for PR to get their names in the headlines, and yes, they've made a lot of money off of this. The whole time, everything feels so sterile. It feels so childish. The media has to constantly tell us that it's real and that they care about each other, because that's not really what people feel like it's displayed. A lot of people like to hate on Gaylors when every single time, like the first thing that a lot of people said when they saw that Taylor was engaged was, oh, Gaylors are dead. And it's like, if your first thought when Taylor has a life change regarding her relationship is that life change kills the Gaylors, the life change itself isn't particularly compelling. Like, these people, so many of them, weren't even like having a tweet where they get excited about the engagement, or oh, they're going to be so happy together, I can't wait to see her dress, all of that jazz. It was just like, no, the Gaylors are dead. It's like, you are so invested in Taylor not being gay that you can't even objectively recognize that your own brain is not processing this as a good relationship.
Oh, I dropped a ring and I don't know where it is.
I'm going to have to find it another time. Buckle up, my viewers, I have a lot to talk about. So we have all 6 episodes of An End of an Era. We know what the story arcs look like, all of that jazz. I want to discuss some of the themes, because right now Taylor has more attention on her than she really has at any other point during her career. So the messages that she was trying to convey, the story upbeats, all of those things, these are clearly things that are very important to her. And I think it's really important to examine the stories that she was trying to tell while she had this massive attention, more so than I know a lot of people were like, well, I expected this, I expected that. And I do think it's interesting to look at what things were omitted and to consider why that might be. But I really want to focus on what is there, why I think it's there, a lot of the overarching narratives, themes that are a part of End of an Era. So first off, I am probably one of the few people who is really happy with the way this whole thing turned out. I have a lot of like kind of obscure ways of looking at Taylor Swift, like me viewing her as a storyteller more than anything else, and me seeing a lot of the visuals and dancing and a lot of those things as being huge parts of the message, the artistic statement that she's trying to make. And a lot of that stuff was confirmed. I've also been discussing how it is remarkable the way that she has gotten people's attention, especially on her dancers, because so very often no one knows the name of the dancers. These are people that devote their lives to be a part of these performances, and they are artists in their own right, but that very often people barely notice. They pay more attention to the pop star on stage. And I have really been making the point that it is remarkable the ways that Taylor has utilized her dancers that make other people pay more attention to them and want to know their stories as well. And that has been a huge part of this whole thing. So that was another big confirmation for me. But I want to discuss, so first off, I think a lot of this is legacy building. Taylor is trying to tell parts of her story before other people can. Like, yes, there are some other people that have done like books on her, things of that nature, but I think she's trying to there are some things that she's trying to make definitive statements on. Like, just the truth of the matter is like women artists throughout history, a lot of times their art is not maintained, it is not like remembered, it is not valued, it is not held up by academia, and because of that, those artists are people that we forget about. And Taylor is really trying to ensure that her art goes to every corner of this earth, that so many people know her name that it becomes impossible for people to forget her. But also, we very often see the people that come after these artists are the people who kind of tell their story. And it's not just artists. Like, you think of Catherine the Great and all of the things that historians that didn't like her made up about her. Any woman that has been very powerful, very successful, tends to have a situation
situation where after she passes, the people that preserve their memory don't preserve it well, or don't value them, or ridicule them, or allow them to be forgotten. And it really seems like Taylor is trying to prevent that. Taylor is also working at building greater appreciations for concerts and music and those experiences in general, right? Because yes, the greater world can look at the economic impact, the number of tickets sold, the number of dollars that were earned by this tour, and can say that it is successful on that merit. And very often, like under capitalism, that is the only merit that we consider. Was it financially viable? Did it pay off financially? But music and art in general is so much more than that. Art connects us, art heals us, art makes us feel seen. All of these things are key aspects of the lessons that we are being told through this. We are being told that we have been disproportionately told to devalue art. Very often when children come up in the world wanting to be artists, their parents discourage them from that because they don't see it as a practical or viable career option. And a lot of this is about how all of these people were people that probably were advised at some point in time in their life that if there's anything else that you can be happy doing, do that thing. But like, as a creative type, I always have to be creating stuff, and I feel like I'm suffocating if I don't create stuff. And it seems like so many of these people around Taylor are the same people. They have ignored the warnings, they have continued to work hard, and they have had it pay off. Even people that the way the industry works didn't think that they would have a payoff. Like Cam never thought that he was going to have the opportunities that he had. Not just that, he never thought that he was going to be a household name, that so many people were going to know him and pay attention to him and care about him and his story. It's more than just pop songs. It is art, it is storytelling, it is transformative, it is healing, it is community, it is so many things more than what we are very often told that it is and that it should be. And Taylor is really trying to get people to take things seriously. And she very often connects the dancers and other musicians to people that want to be football players and the NFL and Travis Kelce. She connects these two types of people because when your kid is really talented in football and wants to be a football player, it is often more common to encourage that because you're like, oh, you know, even if you don't go to the NFL, you might get some sort of a scholarship. There might be some benefit for you doing this, even if you don't necessarily go full-time pro. Whereas the energy is not kept the same for artists, but a lot of times there are a lot of parallels. There are a lot of things that are the same. There are a lot of ways that we really respect the crap out of football, especially in states like Texas, and we pretend like art doesn't matter at all, but in reality, like, both of these have a lot of similarities and have a lot of value, and the people that are drawn to both sports as a career or as a livelihood or as an identity, and those who are musicians or artists and that is their identity, they follow very similar paths, even if the world around them treats them differently. And specifically, and especially if you are in that space as somebody who is presenting more femininely, you can have problems. And especially if you're in that space as somebody in a larger body, you can have problems, even though those things are acceptable and even desirable on the football field. And with these episodes, Taylor has done something that she does so well. She has lured people in. She's like an anglerfish. And on that little antenna, that light is Tavis, there's Tavis, Tradwives, pay attention, Travwives, pay attention. She lures people in with the prospect of learning these tawdry details of her torrid relationship to see what Tavis looks like for the inside. And then she gives sprinkles of Travis. She does a little sprinkle, so people don't feel like, oh, well, I watched that entire thing for nothing. So they can look through and like, oh, there's evidence of Travis. And while they are there looking for that evidence of Travis, they also can't help but ingest the other messages that Taylor has. This is something that she does in so much of her music. So many of her songs have hints of one or more muses, and these tend to be the songs that have the biggest messages. All Too Well is the best example. All Too Well is one of the songs that is most explicitly connected to a muse, even though there's also significant evidence to support the fact that it was written before that muse was even in the picture. But because we're looking for all of the details of that relationship, and we have this idea that, oh, Jake Gyllenhaal is this bad man, let's find out all this dirt about this bad man and how he treated Taylor in the relationship. But they're also learning about the way that older men manipulate younger women in relationships, and how that's not good, and it's not a symbol that the woman is mature for her age or anything like that. It is a symbol that the man is a predator. I've often said that that song does more to help prevent young women from going into those situations than like almost anything. She could stand up in a podium lecturing people for years and never have the same impact as All Too Well. So she uses the lure of Tavis to get people in, and then she teaches them a lot of life lessons, and a lot of these life lessons are the kind of overarching themes throughout the entire project. Let's discuss what some of those themes are, right? So one of the biggest life lessons learned is to never let other people diminish the joy you get from something. Even if other people think it's small or insignificant, if it makes you happy and feels significant to you, you can find other people who will value the same things that you do, and you can share that joy with them. Don't diminish your spark for anyone else. Often when you diminish your spark for other people, you're like, oh, these people don't respect me, they don't see my spark, and nobody else sees my spark. And that is because you have dimmed yourself to the point where the right people can't see you. If you're with the wrong people, it is worse than being alone, because at least when you're alone, you can build up your spark, and you can build that spark into a blazing flare that other people can see and be attracted to. And you can find, like, when I first started making videos along this lines, I didn't know other performance artlers really. I had been in this space for a while. Like, I'd been at Gaylor for a number of years, and I didn't really talk to people until very recently, because I was more of like by myself. And like when I started making content, I started making friends that were seeing media the same way that I was seeing it, and who valued the same things that I did, and who didn't laugh when I got overly obsessed with a specific detail of Taylor Swift, because they're overly obsessed about similar details, if not the same ones. It has been so healing to regain my relationship with myself, my inner child, and so much of that has been propelled by Taylor. Another life lesson is that art and artistry performed by human beings has a significant value, both financially but also on a cultural, social, and spiritual level. Large concerts where you gather together and feel safe and free and loved, and you can scream, sing along to songs, it has a transformative, healing, restorative force, even if you don't always remember it, because a number of people didn't necessarily remember Eras Tour after they came out of it. But I think these experiences, and just like, realistically, I would call it stimming to music, like standing up, dancing around, being with friends, in community, like that energy, it does something. It is so beneficial. And I've talked about in the past how there are certain lines like F the patriarchy that are lines that have tremendous power when people are singing them out into the world. There's something of mantras, and Taylor came very close to saying a similar thing in the 6th episode. I'm like, yes, I'm on the right trail. Another life lesson is that being a pop star is a much bigger job than people think it is. It is a lot of people doing very hard work. Many of those people are people who have been told their whole lives that their dreams were crazy, but nothing else would satisfy them, so they went with it. It's not just physical work. It also requires both having strong feelings that you can articulate well in verse or in movement or in whatever your artistic medium is, but also having the ability to not let those feelings overwhelm you at the worst possible moment. Like, you need to have strong feelings to be able to write those like incredibly deep lyrics, but also you have to be able to sing those lyrics on stage without bawling your eyes. I still don't know how she doesn't cry every night to Marjorie. She does better than I could. Another life lesson is about Taylor and how she sees herself, and that is Taylor is a storyteller nowadays, and that is how she sees herself. She is one who uses many mechanisms to tell her story. Her lyrics, pictures, tour graphics, dance choreography, music videos, pap walks, media narrative, and even her fan reaction is part of the storytelling. When she wrote, "But Daddy, I Love Him," and she said, I'm have his baby, no I'm not, but you should see your faces. Like, that was a very specific line because she knew people would be recording their reactions. Like, ever since TikTok has been a big thing, she has consistently made a number of songs that have little gotcha lines that if you're recording your response, they're going to provoke a particular reaction out of you. And that, it just goes back to like what she was saying before Life of a Showgirl with, if anybody is discussing her album the week it comes out, they are benefiting her cause. Just keeping her name in other people's lips is a valuable part of storytelling. storytelling and evoking her fans to discuss something, whether it be by having a little bit of a pap walk, wearing a specific outfit that reminds people of things. Like, there are so many ways that you can just get the discussion going so your fans will continue the storytelling and you don't even have to do anything. Like, for months when she was barely being seen, each little pap walk would give people a bunch of stuff to discuss. Then the media would start discussing it, what she's wearing, why she's wearing it, where she's going, how she hasn't been seen in a while, what is she doing, all of these things. So she just needs to go outside once every few months and people will talk about her for weeks on end, just discussing that single appearance. Another life lesson is the way that Taylor was pushing back against the ideals that a lot of people have in casting for dancers and other people. A lot of that was pushing back at anti-DEI sentiments. One of the things that I have pointed out for a while on this channel is that for a number of years, Taylor did not have models for any of her clothing. It was just like flat lays and pictures of it on a hanger and things like that through most of Eras Tour. But like 3 days, I think it was, after the whole like Trump anti-DEI thing happened, she did the Lover cardigan, and the Lover cardigan all of a sudden had diverse models, and she has used diverse models for every single drop that she has done since that. When other people in organizations are leaning away from DEI and are afraid to embrace it, Taylor is just quietly contributing more and more to diverse hiring standards. But Taylor spoke about it in this very like almost apolitical way. I know it's not technically apolitical, but the way Taylor spoke about it was a way that just avoided things like merit and all of that jazz and avoided calling it DEI. And she just was basically saying like a bunch of different types of people are going to be in the audience and they're going to feel more like a part of it if they can look on stage and see somebody that reminds them of themselves. Like, that is a way to get people who would be bristling and put off if she said, well, I believe that diversity in hiring is incredibly, like, Taylor doesn't have to talk the talk because she walks the walk. And that's something that I wish more people would understand. Like, a lot of times when you're talking the talk, you are just provoking people on the opposite side to attack you and the causes that you care about. But walking the walk, actually contributing and helping in the ways that you find valuable, is something that is going to actually make other people be like, oh, well, Taylor does it this way, so that's the way I'm going to do it. Whereas if it becomes a lecture, if it becomes a, you need to do this because this is the right thing, people can bristle against it. It makes it come through in a much more acceptable way. She says things very well worded in a way that makes it hard for people to twist it about too. And like, she can't prevent everything. There are some people that are going to see everything in the worst possible light, but I just think she walked an incredible tightrope while discussing this. But Taylor setting a hiring standard is going to make other people see that hiring standard as best, and not just artists that are current, but all of these 10, 12, 15-year-old people that are at their house desperately longing to be a Taylor Swift type person one day are ingesting this advice that it is important, in order for your audience to feel connected, to have a diverse group of people on stage so that they can find somebody that reminds them of them. But also, just when it comes to these specific artists, the dancers and musicians that she is working with, it is getting them name recognition. It is getting them a huge buff on their resume. Like, it is going to make all of these people have an easier time getting hired going forward. And it is also going to influence other artists to do similar things, to point out their dancers and their musicians and others in similar ways. I also think that Jessalyn saying that Taylor introduced her as "we sing together" is going to impact how so many other people in the industry see the people around them, because I think very many folks that are performers still see like their subordinates as their subordinates. But it really, like, obviously Taylor is going to have a position of power and it's never going to be quite the same power balance, but Taylor is clearly doing things to try and equalize that balance, or trying to even out that balance. Another life lesson learned is how important it is to feel seen. It is very affirming, it is very validating, and if you are putting on a front, if you're putting on a performance that isn't yourself and people don't see you, it's very daunting, it's very disorienting. We have Wiley talk about like gender in performance, and again, the way they handle kind of fluid gender and like the way that impacts somebody, how they perform artistically, was really delicately handled. But also, while we see so many people around Taylor being like, I love how Taylor makes me feel seen because I'm allowed to be my authentic self, because I don't have to leave parts of me at home, I feel seen, and that really helps me with my confidence and a lot of other things. The one person who never really says that they feel seen is Taylor. Taylor, by comparison, says that she feels like people don't even see a human being when they see her. They don't see her humanity. They see a business, a conglomerate. And I think that's a really important distinction to make. And I think a big part of that is like the brand Taylor versus regular Taylor. Like part of it is the fault of the way the industry structures persona and a lot of things with regards to that. But also, when we talk about feeling seen, that concept is introduced to us with the Gaylor sign in episode 1, the "We Can See You." Very obvious, one of the only signs from fans that is legible in the entire thing, and we see that in the first episode, but we also have this concept of being seen that comes back every episode. We also have that parallax image that Taylor is walking in front of. From one angle, it looks like an American flag. From the other angle, you see Love Wins. That is her piece of art that she owns. People, anytime something remotely gay comes into the question, everybody wants to rush for a way to deny that it is associated with Taylor in a way that is disgusting, because one of the reasons that Taylor doesn't feel seen is because she's giving so many signs of her queerness and no one is acknowledging it. And she shouldn't have to come fully out of the closet and suffer the oppression of the media and other aspects of the heteronormative system that act to smack down somebody that tries to be openly queer in like showbiz. But she has used so many different signs of queerness, it is inappropriate to say that she is straight when she is sending so many other signs. And the only way she will ever, and I do feel like a lot of this felt like when you bring home your most flamboyant friends to see how your parents react. It felt like she was using some of the dancers, especially Wiley, as avatars for discussions that she wanted to have about herself, because Taylor has messed around with gender presentation. She uses masculine pronouns a lot in her writing. I think Wiley, in the way he kind of presents as kind of more fluid, I don't necessarily know that he identifies that way, but that's how he presents. I think that is something that is more aligned with Taylor than a lot of people believe. And here's the thing. I think in a lot of ways, Taylor was using the dancers as avatars for discussions that she wanted to have about herself. I just said that. And I think a lot of those discussions are like, look at all of these things. Look at how much hard work. Look at how valuable this is. Look at all of these things. Rather than like using these people in a subordinate manner to boost herself up, she is boosting them up to her level in a fantastic way. But also just so many other things that she's bringing attention to, like the way she's casting people, the way she's approaching entertainment. Like the current young generation does not have the reverence for like TV and film that we do. A lot of them have been raised on social media and YouTube and TikTok and things of that nature. And I think we have never been more primed for independent like creators to make stuff that has an impact than ever before. I mean, we already see it with like independent games, but also I think as all of the TV and film companies merge together into like one or two conglomerates, there is a huge vacuum of media that is actually made for like the people and not made for the profits. And I think people that are artists that are encouraged by Taylor, that maybe their family is encouraged to support them by this is going to have an impact on them. And that's going to make a lot of people more likely to pursue their dreams and also to try and be good employers and good people while doing it. The last thing that I want to discuss in this episode, because I may discuss more themes later. I know this isn't everything, but this is a lot of things, but I don't want this one to be too long because I've done a lot of long videos recently. But finally, the last thing I'm going to discuss here is how these episodes contribute to the narrative of Travis. If you really pay close attention, Travis is not there much. He is there for the one part where he carries her on stage in London. He's there for the other part when he's under the stage. I think it's 2 separate days that he was filmed there, if I recall correctly. Regardless, they try to make him present in his absence by having a letter from him, by having phone calls from him, both of which felt incredibly, incredibly manufactured. They just don't feel like the way real people talk, especially that letter. I just have a very hard time believing that Travis wrote a letter and named her manager in it. It is a letter that makes way more sense from a PR perspective than it does from this is a real depiction of a relationship perspective. And then in the very last episode, so you can have some kind of Travis in there, you have her watching the game. Another thing, he said at the very beginning that he couldn't talk to her because she doesn't talk to anybody before the show. Every single episode, we have seen her talking before the show. And in this episode, we see her literally screaming at the football game. Episode 6, we see her literally screaming at the football game while she's getting ready for her concert. So it just, A lot of this seems to be to bring attention to all of the inconsistencies, and also the fact that, like, these two people did not spend much time together at all during the Eras tour. Like, she would fly out for a game and then immediately fly back, or he would fly out for a night and then immediately fly back. And it's not like he had a lot of interesting things going on while most of this either. Like, a lot of this time he was just getting drunk with his boys. As I've mentioned in the past, they haven't known each other that long. When you consider how much of their early relationship they were in different places, we are constantly promised that in the future they will spend more time together, but it doesn't seem to happen. The narrative surrounding their relationship and engagement changes constantly, and also at a time when Travis is literally doing what may be his final professional NFL games, Taylor is saying that what helps their relationship work is them both being dedicated to their jobs. Red flags are waving all around the studio, my friends. However, this narrative is also being used to make artistic statements. Taylor is performing a common depiction of cis-heteronormative relationships, and different people are responding differently depending on the types of experiences they have had in the past. A lot of people like myself who have been in a number of relationships are keenly aware of the double standards, the way Travis in her career and behavior are treated versus how Taylor in her career and her behavior is treated, when fundamentally their jobs have a lot of similarities in the level of dedication, time, and sacrifice they require. Cam called Eras his Super Bowl, and I think in a lot of ways it is Taylor's Super Bowl either. But a lot of people, when they are asked what Travis's biggest achievement are going to say that it is something in his football career. But a lot of people, when you ask what Taylor's biggest achievement is, they're going to say her engagement, or they got married, or maybe one day they had kids. I think one thing that people have a hard time understanding is just how many relationships in the industry are, if not wholly fake, then very much exaggerated for discussion. Like, so many people get engaged in the industry and never get married. So many people that come out of the closet talk about how many fake relationships they had to be in to protect their orientation. Some people act like it is this biggest weird out of left field thing if they are not in a real relationship, if it is PR, what have you. But there is nothing that I think is more real in over the course of show business and football. A lot of times football, the women are used to kind of make these men who behave aggressively on the field seem more docile, seem more tame, to make the protest against the sport less. If they're in nuclear families, they can't be that bad at guys, right? But just so very often they are really bad guys. And obviously I'm very concerned with the CTE thing. I don't think that gets discussed enough. And I'm especially concerned with the, I don't know, Travis just does not display a lot of emotional maturity when I encounter him. So regardless, like I said at the top, I want to keep this one pretty short because I've done 7 videos now on this series. I don't think I'm doing any more right now. If I haven't gotten my video out about Elizabeth Taylor already, it'll be out soon. That will be that'll be discussing the song from the perspective that it is about the fame narrative. If this is your first video seeing me, I have done, like I said, videos on episode 1 through 6 where I break down them in long detail. So if that's interesting to you, I'll leave some links at the end of things that you might like. Thank you so very much for watching to the very end. It helps me a ton. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.